do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart. Do what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And go your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Just say yourself, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Just say yourself,
Hi. Wait, testing, testing. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm sorry. I got scared for a second there. I couldn't hear myself on the monitor. I must have it turned down or something. Let's turn that back up. There we go. That's sounding better. How are you doing, Chad? I barely made it to stream today. Had a lot to deal with, had a lot to do, but oh my God, and I forgot my lipstick. Always with the lipstick, right? And it to the point where like I even forgot to like rebuy this lipstick. Look at that. That's pathetic. You know what you do here? You make it work. That's professionalism, right? People don't think that putting on lipstick at the last minute as you come to stream before you've even read off your intro is professional, but it actually is. It actually is for this particular undertaking, for this particular art that we're doing here, which is the art of knocking stuff off your desk like you are actually a cat while you open the stream and say hello to everybody and try to pretend to be a professional. Right? What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, the 25th of October, not 2024, 1924. Yes, we're at 1924. That's why I'm streaming. It makes so much sense, chat, to be on the internet in 1924. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward. Yes, I do have a band-aid on my finger. I'll explain that later. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Meow. Oh yeah, like, let's get that. Oh my God, no, first, priorities, girl. First, hydrate. That's actually a good cup of tea. Um, Hydrate first, then lipstick. Because we're professional. We're professional. This is professional grade shit that you're dealing with here. Congratulations on 10K. Yeah, I guess I am professional, huh? Hmm. Yeah, I found something the one day that I didn't tune into the Majority Report, and they actually dealt with a bit of drama, and I think they did it pretty well. Like, when you deal with drama, it should be like it should be like a rock that goes into a pond and makes no ripples. Ribbles? Dribbles? Tribbles? Ripples. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, that's how you handle your business. And MR definitely handling slash standing on business at the moment. That's what we're going to be talking about today. I hope you're all ready for that. 10,000 subs. That's a lot of subs. I mean, it would be a lot of DOMs too, but it's definitely a lot of subs. What's up, Jack? Don't do it. Leave Ethan alone. What am I doing to Ethan? Jack, please, explain to me. I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to make a mistake. I need to leave Ethan alone. Is that right? Because he's leaving other people alone? He's a nice guy. He's a really nice guy. I should leave him alone. But Jack, you need to explain to me. You need to explain more to me. Emma clapped back. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Oh my God. You know what top chat I've heard from someone is for losers? So I'm going to switch right now into live chat instead of top chat. Yeah, I gotta know if I'm making a mistake here. Leave Ethan alone. This is hilarious. This is hilarious, right? Leave Crybully alone, right? Ethan's not hurting anybody. No. No. What the fuck? Leave Ethan alone? How about leave smaller streamers alone? How about leave random Twitter accounts alone? You want to talk about somebody who punches down? You want to talk about somebody who's a fucking cyberbully and has been one for his entire career? You want to talk about somebody whose fucking career is built on assembling a whack pack, a literal selection of lolcows to make fun of one after another? That is Ethan Klein. That is Ethan Klein. All right? That's Ethan. That's Ethan. Leave Ethan alone? Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. If only. If only. Wait, why are you sorry, MIDI Doctors? You came here just in time. Like, right? They're just like, what is it? The doctor does not arrive too early or too late. What's the whole thing? Can somebody help me out with this? A something does not arrive too early or too late. What am I thinking of? Am I thinking of Around the World in 80 Days? He used to be like Leafy for millennials. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, Bread Bro. It's just so weird. Early worm gets the bird. No! Early bird gets the worm. That's how it works. Yes, that's the correct order of nature and things. I'm having an interesting one today, chat. I'm having a really interesting one. I'm high on life or something. No, actually high on green tea, probably. That's the most likely explanation. A combination of caffeine and L-theanine and maybe catecholamines? Is that what they're called? Catecholamines? Is that what I'm thinking of? There's a lot of stuff in green tea. Look it up. EGCG. ACAB. Oh no, I can't say that though. That'll get me in trouble on Twitch. We gotta be so good for Twitch now, chat. Oh my god, I'm so worried about Twitch. I'm really worried about Twitch. Y'all, if you're following me on Twitch, make sure to also follow me on YouTube, all right? Because there's people right now talking about banning all politics streamers. There's people that are talking about banning anybody who talks about Israel, Palestine, and especially if you're saying, if you care about the, the little G side that's happening right now in Palestine, the word that I probably cannot speak anymore on Twitch because of the impending adpocalypse. Chat, I might disappear on Twitch, okay? I'm telling you for real. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Blue Sky. Follow me on everything. And this time I'm not even saying it, because that's what I should do as a content creator. I should be professional. I should have those socials down in the, corner for you to read. Do I have the socials somewhere? No, that's right. Lady Badash wants Twitch to ban me so that you, meaning YouTube, can have me all to yourselves. What did we cover last night? Daddy's home, Granddad rides a boar, metaphor, refantasio. Okay, I guess we're good. I can put up the bonus poll, the bonus goal poll. There we go. Corporate media is trying to silence it. They want to silence me. No, I mean, it's not nothing personal, but it's just like, what's been going on. Honestly, here's what it is, all right? DGG is the kind of super villain that says, if I can't have you, no one can. No one can have you. And what they mean by you is Twitch, right? If Destiny can't stream on Twitch, can't stream politics on Twitch, can't, coordinate his fucking harassment campaigns on Twitch, then nobody can. Nobody can do it, right? Uh-oh, chat, I better get this flag off me. I'm gonna get in trouble here. I'm gonna get in trouble on Twitch. Look, if I get banned for being based, I'm gonna make the most noise about it that you've ever heard. But yeah, for real, FRFR, follow me on YouTube if you have not already. You will be one of 10,000. We're over 10,000, right? I'm at 4,000 on Twitch. I'm at 10,000 on YouTube. You can tell that I am sort of glad that I made the move. Not that I meant to make the move. I just got canceled on Twitch, and everybody was like just spreading these fucking lies about me to every streamer. Don't rate her. Don't rate her. She's really bad, right? She was mean to Dylan Burns once. Don't rate her or else we'll cut you off, right? I'm not even kidding. I laugh about it now because I can, because my primary platform is on YouTube. My income is not dependent on Twitch entirely. I mean, obviously, would suck to lose, but that's why you should support me on Patreon instead. I don't know, chat. I don't know. No comment check on Patreon if you if you wanna stay in touch that way, just however you do it, stay in touch, right? Because like I don't know what's going on with Twitch. I'm really and like it's weird because like for a while I was kind of like, oh yeah, when I would read the there were all these predictions of Twitch's demise, right? That Twitch would go the way of the dodo bird. Is the dodo bird actually extinct? I think it is. Yeah, I think we could safely say the dodo bird is not coming back. Twitch would go the way of the dodo bird, right? There were all these predictions, and I was kind of like, yeah, haha. Huh. You know, because I felt used and abused by Twitch, not by the platform itself, but by the people in Twitch politics who at one time kind of dominated the whole scene, and it was like if you had a bad name with Dylan and all of his friends, you were fucking cooked. You were cooked. Newly arrived in chat. Good to see you here, Geo Dragon. Here, what do we got to do? We got to put all the bonus content. But yeah, like I don't feel like that anymore. We're doing okay on YouTube. We're doing okay on Twitch. I like the numbers on Twitch. I get that there's people that only watch on Twitch, and if I can get this content to you in a way that's makes it possible for you to see, it's better that it does cost me a pretty little penny to stream to you in 2 different formats, but yeah, let's get those subscribers up to 100 just in time for Twitch to shut me down for political content. But I like legit don't know what's gonna happen. I just don't want anybody from Twitch to lose track of me if Twitch decides that it wants to be a gaming only platform, if Twitch decides that they don't want controversial content or they don't want anybody talking about Palestine or whatever they end up deciding. It's just good to follow me on multiple platforms if you can. If you want to stay in touch, if you don't want me to just disappear, like the disappearance of Irene Geller, that's a deep cut in more ways than one. But yeah, no, we got through it. We made it through the wilderness. Somehow I made it through the rain. But you made me feel like a virgin streaming for the very first time. Okay, I'll get banned for that somehow. She said virgin. That's not good. Anyway, it's not my maiden voyage, right? I'm a seasoned professional, right? I know how to do this. I know how to stream on multiple platforms. You know what we gotta do though is probably take it to TikTok, right? So yeah, the strategy, right, is that if oh my god, Chad, I just realized I also need like this stuff too. The strategy, and also I gotta explain this to you, don't I? Yeah, you can't come on stream with a visible band-aid without explaining how the boo-boo happened. And how this boo-boo happened. Oh my god, Sarah! Sarah with the resub! Look at that giant jellyfish. That's a Portuguese man-o-war. People need to know not to fuck with jellyfishes, right? They may seem floppy and weak and small, and they may not have any sort of a, spinal cord or a central nervous system, but they will still fuck you the fuck up, just like me, over time, right? When I get you in my tentacles. My tentacles stretch across a multitude of platforms, so there's that. Yeah, we gotta get, oh yeah, I gotta explain this. This is I'm doing the weave, chat. I hope you notice. I hope you appreciate the weave. We do the weave. We do the weave. But yeah, we're doing the weave. So this is like, I was cutting ginger, and like I cut a lot of ginger. Like I eat ginger in almost like every meal because I fucking love ginger. I got ginger in my tea here. I got ginger in everything, right? I got ginger coming out of all my orifices, chat. And so like I'm always chopping ginger, so there's a lot of ginger to chop. And this time I was chopping it without really thinking, and that's something that you should never do. If you ever find yourself chopping without thinking, watch out, because it's a bad thing. And my fucking super important finger, the index finger, by which all of reality is indexed, right? You wouldn't want to lose that. Came like right into the chopping range, and I actually kind of you know what I'm saying? I actually kind of and luckily though I ended up cutting into the fingernail, right? So it's not as bad as it would have been, but I kind of like cut through the fingernail. I cut through the fingernail and I cut a little bit of the skin inside, and so because of that, I'm being real careful with this because I know that like if the fingernail's cut and it gets like it gets pulled on, it gets messed up. You know what I'm saying? That could be bad. But as it is, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I killed a woman named Ginger just to see. Isn't that a Johnny Cash lyric? Shot a man in Memphis just to watch him do something. Aren't jellyfish nearly damn near immortal? I mean, certain jellyfish for sure. Right, but yeah, concealer. I need more of this stuff. I need more of everything, chat. I need to start putting. Should I start putting makeup on Throne? I don't. I'm so busy. I do not reorder like my makeup like I should, and makeup is important, especially when you are sleepy, as I often find myself being relative. Oh my god, chat. That's not even how you put on concealer. We're just trying to we're just trying to make it look like I'm less sleepy than I actually am. Tardigrades? Oh my god, tardigrades. Oh, the little bear things, right? Concealer? I barely know her, says Lady Badash. I gotta get the thing that shows chat up and running here. Okay, so we're putting on makeup a little late, but that's okay, because this is actually how you be professional in a business that is all about being relatable. Professional, relatable, weird. That's my that's my shit. It's my shit. That's my shit. Oh my god. Chat, what is that song where she goes like, that's my shit, that's my shit? I always thought that would be weird if that got taken out of context. What is it? A few times been around that. Ain't no holler back girl. Yeah, it's holler back girl by um Gwen Stefani. That is actually a lyric in the song, by the way. That's what I mean about like, somebody takes her out of context, they're like she's singing about her shit. I don't know. That's not good. That's not healthy. That's a little too weird. That's a little too relatable. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna pop out chat because we can. Pop out chat. You're sleepy all the time. Is that relatable to be sleepy? It's relatable. Gwen Stefani. Wait, no, no, no. We need this. Grab it. Put it into the browser source. Boom. There we go. I'll just describe my inner monologue here. It's the beauty and makeup portion of my stream. Exactly, Bowie. Nope. I mean, at least I'm doing that. At least I'm covering that front. Geo Dragon says, NCC, you're perfect just the way you are. But if you want, you can. Madam President, oh my gosh. Someday, chat, someday. No Doubt was was it No Doubt or is it Gwen Stefani? I know that she was in that's the band that she was in. Wasn't it like a ska band though? It must be Gwen Stefani then, right? Wait, is there a ska? No, it's like it sounds like a band song, you know what I'm saying? Like a high school band would play. Like marching band, Ides of March, Rites of Spring, something like that. Chad, are we gonna do a Stravinsky stream? Is that what we're up to? Irene, we need to go on a makeup shop. Yes, yes. We'll do one big haul. That's a great idea. For now, all I've got is concealer on the throne. So if you want to help me conceal how tired I am, it's I think it's like $9 or something. There was Gwen Solo. Okay, so Anti-Corporatist has got our music knowledge for us. Thank you. They're suspected of being of extraterrestrial origin. You don't mean me, do you? You're not saying that about me. Jodrin, is Jodrin back? Did Jodrin make it? Yes, Jodrin's there. That's how you be professional. You misspelled Jordan Peterson's name like multiple times after having all the chances in the world to not do so. But yeah, we're going to be getting into the majority report clapping back. That is Emma Vigeland on point this time. They're talking a little bit about Sam, but Sam's not there that day because I think Sam covered a bunch for Emma, and then Emma covered a bunch for Sam. But yeah, it did come up again. The Ethan stuff did come up because they are under the targeting thing. What do you call it? The target when somebody puts a target on you? They're being targeted too. Putting your makeup on stream as content? I don't know. I just feel like I'd be embarrassed. Would that be embarrassing? Like, I mean, I don't really do a lot of makeup, honestly, Chad. I don't have concealer on. I don't, or I do have concealer on. What am I trying to say? I don't have foundation on. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I don't usually wear a foundation. And I don't usually need concealer. I don't know why I'm just so tired. I guess I've just been doing Hasanabi hours. We're doing Hasanabi content. Are we doing Hasanabi content? A little bit. We're doing Hasanabi hours, and we're talking about the majority report. Actually, Hasan has already covered this. That's how I found out about this. Like I said, most days I am in majority report chat, or at least watching a majority report. Sometimes I'm so tired that I put on majority report and then I go back to sleep and I have a weird nightmare. A weird fucking nightmare. And then I wake up and I go like, oh, cool. I'm not actually in the nightmare world. I'm in the good world. Right? And it gets me started. Don't worry, Irene, you're not an extraterrestrial. I'm not the only extraterrestrial. Okay, good. That's really good to know. It's a great album. Wait, which one? Marching bands make me think of Black Parade. Oh my god, chat. I should play that on stream sometime. That would be really fun. I actually learned that one. It's a banger. It's like the Stairway to Heaven of the 2010s. Wait, was it of the 2010s, chat? Is MCR, are they 2010s or are they 2000s? Can somebody help me out here? I don't know. Heard the Black Parade described as our generation's Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, that works too. It does have multiple modes, but so does Stairway to Heaven. But I have a hard time comparing anything to Freddie, although Gerard, yeah. Maybe someday, maybe you only know after like a certain period of time, right? Maybe it's like one of those things. It could be one of those things. It could easily be one of those things. It's 2000s? Really? I thought it was 2010s. Maybe I just wasn't cool enough soon enough. The song you were talking about was just her solo. Hollaback is her solo. I mean, she's relatable, right? No, the best way to be relatable is to be super conscious about whether you're relatable or not. You know what I'm saying, chat? Because that shit is relatable as fuck, isn't it? That question, asking yourself that question openly and audibly. Am I relatable? Am I happy? Am I being real? This is where wisdom comes from. Asking yourself those two questions. MCR started in the 2000s and they live on for, I mean, they pretty much do. They should what do you call it? They should tour in the 3000s. Like whenever it's like the year 3000 and they're really old, they're literally like looking like the Grateful Dead. And I don't mean the Grateful Dead, the actual members of the band. I mean the like iconography where they're all skeletons, right? That's the Grateful Dead that they will look like. They will all literally be skeletons, but they will all somehow be able to play music because those skeletons will be animated. Animated, animatronic skeletons. You don't get out of your contract that easy, huh? Just because you're dead, you think you get out of your contract? No, we're going to animate your skeleton. We're going to animatronicize your skeleton, and you will be up there singing Black Parade into the 3000s. Trust that, Gerard Way. Trust that. We have thumbs, therefore we're aliens. Well, I have a finger with a band-aid. And I should be more careful when I'm chopping ginger. I just went nuts. I was just choppity chop chop chop. Oh shit, that's my finger. Yeah, never do that, chat. Be really careful with a knife. Even if you are busy and you feel like you don't have time for anything, there's always time to not cut your finger off, right? You always have, no matter how much you think you don't have time to not cut your finger off, you actually don't have time to go to the hospital with a cut off finger. That's what you don't have time for. Dead Inside is always relatable. True, true. Gila was super relatable. Is super relatable? Was super relatable? I guess it doesn't have a verb on it, so it's just like the name and the adjective and the adverb. Is that what that is? Is that what super's doing there? Is being an adverb? Do you ever have those days where you just feel like being an adverb? Why are you chopping redheads? What? My fingers are redheads? I don't understand. My fingers are Red Dead Redemption? Um, we're all gonna die? No, I can't afford to. I literally can't afford to. Right? If they have to put my fucking consciousness in a cyber brain and body, I have got to keep working into the next millennium in order to make sure that I pay all my student loans and my debt to society. Because I owe society a lot. And that includes you. That's why I'm so giving in terms of content. I cut the very tip of my finger off once. Oh no, it grew back. Oh my god, that makes me feel so much better. It grows back. SM says I was born an adverb. Ginger, redheads, but like, what is the chopping gingers from? Oh, ginger, because I'm chopping ginger. I got it. Wow. Wow. See, that's obliviousness. Sometimes you get obliviousness. You feel like oblivious one day. DARPA announced they invented time travel. They can send and receive information to and from the future. It's good to know, critical thinker. Thank you. I was born an ethereal being. I mean, that's very. You're a transhumanist. Oh, you can dig it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it digs me more than the other way around. It's just like some personalities, they don't fade away. That's a Grateful Dead song, isn't it? That's a Grateful Dead song. I don't know enough about the Grateful Dead, chat. I need to learn. Why are they so grateful and why are they so dead? And why did they tour around the country for like 50 years or whatever? Like what's the deal with that shit? Like the Grateful Dead and Fish? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like the jam bands? They like started in the 60s and instead of like working on good albums, they just worked on like soloing really well so that people could follow them around the country with psychedelic substances in their quilted pouches sewn into their clothes even in the nether regions of their butt to get that into the concert venue. And yeah, what's up with Fish? Well, there's 56 viewers here, but it's the same 20 people talking. You're just curious what the other people have to say. Well, what the other people are most likely here for Sam and for well, one of them did talk. Somebody was like worried I was being too harsh on Ethan. Do I need to leave? Chad, do you think I need to leave Ethan alone? Do you think I'm bullying Ethan Klein? Maybe in Soviet Russia I bully Ethan Klein, but not here. I wouldn't have been born if it wasn't for the Grateful Dead. Whoa, that's kind of epic. It's not about the music, it's about the vibes, probably. Tucker is a sick puppy. Look, Bovine. We're gonna talk about Tucker today. Oh my god, I love chat talking to those in chat that aren't talking. Now, some of them have a valid excuse, right? Some of them are cleaning their house, some of them are driving, some of them are, there's a lot of things you can do where you can't exactly get to chat, but some of them might not realize this is not a YouTube video, right? Well, I mean, it is and it isn't. It's a YouTube live. This is happening right now. So as I'm talking, I'm standing here at my desk, right? There's no separation in time. It's not like something I recorded earlier and uploaded, and it's not like that, right? It's not something that's prepared. It's something that's off the cuff. We are doing this without a net. I am like a fucking trapeze artist, like swinging across, this wide open space, and there's nothing below me. If I fuck up, I fuck up, and it's going to sound like I fuck up, and you're going to realize that I fuck up. But apparently fucking up is relatable. So I think we're good. Imagine all the passive viewers we've met along the way. Lurkers deserve to lurk. Some people just want to watch the show and don't want to. Yeah, some people, I'm a podcast for them. Some people don't even look. I may be a podcast. I may be a ghost in a shell, or a half shell, or a turtle shell. Oh wait, that is the joke, isn't it? But the other thing, look, okay, here's my deal with the lurkers, with the people that aren't talking, okay? You do you. You don't have to talk in chat. You don't have to talk in chat. Chat's interested in you. Chat's curious about you. Chat would love to talk to you, but you're under no obligation, as am I. Not. As I am, as amn't I can't conjugate that, chat. But yeah, no, none of us are under any sort of obligation. Other than to maybe hit that like button. Like minor obligation, right? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I can't press like right now because of my injured finger. It was injured through inattentiveness. But you do not have that excuse unless you have a bandage on your finger, right? Hit that like button. And if you do, maybe use your thumb. I don't know. You could use different things. You could use your mouse. You could use a lot of different things. But yeah, we got to get into this today. Okay, so I got to make sure what we're doing. We're going to talk about Tucker. And we're going to talk about Daddy. We haven't done the Daddy discourse in so long. The Daddy discourse, right? I was once on a panel with a person, a very strange person named Critical Thinking Vet. This was a friend of Mr. Dylan Burns. And not just any kind of friend. This was a right-wing friend of Dylan Burns, right? And right-wingers ended up being really important, more important than the rest of us to Dylan, because he only had so many of them. He had like as many lefties as he wanted, because he was, arguably on the left, whatever that means. He's on to the left of Republicans, I guess, right? But yeah, he only had so many conservatives, so like he kind of valued and cherished and like protected people like Critically Thinking Veteran. And Critically Thinking Veteran made one mistake before going on the hippy dippy that day. You know what that was? He pissed me off. Right? He pissed me off. And I don't want to get into how he pissed me off, but and he also like exposed himself in a weird. Okay, I should now I'm digging. Now I gotta explain that, don't I? I don't mean he literally like exposed himself, right? He didn't flash me. It was nothing like that. But someone had been like harassing me, right? A chatter. Not Critically Thinking Vet, who was always in my chat, strangely, but somebody else. And I think that we mentioned something about it, either on stream or somehow it got mentioned. CTV saw this and was like, she's accusing me of harassment. Bro, I didn't say you. I don't know where that came from. I still don't know where that came from. He was mad or concerned or scared that I was going to say that he had like, harassed me, right? And it wasn't about him. I don't know anything about him other than he would be in my chat and comment on my looks from time to time and be pretty quiet. So, but I think that he had some kind of guilty conscience or something like that. But yeah, he makes this whole, thing about it, this whole stink about it before the debate itself. And so when I came on there, I just I gave him so much shit. And that's where the daddy discourse came from, right? Because he kept on ordering me around and I'd be like, is that right, daddy? And he just it knocked him off his, I don't know, I probably should, you should never do this. Don't follow my, example. Don't follow my, I'm not a good, role model. Okay. You shouldn't do this, right? You shouldn't call people daddy as a fucking debate tactic, but that's just where I was at. That's just where I was at. And it pissed Dylan off so much. He did not bring me back on the hippy dippy after that one. Anyway, chat. That's your old school NCC lesson for the day. There will be a test on this stuff at the end of the semester, as you may have already gathered. Wait, is chat dicking things down? Are we getting dicked down in chat? What is schlonged? The family, it didn't, yeah, Donald Trump said something about that. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, Ophelia. You're probably right about that. There's no industrial goth dance night without at least one Skinny Puppy song. You thought I was going to say critical drinker. No, this is a critical thinker. This was a man whose backstory was being a submarine pilot. I'm sorry, I don't know. Submarine rider? He was a dick rider, but the dick was a submarine. All right? No, he was somehow in a submarine. He was a veteran from a submarine. And he had these weird takes. Like he'd say that the Second Amendment allowed you to possess a nuclear device, a thermonuclear incendiary device, right? Every American, because of the Second Amendment, was actually entitled to have a nuke, right? Which I guess he did. This guy was in charge of nukes. How scary is that? And he thought that they should probably have a constitutional convention in order to, because he didn't think this was a good idea. He just thought that literally, legally, a strict reading of the Second Amendment said that you were entitled to nuclear arms. You got your side piece, you got your rifle, you got your shotgun, get your bazooka, get your tank, and you also got your ICBM, right? Just so nobody will mess with you, Like if only the good guys had ICBMs, then there would never be any violence, right? The whole problem is that we're in an ICBM-free zone and people think they can just talk all kinds of shit. But if everyone had an ICBM, they wouldn't talk shit like that. It would be a lot. It would be a lot more polite society. Thank you, CTV. No, this is the kind of shit. This is the kind of debate lord I used to face, right? This is why if anybody's asking why I don't do debates anymore, that's the reason why. That fucking culture is fucked. It's highly fucked. The fact that you need a sketchy veteran, now I'm not saying all veterans are sketchy, just so you got your ears on Twitch, right? But a particularly sketchy veteran, who thinks the Second Amendment applies to fucking nukes, right? You need a guy like that in order to make something like the hippy dippy run. And I can't get in the way of that by driving him crazy, by calling him daddy. Only Tucker Carlson can do that now, because that's who we're talking about. That's what I was talking about the whole time. Yeah, you thought I was talking about me? No, it's about Tucker Carlson. The daddy discourse is back, right? Daddy's home. Tucker Carlson is got daddy issues, and we're gonna get into those daddy issues today, right? We're gonna get into Tucker's daddy issues. We're gonna take a look at that, right? We're gonna do a little of this. What is this Tucker? It's related to Trump, right? He's talking about Trump. Trump is the daddy, in case you're wondering, right? Who is the daddy? What does daddy mean? Why are we saying daddy? It's about Trump. Trump is daddy. We are the bad kids. Some of us are 2-year-olds throwing our diapers against the wall, getting shit stains all over the place. Some of us are the 13-year-olds smoking a joint at the breakfast table. Some of us are the daughter that wears too much makeup and that flips daddy off and slams the door. And what has to happen apparently, according to Tucker, is daddy's got to get home and he's got to lay down the law and make us all behave. And Tucker desperately wants that vigorous spanking. I can't believe he said vigorous spanking. Like, what is his libido is just like out, right? You know, the way that your id is supposed to work is you're supposed to kind of keep that shit to yourself, right? But Tucker Carlson, don't tell that to Tucker. He's made a living off of expressing his id openly. And so now it just seems normal to him to be like, yeah, and you get that spanking, that vigorous spanking from your daddy, and that's how you know that he loves you. Oh my God, Tucker, what's wrong with you, dude? What is wrong with you? We're going to find out exactly what's wrong with him. We're going to find out exactly what's wrong with Ethan Klein, and we're going to find out what's wrong with DGG. And it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. But I'm going to be your psychic filter. I'm going to be your psychic Pokemon for this, so don't worry, right? It's like we're in Disney World or Disneyland, and the rides are scary, but I'm like the person taking you through the, I'm going to shoot the hippo when it pops up, right? We're going to stand on business, all right? That's what I'm saying. Just like Emma, just like MR, we're going to stand on business. I'm going to stand and do all kinds of things. What's up, Mexicatonic, with the 7-stream streak, just in time to stop me from canceling myself. That's quite the streak. That's quite the streak, right? And we got quite the setup for today. So I'm supposed to be getting all this stuff done in the background, aren't I? Yes, I am. I'm, due diligence, do better. What do we have today? What are people? Oh my God, chat's voting for Daddy's Home. Oh shit. Okay, well, I'm glad you're voting for that. That got my attention, right? I had planned to cover that stuff first. We're gonna maybe have to find some different Trump tint for today, because I put that on the... I didn't realize, chat, I put that in the bonus content. But yeah, chat's really interested in the Daddy's Home content, probably because I've been basically unknowingly advertising for it, right? We got that as an option for bonus content. Oh wait, I'm supposed to do this, aren't I? Yes. We got the Daddy's Home. Daddy's Home. What a horrible thing if Trump was your daddy. That's like worse than Satan. There's a guy named Jesse Lee Peterson who used to always tell people Satan is their daddy, right? Satan's your daddy. Well, Trump is pretty fucking close. Pretty fucking close. He's in one of those circles of hell. Maybe not the Satan one, but not far from it. So yeah, Tucker is winning at 42%, which is also the famous number from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Apparently the meaning of life is 42. What the fuck that means, you're gonna have to spend a few more thousand years computing that, but yeah, 42 is the meaning of life. We got Korean granddad rides a boar, literal like shit out of like Princess Mononoke, but it's real. This dude has got a pet boar. He lives with it and is friends with it, and he rides it. He rides it like a mount, like it's his mount. We've got Jodren Peterson, a fashion analysis, a video essay from CJ the X. We haven't watched a CJ the X video in I don't know how long. That is at 18%. That's in third place, and we've got the potential to do a little bit of gaming tonight, right? We got into Metaphor Refantasio, I believe, on Wednesday night. Yes. Was it Wednesday? No, it was like, maybe it was Tuesday. They're all blending together, chat. But we did do a little bit of Metaphor Refantasio. We did get that started, and we learned to fight. We learned to be a fighter. We learned to use the SMT magic to fight off enemies and to awaken our persona and all. It's not a persona, but there's something persona-like in the game. Anyway, chat, if you want to see me play more of that, that's there, as well as Fallout New Vegas. But yeah, Daddy is reigning supreme. Daddy's winning. Daddy is reigning supreme right now. And this is Okay, so this is also informed by your dodo. So when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and just like you can vote to affect the your vote will change it like 1% or less, right? So go ahead and vote if you haven't already. Vote for your favorite topic. Vote for the stuff that you want to see. Also, remember when you donate to let me know which of these topics you're voting for, which of these topics you like, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it maybe win, even if it's not winning according to the numbers. You can buff it out right here, and I'll just like add it. Right now all these things are at 0, as is the dono goal. If this 0 turns into 100 by the end of the night, if it gets to 100, which also happens when you donate, the dono goal percentage goes up, then we will do some extra content. Right now it looks like Tucker and Trump, Daddy's Home is what we're going to be covering. But that could change, and it's all dependent on you. You could use a beer. I could too. But all I've got here is a blinker. All right. And some pretty good tea. That'll have to suffice. That will have to suffice. And speaking of sufficing, I'm gonna have to do some sufficing. Okay, Tim Waltz kind of goes ham on Donald Trump. Oh my God, chat! Ryan Grimm debated Michael Knowles, and it didn't exactly go well. It wasn't the overwhelming success that the Ryan Grimm versus Destiny or Ryan Grimm versus Matt Walsh was. See, we've got the town hall. Trump's fascism talk. Ooh, the Washington Post dropping its Kamala Harris endorsement because they got the boss call from Bezos. And I guess I'm not allowed to say anything about it, right? Bezos is my boss. Satan is my daddy, too. Huh. Yeah, I guess we got Trump, dictator, Hitler, fascist talk. That's probably what we're going to be dealing with today. A little Trump tent, a little bit of Tim Waltz waltzing in there. He'll waltz right into your heart. And that's a good thing. Oh shit, wait, what? Let's grab that. We got polls. I told you we'd do polls today. And we shall indeed. We shall do polls. We shall look at the current state of the race today. And that's the content. All right, so how do I title this without getting YouTube mad at me? What's up, Donamono, big boy? How are you doing? Not everyone is a Nazi. No, just Trump. Just Donald Trump. That's a good clarification there. Not everyone is a Nazi. That's a good point. Thank goodness. Well, I mean, at least we do have an example of what fascism looks like in our time. And it's our big fry guy, Donald Trump. Do you know that he's building a religion? Trump denies being a... Okay, so we got to think of some way to write this. Buddy Warlock, thank you for the follow. I don't know what "GATUN" means. Wait, is that something? Oh my gosh, you're probably watching behind the stream. How does this happen on Twitch? How do people get off of the... How do they get on a delay? I feel like this happens a lot. Okay, I gotta find another uh character. Special character F. What do we got? We got a special F. Yeah, Trump is not just a fascist, he's a fancy fascist. I feel like this is some misbegotten Shel Silverstream. Shel Silverstream? Shel Silverstein. Wait, is this for real? Okay, we're gonna use French symbols here. Oh my god, no. Come on. Just need to copy it. Copy. Copy this. Sorry, chat, I'm trying to. No! Why is it so hard? Copy, 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 copy. Please let me copy you. Please let me copy your homework. There we go. There we go. We're gonna let it rip. We're gonna let it get it rip. Let it rip. We're gonna get started. I forgot to tell you, and I should have told you like 20 minutes ago that at the top of every hour, which is not even the top of the hour, it's like I don't know. It's like the first 15 minutes of the hour. There's an ad break on Twitch. It's 15 minutes. It sucks. You could. Did I just say it's 15 minutes? That would be someday, chat. Someday Twitch will enforce a 15-minute ad break on me. No, for now they're only enforcing a 3-minute ad break to get you out of the pre-roll ads. That is an ad break that is unskippable unless you are a crafty little weasel and you know how to get shit done, and you use a Prime. If you have Prime, you use a Prime sub to get out of it for free. You use $6 to get out of it for $6, or you possibly get gifted a sub, which is more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat, right? That's your best bet. Just be active in the chat, and maybe you too will get out of that top of the hour ad break. The stream yet? Yeah, we'll call it the stream. Yes. No. Add option. What is a strum? That. And then I gotta add the we're about to get going here, chat. We're gonna be talking about the Trump fascism discourse, right? This all came from one of Trump's generals, not just any general, his chief of staff, right? That's a big important person in a presidential administration, right? And somebody that worked with Trump a lot, and somebody that has revealed Trump as being an admirer, not just of a far right authoritarian politics, right? But of a certain mustachioed man from Germany, who you all might know from his appearance on Epic Rap Battles of History, right? Who is he facing? And I think he was facing Darth Vader. It was this guy versus Darth Vader, to see who was the best, who did fascism better. But anyway, yeah, Trump is like talk. There's a lot of talk about Hitler with Donald Trump, according to people in his fucking cabinet, right? And admiration and wishing, aspiration. You know, wishing he could be like him, wishing his generals were like Hitler's generals, which I don't know if he really knows about Hitler's generals, right? But there was a few of them that actually tried to do him in. So be careful what you wish, Donald Trump. You might just get it. Anyway, what are we doing here? We are trying to do open your heart, and then we're going to do surgery. We're going to replace it with some sort of a mechanical device, which will help you blow up on TikTok. Right? That's what we're doing. No, we're trying to Twitch. Okay. I'm trying to get feed my Twitch audience, although I feel like I shouldn't do this anymore. I'm trying to feed my Twitch audience by linking the, I can spell Twitch correctly, by linking my Twitch into YouTube Shorts, because I just feel like there's a lot of people that watch streams on Shorts, but they also watch streams on Twitch. But for that, I gotta feed it. Oh, wait, that's not right. Twitch.tv/nocommentchick CC. Full screen YouTube is this one right over here. And yeah, if you wonder, I am indeed vamping. I'm kind of waiting to see if we can get an example of you know, so I can show you how the dono goal actually works. Right? Because it's a little weird. It's a little like it's not super intuitive. There we go. Some of you know how this works, right? But until I explain it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's like, okay, there's a dono goal. It's at 0%. It's got to get to 100% for one of these bonus topics to get chosen. Otherwise, the stream's a lot shorter, and I go to bed earlier, which might be a good thing for me, but probably not a good thing, you know, on the audience side of things. And in general, as far as like the more content I cover, the more segments. Oh, that's the other thing, chat. That's the other thing that I haven't talked to you about. I've been getting so many requests, right? There are like 2 or 3 comments on my latest stream. These are people that they click on the thumbnail, they watch part of the stream, and then they say, do you have any shorter content? Do you have segments? You know how streamers sometimes do segments? Where are your segments? And all I have to point to them is the Donald Trump French fries thing, because that's like the only segment I've been able to get done in a really long time. And if you haven't seen it already, watch that, because it's a damn good video. Didn't he say he kept a copy of Mein Kampf with him for years ago? I mean, look, that's a story of, I believe, one of his wives said that? Somebody that he divorced? He is a fan, Double Dostoevsky. He is a fan, and we're going to get into that. We're also going to get into his clapback, right? You know, now that he's been revealed, now that he's been exposed by his own chief of staff as being a fan of fascism, he's got to give an explanation. He's got to say, you know, you can't do that without Trump getting triggered. You can't say anything. Oh, I should have used like French symbols. Maybe I should use the A. Special character A. Let's put an A in there while we're waiting to get going. And we will get going, chat, very shortly, I hope. Edit this. Add a special character. Boom. There we go. Yeah, Donald Trump's not just a fascist. He's a very fancy, phallus? Fascist? Alright, so yeah, we're about to get going here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. I'm your host, Irene Geller. We're about to get going here with the content you've all been waiting for. We're going to be talking about Majority Report standing on business, standing up to Ethan Klein and his cancellation campaign. Pretty hypocritical, disingenuous kind of thing for a bunch of free speech warriors like DGG to engage in. But that's what they're doing. They're trying to cause adpocalypse. They may have successfully caused adpocalypse.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Please tell me that isn't the October surprise the Dems were talking about that will just make his base like him better.
I mean, that's true. They do love them some fascism. The Democrats planning an October surprise is not something that I believe in. They can't get their shit together, right? They can't stay on message. What makes you think they're going to be able to plan an October surprise? I guess the fact that people, just really, really, really don't want Trump, and you'd think that if, oh my God, Shorts is still waiting to start. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. By the way, Davy, which of these topics are you, do you have your eye on? Here, let's switch back to this thing. Korean granddad who rides a boar? Gaming metaphor Refantasio or Fallout New Vegas? Jodron Peterson, a fashion analysis by CJ the X? Or Tucker and Trump, Daddy's Home? Which I did not intend to be bonus content. I really should have switched that out. We should be covering that right now. But yeah, we're about to get going on Shorts. So yeah, I can show you part of how this works right away. Right? So when you donate, the dono goal goes up. The other thing that possibly goes up is one of these topics. Dark Professor, hell yeah. Look at that. Okay, so what does that mean? That means Jodron Peterson. Jodron Peterson has got 10% now. And that's what happens when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you're getting a membership or gifting memberships, if you're donating to my throne, which is right over there, or you're signing up for Patreon, or you're on Twitch using a sub to get out of the ad break, or throwing bits to make the Wii sound happen. Any of that, anything that is a donation counts towards the dono goal and makes the dono goal up. It also gives you the ability to let me know in chat which of these topics appeal to you so that I can add them as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus putting your money where your mouth is and helping you, kind of skew the poll a little bit. You can also unskew the poll by scrolling right down here and seeing that there's Vox Populi, which is what you say if you really believe in the sanctity of the vote in chat and you're like, no, that's what should count, nothing else, right? You can say Vox Populi, then your donation counts against all the other donations. That's how it works. That's how we go. Now I gotta press my buttons. And let's get on with the show. By pressing this button, and this button. Oh my god. Trump denies the Atlantic report about Hitler. Vanessa Gillen? Wait, who's Vanessa Gillen? Oh wait, chat, can somebody help me out with this? Vanessa Gillen, or Guilan. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but is this somebody with accusations against Daddy Trump? I hate to call him Daddy Trump, but that's what Tucker's calling him, so I guess we're gonna call him that too. Still waiting for one more button to hit, but yeah, this is where Trump is about to appear. There he is. There he is. Donald Trump, what will you say about the we're gonna get Trump to do the, oh my god, chat, we're gonna get Trump to, like, let's see if I can make this happen. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, we're gonna make it happen, chat. We're gonna make it happen. Look, we're gonna get Trump to, he's gonna
talk about the allegations!
He's gonna talk about the motherfucking allegations. And he's gonna talk about, yeah, all of the allegations. Here we go, the button to go live. There we go. All right, chat, here we are again, once again. High risk, high reward. Covering Donald Trump so you don't have to. Absorbing the psychic damage for you so that you can rest your little head at night and sleep easy while I deal with the existential threats to humanity from the likes of Donald Trump. This time he's going to be talking about the allegations. Let me maybe hit that once again because it feels so good to do.
Talk about the allegations!
He's going to talk about the allegations. There's been several allegations against Donald Trump in the Atlantic magazine. This, the main one from his chief of staff, right? The military chief of staff for Donald Trump, who said that Donald Trump has got fascism on the brain. He's a fan. He's a fan. He's a fan of Der Fuhrer, right? He's a real fan about a lot of things about the mustachioed one, the man whose name I don't even know if I can say on YouTube or Twitch, lest I come into conflict with their new anti-controversial content policies. But yeah, we're going to talk about the allegations today. He's going to talk about the allegations. We're going to see what we think about Trump's response to being dubbed Orange Mussolini. Wait, what do they call him? Something Mussolini? Spray tan Mussolini? And then the orange is the guy whose name I can't really say, or I shouldn't say. It's not smart to say either way, especially at the beginning of the stream. Either way, we are at the beginning of the short stream. Know that if you're joining us on Shorts, we are simulcasting in a variety of different formats. I've got the links pinned to both my Twitch stream and to my YouTube full screen stream. So if either of those two options appeal to you more than Shorts, feel free to click on those and watch in that format instead, right? We aim to please. That's why I don't just double stream, I triple stream, chat. And coming soon, TikTok. That's right, we'll be on TikTok as well, because Twitch is getting scary. Anyway, you don't have to worry your little heads about that right now. I will take care of it. Like I said, I'll tank the psychic damage for you. Let's put Trump on here. Let's take our music off. Boom. And let's see what the Trumpster has to say. What's the story, Trumpster?
Look at the numbers, 21
The border crisis there.
during this 3.5-year period. And many of them, as you know, are murderers, drug dealers, people
And Hannibal Lecter.
from jails. They're letting their people out of jails and
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
what Kamala Harris has done on our border is cruel, it's vile, and it's absolutely heartless. Her policy of importing migrants
She doesn't care about saving the pets the way that Trump
is
does.
actually a crime against humanity and
Oh, you would know about that, Mr. Fascist.
should disqualify her for even running. I mean, I don't know.
Disqualify her, yeah.
President of the United States and allow people to pour into our country. And we're talking about seriously criminal people, many of these people, and they come from
Please say Hannibal Lecter. Please say Hannibal Lecter. Please.
Africa, they're coming in from the Middle East.
Can we get some Hannibal Lecter?
That's a hot place right now. A lot
It's a hot place.
from prisons in the Congo. They're coming into.
They're coming in from asylums.
It's not even believable.
It's a hot place.
You know, you're standing up here.
It's not believable because you're fucking lying. You're a liar, sir.
You're saying this, and you say to yourself, you know, is it even believable? It's sort of like,
Will they fucking believe my bullshit yet again? I've told so many lies. Will my lies ever catch up with me?
but you know, 10 years ago, you would never say that, and then you have the transgender operations.
The transgender did you say transagenda?
You have parental guidance, and we want our child to be parentally guided.
What is he talking about?
Apologies for the fact that they're not, but they're going.
Is this the thing where he says that the teachers are giving people, you know, gender change surgery?
15 years ago, if you ever made a speech like that, they'd say, this guy's crazy.
You are. You're very crazy.
Those things would never happen, and they didn't happen until
I made him up.
go with the radical left. No person who is responsible for so much bloodshed on our own soil can ever be allowed to become president of the United States. And I think she's coming here today. She doesn't.
This is coming from the guy that wants to shoot protesters in the legs. Yeah, we want to talk about blood soil on the on America. You want to talk about the extrajudicial killings that this guy did in Washington State?
She picked the wrong place. What do I know about politics? I haven't done it that long, actually. But today, Kamala is here in Texas to rub shoulders with woke celebrities. Isn't that exciting?
Rub those shoulders, Beyonce.
Not going to meet with any of the victims of migrant crime while she's here. We have many of them right here, the families. We have many of them. And they're incredible people, what they've gone through, the hell that they've gone through. And we'll continue.
How useful they are for me on in my run for president.
To the grieving mothers from whom she has stolen the brightest light in their lives.
We're going to exploit the fuck out of your dead kids. That's what we're going to do here on the Trump campaign. That's what we do every day.
Almost 4 years ago, but now she doesn't like it. But you don't need that term. She was in charge of the border. She never came here, and she never made one call to these people behind me or anybody in the group. Not one call. She's in charge. She deals with Border Patrol. She hasn't made, Paul, not even.
She didn't do any photo ops. She didn't do any photo ops. She didn't do any virtue signals. Not like this guy, who that's his whole campaign.
Alexis Nungary from Houston, a great woman. This past June. Thank you. Great one. Where is Alexis?
So now I'm curious if he brings this up himself.
Where is she? Come up here, Alexis. Come up here. So
Okay, this is gross.
Day, Aragua, and they're all over the place now. They're all over our country. They were in Aurora, but Aurora's now the least of it. They've taken over buildings in Aurora. The government, the radical left.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. What about the geese? They're eating the geese
He's
too.
got a big mouth when he talks about other things, but he has no idea what to do. And they have weapons of military grade. You say, how did they get those weapons? These monsters were in Border Patrol custody, but under a program Kamala Harris created to abolish detention for fighting-aged men, whatever that means, and give them free and automatic entry into the United States. The killers were released into our country, and Alexis, we cannot begin to imagine your pain. And if you'd like to say a few words, would you like to? Would you?
All right, enough of the exploitation of grieving family members.
They weren't called. They weren't treated properly. They were treated very badly, actually.
We're here to see this guy, and no, I'm told by the literal title of this video that he's going to deny reports about his fascination with the mustachioed man from 1930s Germany that his chief of staff, his military chief of staff, reported him as having. And maybe even another one of the allegations. Let's talk about the allegation. Trump's going to talk about the allegations today.
And many others.
And I'm so here for it. So if I have to skip ahead, understand that's why. We want to hear his explanation for the allegations.
Including some of the people in this room, nobody calls. I don't know, just from a human standpoint, I call. It's like, you can't do much because it's done. We could have done much if we were running things, Ted. We would have had strong borders. We would have had all the things. At least they would have had a real good chance of not having been caught up in this crime wave that's happening. It's a crime wave.
Again, undocumented people commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens, right? So he's full of shit. He's full when he says that immigrants, when he says that undocumented people are committing crimes,
Super chatted
he's full of shit.
83 cents. Stay away from that man, Alexis.
Yeah, really, really,
The
Thomas.
frying pan into the fire.
Literally. Thank you for the super chat, and yeah, stay away from that. Like I hate people being exploited like this.
2 weeks ago, Tom Homan told me it was 181 countries were represented and people pouring in. So it's no longer just a small group of people from the 3 or 4 countries that we're accustomed to talking.
They're emptying the asylums, they're emptying the jails, they're emptying the prisons, they're emptying, like, you know, Hannibal Lecter's coming over, and he'd like to have you for dinner.
Took Jocelyn's.
Can we please get some more Hannibal Lecter?
Refused to take any responsibility whatsoever. She refused to own up to the fact
This man is melting in front of our eyes, right? Like, I'm literally look at his orange makeup. Look at how it's melting off of his face, right? Now he is degenerating. He is turning into an octogenarian blob of jelly, and he, just like Joe Biden, is not competent enough, is not qualified to lead the nation for 4 years. But, you know, along the way down, I would appreciate if he revisit some of his greatest hits, right? Because when he's irrelevant, who's gonna tell us about Hannibal Lecter? Who's gonna tell us about all this shit?
But now they're a freaking communist in.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna miss that. Who's gonna dance to YMCA? It's just.
Cooper gets so angry.
I don't know what we'll do without this guy. I don't know what I'll do for content without this guy.
But think of it. Never an apology, never a phone call to anybody. So thank you very much, Alexis.
Okay.
We're gonna get this thing straightened out.
We're gonna get this thing straightened out. We're gonna get to the bottom of things here.
Gotta get it straightened out.
We gotta talk about the allegations, though, Trump.
Standpoint of a heart. No calls, no nothing. Worst of all, Kamala refuses to stop importing these killers into our country every day. She brings in more.
Look, if his logic was right, and you should do mass deportations of groups of people according to their crime statistics, chat, we'd be deporting ourselves. Assuming you're a U.S. citizen, which some of you are. If you're a U.S. citizen, you'd be deporting yourself. U.S. citizens have a higher crime rate than immigrants, and it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense if you think about it for more than like 2 seconds, right? That, like, you know, somebody's in the United States, they've left their home because of, you know, whatever's going on in their home country is too fucked up. Maybe they've got to send money back to their home country. They are doing, you know, the worst jobs that you know, U.S. citizens do not take: agricultural jobs, slaughterhouse jobs, important jobs, so jobs that feed Americans, but at the same time, jobs that you know, they're taken advantage of and exploited. And so, does it make sense for somebody like that with so much to lose to be doing crimes? Not really. And yeah, you know, if you use your brain, if you use your logic, you can figure out, you know, when Trump is lying, which is basically when he's moving his lips, when his mouth is moving, when he is talking, most of the time he is lying. His entire life, not just his presidency, is based on a lie. This guy was never a businessman, was never about making deals, was never about really making money. He was about losing money. He's about losing his dad's money because he was born a millionaire, given an absurd amount of money to start up various businesses, all of which he tanked. The only business he ever did well at is the business of being a reality star, which in my book is a lolcow. So, you know, you are from the internet, you know lolcows, you understand what this term means, I trust. This is, they used to call this person a reality star back in the day. They would have reality shows. There was this little box called TV that you would watch, and the reality shows would come up on your TV, and you would watch them, and there'd be like guys like this being like, you know, you're fired, right? That was a thing. And it was a lot less scary when the reality was like, you know, when reality was code for unreality, right? When reality shows were the most unreal things you could possibly see. But now this is a reality show that got extended, that got picked up again, that got continued. And it's been continued for, I don't know, what is it now, chat? We're talking about 15 years. And some Americans fucking tired of this shit. Fucking tired of this shit. Other people, I guess they can't imagine life without it. But there's going to be a big choice that's made in less than 2 weeks about whether to give this a reality show another extension or whether to pull the plug and say, Donald Trump, you're fired. Get the fuck out of here. And he can melt away. He can melt down the drain. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let's see what he's saying.
Do you know what they say from that?
Oh God, we missed this. We missed this.
The can from Jer. If that were a Republican instead, we'll do everything we can when we come back. I don't know. It's very far down the line. We're going to do everything we can to get him. But think of what that number represents, Dan. 325,000, and the fake news media doesn't even talk about it. If that were a Republican instead, it would be the biggest scandal in history. It would be the equivalent of nothing else. And they don't even talk about it. They cannot talk about 325,000 for you people are missing. Think of that, are missing.
I don't know if he knows what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying.
But we're going to do the best we can. It's a tough assignment. But most of them, they're probably dead. Under Baltazar Harris, there are...
He's alleging 300-some thousand people dead that we don't know about. I don't know if they were, eaten by immigrants or what the fuck he's talking about. Which conspiracy theory are we on now? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is the good part.
Of murder, probably dead. Under Baltazar Harris, there are 13,099 illegal aliens convicted of murder that were released from jails and prisons and penitentiaries, and they were set loose into the United States of America. We're like a garbage can. We're like a garbage can. First time I said it was last night. Did
it feel good?
In Las Vegas, 29,000 people.
Okay, so we're not getting the first garbage can. We're getting the second garbage can. How does that feel, chat? We're getting the second this isn't the first garbage can. The first time he referred to the United States of America as a garbage can.
To dump the people on the record, but it was an amazing crowd. The first time I ever said it, I don't know, it just came out, garbage can. We're like a garbage
You're
can.
calling the country a garbage can. I'm sure this will do well for him.
Do you know what they say from that? Their mental institution.
You know what's really funny about that is that according to that logic, the United States is not a newly minted garbage can, but the United States, if we receives a boatload or boatloads, literal boatloads of immigrants, right? If we use that as defining what a country that is a garbage can is, then the United States has actually been a garbage can for a very long time. In fact, it started being a garbage can. The garbage can started to dump onto the United States when the Pilgrims showed up. When the first Americans, when the British colonies and the French, that's the, if that's your standard for what's a garbage can, when has the United States of America not been a garbage can? And if that's like what a garbage can is, I mean, then he's not just calling current modern day immigrants garbage people, right? The people that feed you, remember, right? If you've eaten a vegetable today, if you've eaten some meat, that food was made possible for you by somebody who is likely undocumented, because that's how the jobs that nobody else wants to fill in the United States of America are filled, with people that have no choice, right? That's who's doing them. So if you've eaten some food today, but anyway, he's not just calling those people garbage people. He's not just calling the United States of 2024 a garbage can. He is calling the entire nation of immigrants a garbage can, because that's what, unless you're in a First Nation, right? Your people immigrated at some point. Your people came over. Your people got garbage dumped into this great big garbage can. And I'm using his words, not what I actually feel. But I mean, this is what the guy's saying. And like the thing is, if you're a Trump person, it's fucking garbage in, garbage out, right? You're used to getting garbage poured through your head, and you're like, yup, garbage, it's a big garbage dump. That's right. You never fucking think about it. You never think that what he's claiming that is wrong about the United States right now applies to your status, possibly in the United States as an American citizen, right? You were dumped. You are garbage, right? This guy's calling you garbage, and according to rich fuckers like this, that's pretty much how they think of the working class. That's pretty much how they treat the working class. He was at McDonald's, and he was asked whether a $15 minimum wage or some kind of higher minimum wage. The minimum wage hasn't been raised in years and years and years. He's at McDonald's claiming some kind of stolen valor from the working class by working the fries. And he won't even answer the question of like, what are you going to do about the minimum wage, Donald? This McDonald's right here has had protests because the owner is paying less than $15 for what is actually some very hard work, and not work like he claimed, which is just, a great place to get started. But for the people that he talked to two people that had worked at McDonald's for 8 and 10 years respectively. Garbage people, I guess. I guess we're all garbage people, except for fucking spray tan Mussolini here. But we'll get to that Mussolini part in just a second. While I'm at it, I should mention to you, if you're watching me on Shorts, please hit that like. It helps me out greatly. If you want to, I've got these links pinned for you. If you want to watch me on Twitch or you want to watch me on YouTube, in the full screen, right? You can click on those because I got those links for you. So feel free to click on this. If you want to stay in the short stream, that's fine too. You do you. You do you. But we're gonna get back into this, and what we're looking for here is we're looking for Trump's response to his own chief of staff saying that he's a fan of Der Fuhrer. He's a fan of fascism. It's not just this abstract thing of he's kind of got like a fascist mentality. He's kind of just like attracted to the idea of fascism. He's attracted to the historical phenomenon of 1930s German fascism. So that's what his chief of staff said.
Super chatted $5. Trump McDonald's stunt was all staged.
Oh yeah.
The McDonald's was closed and those were fake orders.
So good point, Izzy. I went over all that in my latest video. If you want to check that out, that is on my channel. And I do try to put up segments. I've had some questions about this recently that they're like, I like your live streams, but where can I find just a bite-sized version of it?
So peaceful up here, but now there are
Believe me, I'm getting them out. I'm getting them out as quickly as I can, but I stream so much. I do Hasan hours, and so it's sometimes pretty hard.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Thomas Jerome Newton says we'd even be deporting Trump with all of his charges. Yeah, we would. He'd be kicked right out of the country. He'd be kicked right out of the country. Right back to Germany. Oh, that's right. That's where his family came from. Germany, huh? Interesting.
Killers and everybody's being taken off the streets. And Venezuelan mental institute just came out, garbage can. We're like a garbage can for the rest of the world.
Yeah, it just came out. It just came out. He wasn't even thinking. It just came out. Fascism is not... Look, some people have to study fascism. Some people have to learn fascism. Some people are like way too interested in fascism. And I'm talking about his fans, right? But for Donald Trump, it just comes naturally. It just came out. Garbage can. Refer to the country as a garbage can. Talk about the poisoning of the blood of the country, right? It's natural. It's natural. This guy's a natural at fascism. Damn, chat. Damn. This stream is growing. Every time you hear that noise, that's because the channel is growing. So thank you for growing my channel. Look, I used to say like 2 for Tuesday, 1 for Wednesday, 3 for Thursday. Right now it's did we just get 15 for Friday? That was a lot of signups. Welcome to the stream.
Dump the people that they don't want. Do you know what they save on that? Their mental institutions are being emptied out. Their jails and prisons are being emptied out. And their gangs and their drug dealers and everybody's being taken off the streets. And Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Can you believe it? Well, that's because they don't, the criminal.
I'm sorry, he's full of shit. He's full of shit. He's never had to like cite his sources on any of this shit. He is lying to you. He's expecting you to be like, oh, that's a lot of, oh, the crime is down at 72%. Well, it must be because all the criminals are coming up here and our crime must be way up. Except when you actually check the crime statistics, what are they at? They're at historic lows. And whose crime is especially low? The crime of undocumented immigrants, right? Commit less crime than your average American citizen. So who should be deported? Who should we be doing those mass deportations on?
If we don't win this election, we're going to go to Venezuela next year, Ted, and we're going to celebrate there because it's going to be much safer there.
I'm sorry, Donald Trump, if you go to Venezuela, and this is not me wishing harm on the former president, I hope he doesn't. This would be a bad move for him. They would give you the Muammar Gaddafi treatment. And if you want to know what that is, look it up, okay? It's not nice. Venezuela, this guy has eviscerated the country of Venezuela. The reason that there were so many immigrants from Venezuela is because of this asshole's sanctions. This guy fucking ruined Venezuela. And then when immigrants come over, he blames the immigrants for something that he did. People don't just leave their country for no reason. People don't just like, haha, I'm an immigrant, I'm going to go into the United States, right? I'm Hannibal Lecter, right? That's not how it fucking works. That's not how anything works, right? They leave their country because their country is fucked up. And there's a reason that it's fucked up. In this case, when we're talking about Venezuela, it's because of U.S. foreign policy under Donald Trump. This guy literally fucked up Venezuela, caused a wave of immigration, and now stands to benefit from that wave of immigration. Oh, you gotta elect Trump because he's the only one that's tough on the immigrants. The immigrants are ruining our country. They're eating the cats and dogs. They're raising our crime rates, even though literally immigration is lowering our crime rate, not raising it, because people that are undocumented immigrants have have a lower crime rate than the rest of the country. He is so full of shit. He could not be. If he was any more full of shit, you would see like brown shit oozing out of every pore in this man's body, out of every orifice. Like he would just be a giant fountain of poop if he was full of any more shit. Anyway, back to the Trump.
Okay.
Back to the Trump tent.
Is that a deal? We'll all go together. No, it's just so bad. Well, I have to tell you, I'm not supposed to say it, but we are winning by a lot, actually.
Fact check. The polls are pretty close to tied. Most of them have Kamala with a slight lead. As we know, a Democrat having a slight lead in the polls does not guarantee a Democrat winning. So it could go either way. It's 50-50. Most responsible outlets that are predicting, the outcome of the election, they're saying flip a fucking coin.
To keep voting, because we have to go, these used to take one day. Now they go on forever. And bad things happen. Lots of bad things happen. Where are those votes that I saw 2 days ago? Well, we're painting that section, and we decided to move them, sir. Oh, you can't believe it. So they said, don't say it. So I didn't say it. Don't tell anyone I said that. But
yeah, don't tell anyone, but I'm setting up to dispute the results of the election when I very likely lose.
Well, and we're doing really well here, but we expect that. But in another atrocity, Kamala released and unvetted MS-13 gang members from El Salvador into the United States. He's a real beauty. He's MS-13. That's another gang.
Kamala got them out of prison. What does he mean by release them?
Young students walking to school, two beautiful young women, young girls. And they were walking to school, and they got them walking to school, and they beefed them up and cut them up. Didn't want to use guns because that's not painful. And you know who got rid of them? ICE. They're friends from ICE. They work so well together. And
yeah, because it's not like violating the law against murder would get you arrested in and of itself. It's got to be ICE. It's got to be ICE. What a sick fuck. What an absolute sick fuck. He is literally like.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He is literally exploiting the dead at this point. He's literally trying to ride their corpses across the finish line. What a gross, sick fuck. Like, okay, yeah, well, you know what? Donald, if I keep on listening to what you're saying now, I am going to get demonetized. We're here mainly to see you. I don't know if he takes questions at some point. But, so, yeah, he's supposed to talk about the allegations. That's what we're here for. We're here for Donald Trump talking about the allegations. What allegations? The allegations that he's a fan of the mustachioed dictator from 1930s, right? That's the allegations, and who are the allegations from? Well, none other than his military chief of staff. A general working for him as chief of staff overheard him saying, why can't my generals be more like Hitler's generals? Why can't I, like, just lusting after, for whatever reason, after Hitler. Let's see what we got here. We're waiting for the...
He's a disaster. But Kamala approached two 13-year-old children with, think of this, these people that she let in with machetes, knives, guns, in broad daylight, forced them into the woods, tied them up together.
Okay, does it not sound to you like he's saying Kamala did this?
Filmed the entire thing, put it on camera.
I am sure that he's talking about it like a gruesome crime and trying to, like, what they do is they just find the most gruesome crimes that involve immigrants. They read them in like bloody detail, and they give you the impression that, like, this is just like happening all over the place. It's out of control. Our crime statistics are going up, when in actuality crime statistics are at a historic low right now, right? If you want to see some crime statistics, look at the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. Crime was way higher then. It's been on a downward, trajectory ever since then. You did have one little bump after the lockdown, right? When the lockdown ended, crime went up temporarily, and then it came back down. So everything that he's trying to sell you is a load of shit.
There's nothing you could say, really. A lot of times they say, like to Alexis, what can I say? The only thing we can do is do something about it so it doesn't happen again, and that's all we can do. But
it's a good thing that America's not full of school shooters and other kinds of murderers and shit like that. It's a good thing that all that stuff only comes from the outside. None of it's on the inside. Oh, wait, except it's not. Oh, wait, except that's completely wrong.
Left idiots. Under the Trump administration, we will end this migrant invasion, and we will deport every last criminal alien targeting our daughters and our children, our families, other people's families. They're going to be gone. They're going to be gone fast. Some...
All right, look, I'm going to find...
Some are so violent, we can't let them go. We can't send them in because they'll come back. But we have some pretty strong policies that we're putting into place immediately on January 20th. We're honored to be joined by many of the incredible Border Patrol agents and law enforcement heroes who will help us restore safety to America. And I'd like to invite a very special person.
Is it Hannibal Lecter?
He made such a good speech last night. They endorsed me. And this gentleman made a very good speech. I said, I'm going to have to go back and start practicing. Ted, you and I are going to have to...
Oh, it's the cop who looks like a Proud Boy.
Practice a little bit.
That's who he's got. All right. So in a few years, if this guy gets reelected, you won't be able to tell the difference. Proud Boys will be the cops. If you want that kind of brown shirt thug in the street, this is the guy that you vote for. If not, maybe you should do anything you can to make sure that he doesn't return to the White House by weaponizing your vote. And if you live in a swing state especially, voting Kamala.
And their job's a lot easier just to let everybody pour through. It's a tough job when you do it right, but that's what they want. They love the country. This is just a great group. I've gotten to know them so well over the years. I did call them a lot, and we had the safest border. We put down my all-time favorite chart. Without that chart, I wouldn't be standing here, Dan. But that chart basically showed we had the lowest, and it was done by Border Patrol. We had the lowest number of illegal migrants. We had the lowest number of drugs in many years, and all of the different categories were number one. The day I left, and I said, we're going to have to come back. We're going to have to do it, and we'll do it even better because we really have experience now that we didn't have then. I want to thank...
So yeah, chat, I'm getting to... Okay, here we go.
They are incredible, brave, and beautiful family. They lost their daughter and sister And she's up in heaven looking down, very proud of you and very proud of the stance that you took. A very vicious group of people, just liars, you know, and a magazine that's a failing magazine run by a guy named Goldberg.
Here we go.
Is that Trump took the opportunity, took some time commenting on this piece that appeared earlier this week in the Atlantic magazine, this piece by its editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, that described...
Oh, shit. We were right there. We were right there. We were right in this... 26 minutes or something like that. Here, let's look up Goldberg again. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to zero in on the exact...
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Here we go. 26 minutes. We got Goldberg. All right.
Run by a guy named Goldberg. Came out with a story.
I literally started like clicking around right when we got to the part that he... So what we're interested in here is his response to the story in the Atlantic, right? The Atlantic is a magazine. They've interviewed, I believe even like did like a audio interview of one of his chiefs of staff. And this guy has talked about how Donald Trump is an admirer of Adolf. Yes, that Adolf.
Bad story about me that I had told them I was going to do something.
Or talk about the allegations.
They were so incensed that they said, we can't let them say that about what took place with the daughter. I was going to help them. If they didn't get the military funding, I was going to fund it myself. I told them that, but they were able to get the funding.
Okay, so now he's talking about a person who, you know, a person of like this is the... God, I'm going to have to read the Atlantic article just to give you that proper context. Here, let me
And I guess they
grab
came
it.
out with a story that, what's it called? The Atlantic magazine. Atlantic. This is a really bad... They were the ones that...
He doesn't read, so he doesn't know.
Story about me saying bad things about this, about the soldiers. The beautiful thing is that these people were willing to come out and say it didn't happen that way. This man was... I had them into the White House, and they were all... They didn't have to do this. They could have sat back and... Your daughter is so proud of you. I'm telling you, they didn't have to do that. I didn't, you know, I have these people saying all this bad stuff. Then all of a sudden, the family that they're talking about comes out of nowhere and says, President Trump was perfect. What he did was so great. He got us the money. And I did say, if we couldn't get you the money for the funeral, I was going to pay it. But he got us the money, and it happened so quickly and nice. And they came out and they...
Okay, so this is wild because, you know, he's redressing... one of the allegations in the Atlantic. Let's see. How much should I read you of this? It's fairly long. Here, I'll go ahead and read it. In April 2020, Vanessa Guillen, a 20-year-old Army private, was bludgeoned to death by a fellow soldier in Fort Hood, Texas. The killer, aided by his girlfriend, burned Guillen's... Okay, this is pretty... I'm not going to read you all the gory details, right? Because we don't want to get demonetized. Guillen, daughter of Mexican immigrants, grew up in Houston, and her murder sparked outrage across Texas and beyond. Fort Hood has become known for particularly perilous assignments for female soldiers, and members of Congress took up the cause of reform. Shortly after her remains were discovered, President Donald Trump himself invited the Guillen family to the White House. With Guillen's mother seated beside him, Trump spent 25 minutes with the family as television cameras recorded the scene. In the meeting, Trump maintained the dignified posture and expressed sympathy towards Guillen's mother. I saw what happened to your daughter, Vanessa, who was a spectacular person and respected and loved by everyone, including the military. In the military, Trump said. Later in the conversation, he made the promise, if I can help you out with the funeral, I'll help. I'll help you out with that. He said, I'll help you out. Financially, I'll help you. All right? So got that? He's going to help with the funeral. Natalie Kawam, the family's attorney, responded, I think the military will be taking care of it. Trump replied, good. They'll do a military, I guess, funeral is what he means. That's good. If you need help, I'll help you out. Later, a reporter covering the meeting asked Trump, have you offered to do that for other families before? Trump responded, I have, personally. I have to do it personally. I can't do it through the government. The reporter asked, so you've written checks to help out other families? Trump turned to the family, still present, and said, I have, because some families need help. Maybe you don't need help from a financial standpoint. I have no idea what. I just think it's a horrific thing that happened. And if you did need help, I'll be there to help you. A public memorial was held in Houston 2 weeks after the White House meeting. It was followed by a private funeral and burial in a local cemetery, attended by, among others, the mayor of Houston and the city's chief of police. Highways were shut down, mourners lined the streets. 5 months later, the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, announced the results of an investigation. McCarthy cited numerous leadership failures at Fort Hood and relieved or suspended several officers, including the base's commanding general. In a press conference, McCarthy said that the murder shocked our conscience and forced us to take a critical look at our systems, our policies, and ourselves. According to a person close to Trump at the time, the president was agitated by McCarthy's comments and raised questions about the severity of the punishment dispensed to senior officers and non-commissioned officers. In the Oval Office meeting at December 4th, 2020, officials gathered to discuss a separate national security issue. Towards the end of the discussion, Trump asked for an update on the McCarthy investigation. Christopher Miller, the acting Secretary of Defense, Trump had fired his predecessor, Mark Esper. He fires a lot of people. Essentially, if somebody recognizes how fucked up his running of his operation is, he fires them to discredit them, so that he can say, "Oh no, they're just mad because they got fired," instead of they know stuff, right? Which they invariably come out with books to expose him. But there's so many bad stories about Trump, it's hard for anything to catch a lot of reach, given that just every fucked up story about Trump sounds like every other fucked up story. Mark Esper has been terminated. Writing a tweet. Mark Esper has been terminated while in attendance, along with Miller's chief of staff, Kash Patel. At a certain point, according to two people present at the meeting, Trump asked, "Did they bill us for the funeral? What did it cost?" According to attendees, all right, so these are multiple people reporting this, and to contemporaneous notes about the meeting taken by a participant, the aide answered, "Yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Now listen to his response. Trump became angry. "It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a effing Mexican." I'm quoting Donald Trump here, right? And this is according to multiple people in attendance. Now, what I don't read here is any reference to the family being in attendance. The family has come out to vouch for Trump. However, if you weren't at the meeting, what does that mean? Oh no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. You weren't there. Sorry. You weren't there. Right? Trump became angry. "It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican," is Trump's quote right there. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued an order. "Don't pay it." Later that day, he was still agitated. "Can you believe it?" He said, according to a witness, "Effing people trying to rip me off." Kawam, the family attorney, told me she sent the bills to the White House, but no money was ever received by the family from Trump. So this is what he's mad about. I'm reading you the actual article in The Atlantic, sourced by witnesses, right? That's where they got this from. They didn't just fucking make this up. Despite what you might, need to think to, do the mental gymnastics to think that Trump is a good guy after all this, right? This is sourced from people that were eyewitnesses to this happening. Some of the costs, Kawam said, were covered by the Army, which offered, she said, to allow Vigeland to be buried in Arlington National Cemetery. Some were covered by donations. Ultimately, Vigeland was buried in Houston. Shortly after I emailed a series of questions to a Trump spokesperson, Alex Pfeiffer, I received an email from Kawam, who asked me to publish the statement from Myra Vigeland, Vanessa's sister. Pfeiffer then emailed me the same statement. "I am beyond grateful for all the support President Donald Trump showed to our family during a trying time." The statement reads, "I witnessed firsthand how President Trump honors our nation's heroes' service. We are grateful for everything. They don't want to believe it, but their daughter was referred to as an effing Mexican, and he did not want to he did not want to pay. Grateful for everything he has done and continues to support our troops." Pfeiffer told me he did not write that statement. The email and emailed me a series of denials. Sorry, Pfeiffer is the Trump spokesperson. So this is Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer told me he did not write that statement and emailed me a series of denials. So the statement that they're talking about is the Myra Vigeland statement, right? Regarding Trump's effing Mexicans comments, Pfeiffer wrote, President Trump never said that. This is an outrageous lie that the Atlantic, from the Atlantic 2 weeks before the election. He provided statements from Patel and a spokesman for Meadows who denied having heard. So they denied having heard, right? Despite the fact that we got multiple sources affirmed having heard. Do you know what that means, right? Denied having heard means I'm saying I didn't hear that. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. And if other people said that it did happen and multiple other people said that it did happen, then you got two options, right? Either all these people were lying. They all got their story straight. They all made up a lie and they're all in collusion, right? Or, you know, the statements were made. I mean, you make up your own mind. Via Pfeiffer, Meadows' spokesman also denied that Trump had ordered Meadows not to pay for the funeral. The statement from Patel and that Pfeiffer sent me said, as someone who was present in the room with President Trump, he strongly urged that Vanessa Guillen's grieving family should not have to bear any of the costs from the funeral arrangements, even offering to personally pay himself in order to honor her life and her sacrifice. In addition, President Trump was able to have the Department of Defense designate her death as occurring in the line of duty, which gave her full military honors and provided her family access to benefits, services, and complete financial assistance. The personal qualities displayed by Trump in this reaction to the cost of Guillen's funeral, contempt, rage, parsimony, that's a, look up that word, right? Parsimony.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
And of course, racism hardly surprised his inner circle. Trump had frequently voiced his disdain for those who serve in the military and for their devotion to duty, honor, and sacrifice. Former generals who have worked for Trump say that the sole military virtue he prized is obedience. As his presidency drew to a close, and in the years since, he has become more and more interested in the advantages of dictatorship. We're going to get into that. That's the next question, right? The absolute control over the military that he believes it would deliver. I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, Trump said in a private conversation in the White House, according to two people who heard him say this, right? So on one side, we got multiple witnesses saying, I heard him say this shit, right? Including the you know, referring to the woman that had passed as, you know, an effing, and in this case, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, according to two people who have who heard him say this, people who were totally loyal to him that follow orders. This is absolutely false. Pfeiffer wrote in an email. President Trump never said that. I'm sorry, we wouldn't know, Pfeiffer. You can't deny something. Like, you can't deny that a person said something unless you were with them every waking hour of the day, right? To say that he didn't say that, right? You're either just you're taking his word for it, right? A desire to force the U.S. military leaders to be obedient to him and not the Constitution is one of those constant themes Trump's military-related discourse Former officials have also cited other reoccurring themes: his denigration of military service, his ignorance of the provisions of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, his admiration for brutality and anti-democratic norms of behavior, and his contempt for wounded veterans and for soldiers who fell in battle. Retired General Barry McCaffrey, a decorated Vietnam veteran, told me that Trump does not comprehend such traditional military virtues as honor or self-sacrifice. The military is a foreign country to him. He doesn't understand the customs or codes. McCaffrey said, it doesn't penetrate. It starts with the fact that he thinks it's foolish to do anything that doesn't directly benefit himself. I've been interested in Trump's understanding of military affairs for nearly a decade. At first, it was a cognitive dissonance that drew me to the subject. According to my previous understanding of American political physics, Trump's disparagement of the military, and in particularly his obsessive criticism of the war record of the late Senator John McCain, should have profoundly alienated Republican voters, if not Americans generally. And in part, my interest grew from the absolute novelty of Trump's thinking. This country had never seen, to the best of my knowledge, a national political figure who insulted veterans, wounded warriors, and the fallen with metronomic regularity. Today, 2 weeks before the election that could see Trump return to the White House, I'm most interested in his evident desire to wield military power, the power over the military in the manner of Hitler and other dictators. Trump's singularly corrosive approach to military tradition was in evidence as recent as August, when he described the Medal of Honor, the nation's top award for heroism and selflessness in combat, as inferior to the Medal of Freedom, which he awarded to civilians for career achievements. During the campaign speech, he described the Medal of Honor recipients as either in very bad shape because they've been hit too many times by bullets or they're dead, prompting the veterans of foreign wars to issue a condemnation. These asinine comments not only diminish the significance of our nation's highest award for valor, but also crassly characterize the sacrifices of those who have risked their lives above and beyond the call of duty. Later in August, Trump caused controversy by violating federal regulations prohibiting the politicization of military ceremonies. You have watched me, you remember this, right? After a campaign to visit to Arlington, in which he gave a smiling thumbs up while standing behind the gravestones of fallen American soldiers. His Medal of Honor comments are of a piece with his expressed desire to receive a Purple Heart without being wounded. He also equated business success to battlefield heroism. In the summer of 2016, Kaiser Khan, the father of a 27-year-old Army captain who had been killed in Iraq, told the Democratic National Convention that Trump has sacrificed nothing. In response, Trump disparaged the Khan family and said, "I think I've made a lot of sacrifices. I worked very, very hard. I've created thousands and thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs, built great structures." Yeah, his name is Ozymandias. One former Trump administration cabinet secretary told me of a conversation he'd had with Trump during his time in office about the Vietnam War. Trump famously escaped the draft by claiming that his feet were afflicted with bone spurs. "I had a doctor that gave me a letter, a very strong letter, on the heels," Trump told the New York Times in 2016. Once, when the subject of aging Vietnam veterans came up in a conversation, Trump offered this observation to the cabinet official: "Vietnam would have been a waste of time for me. Only suckers went." Now, like, granted, Vietnam War, the United States intervention in Vietnam was immoral and yeah, definitely wasted a lot of lives of Americans and Vietnamese, right? But that's not what he's saying. He's saying only suckers went to Vietnam. So the people that went, right, when you fake bone spurs, you got a doctor, you're rich enough, right? Can write you a note that says, "This guy can't go to Vietnam, he's got bone spurs." Somebody else goes in your place. Somebody else gets drafted and potentially fucking dies. In 1997, Trump told radio host Howard Stern that avoiding sexually transmitted diseases was my personal Vietnam. "I feel like a great and very brave soldier." I don't think he did. I think there's a lot of evidence that he might have contracted syphilis, but whatever. This is not the only time Trump has compared his own sexual exploits and political challenges to military service. Last year, in a speech before the New York Republicans, while discussing the fallout from the release of the Access Hollywood tape, he said, "I went onto that debate stage just a few days later, and a general, who's a fantastic general, actually said to me, 'Sir, I've been on the battlefield. Men have gone down on my left and on my right. I stood on heels where soldiers were killed, but I believe the bravest thing I've ever seen was the night that you went onto stage with Hillary Clinton after the Access Hollywood tapes.'" That's where he said, grab him by the P word. I asked Trump campaign officials to provide the name of the general who allegedly said that. Pfeiffer, the campaign spokesman, said, this is a true story, and there is no good reason to give the name of the honorable man the Atlantic so you can smear him. So yeah, they freedom of information requests should be made. In their book, The Divider, Trump at the White House, Peter Baker and Susan Glazer reported that Trump asked John Kelly, his chief of staff. Now we're getting to the second allegation, right? Because remember, chat, tonight is all about making Trump
talk about the allegations.
That's right. He's got to talk about the allegations. So these are the allegations, just so you know. Okay, so asked John Kelly, his chief of staff at the time, why can't you be like the German generals? Trump, at various points, had grown frustrated with the military officials he deemed disloyal and disobedient. When they tell him, sir, that is an illegal order, I cannot do that, right? That's when he'd say that. Throughout the course of his presidency, Trump referred to flag officers as my generals. According to Baker and Glazer, Kelly explained to Trump that the German generals, and I'm under the impression there's a little bit more discourse, right? That Kelly was like, German generals. Are you talking about perhaps the generals of von Bismarck? No, not von Bismarck. Of the Kaiser then? Right? So the Franco-Prussian War? Nope. World War I? German generals? Nope. Which German generals might you be talking about? Oh, I see. Hitler's generals. That's whose generals he was talking about. According to Baker and Glazer, Kelly explained that Trump that German generals tried to unalive Hitler 3 times and almost pulled it off. This correction did not move Trump to reconsider his view. No. They were totally loyal to him in defiance of history. Right? This is history. I looked this up last night. Right? That actually Rommel. Right? Rommel had come up, and I said, well, isn't that a guy that was involved in a plot against Hitler? And somebody in chat was like, no, that's not true. Apparently I was right. Apparently I know more about history than I think. So yeah, you gotta go with your gut sometimes, I guess. This week I asked Kelly, this is General Kelly, his former chief of staff, about their exchange. He told me that when Trump raised the subject of German generals, oh, here we go, here. Kelly responded by asking, do you mean the Bismarck's generals? That's the Franco-Prussian War. He went on, I mean, I knew he didn't know who Bismarck was or about the Franco-Prussian War. I said, do you mean the Kaiser's generals, right? That's the World War I era German generals. Surely you can't mean Hitler's generals. And he said, yeah, Hitler's generals. I explained to him that Rommel had unalived himself after taking part in a plot against Hitler. I was right. And CC was always right. Kelly told me that Trump was not acquainted with Rommel. He doesn't know history, but he's sure that the fucking German generals were super loyal to Hitler, right? He's got this idealized, concept of the Third Reich in his head that just is fucking ahistorical. Baker and Glazer also reported that Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, feared Trump's, who is Kelly let's get back and make sure we know who Kelly was. Where does Kelly come up? Chief of staff at the time. Okay, so another chief of staff. This is wild. This is 100% fucking wild here. Feared that Trump's Hitler-like embrace of the big lie about the election. So yeah, when you're talking about the big lie, that was a technique that Hitler used of lying, in a very obvious way, but repeating the lie over and over again. And he was able to get the lies to stick that way. Trump does the same thing. He's just doing the same thing about denying his loss in 2020. That is another example of a big lie. So, whether Trump just comes to these Hitlerian habits because he's a natural fascist, or whether he's like studied this stuff and is like, oh, big lie, that's a really good idea, I think I'll adopt that, right? It kind of doesn't matter. He's too dangerous to be anywhere close to the presidency, and we would probably be a lot safe. We'd all be a lot safer if this guy was locked up. Lock him up. Can we get some lock him ups in chat? Hitler-like embrace of the big lie about the election would prompt the president to seek out a Reichstag moment, kind of like January 6th. Kelly, a retired Marine general, as a young man had volunteered to serve in Vietnam despite actually suffering from bone spurs. Actually had bone spurs, but he went anyway. Said that in an interview from CNN reporter Jim Scioto's book, Return of Great Powers, that Trump praised aspects of Hitler's leadership. He said, well, but Hitler did some good things. Kelly recalled, I said, well, what? And he said, well, Hitler rebuilt the economy. But what did he do that rebuilt the economy? This is great. He turned it against his own people and against the world. Kelly admonished Trump. I said, sir, you can never say anything good about the guy. Nothing, right? He's just telling him common sense that any other political candidate would know. But Trump has lived his whole life with a silver spoon up his ass, right? He's never had anybody say no to him. He's been surrounded by yes men his whole fucking life. So he's like, what? I can't praise Hitler? What? What is it? No, I get to do anything I fucking want. He's the ultimate entitled millionaire fuckwad. And I call him a millionaire because there's no proof he was ever a billionaire. That seems to be a lie. In 2018, Trump asked Kelly to explain who the good guys were in World War I. No! Kelly responded by explaining a simple rule. Presidents should, as a matter of politics and policy, remember that the good guys in any given conflict were the countries allied with the United States. Okay, that's kind of cap right there. That's kind of bullshit, right? Yeah, you can't say that. You definitely can't say that about Vietnam, right? But he's just giving him advice that's like it functions effectively as PR advice, right? That's what people want to hear from their president, right or wrong. Despite Trump's lack of historical knowledge, he has been on record saying that he knew more than his generals did about warfare. He told 60 Minutes in 2018 that he knew more about NATO than James Mattis, his Secretary of Defense at the time, a retired four-star Marine general who had served as a NATO official. Now, Mattis is an official that was fired, I think, during the Iraq War for making inflammatory statements about wanting to force the Iraqis who were shot by American bullets of committing haram by tainting those bullets with pig's blood, right? And that got him fired. He was known as Mad Dog Mattis. He's kind of a loose cannon. Trump hired him, right? So anybody that says that Trump is the candidate of peace, Trump is not like those neocons, he's a good guy, he's not like George W. Bush, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. He hired Bolton. He hired Mattis. He brought together the fucking Iraq war team again, all right? So I don't want to hear any of that bullshit in my chat, right? His Secretary of Defense at the time and a retired four-star Marine general who had served as a NATO official, Trump said on a separate occasion that it was he, not Mattis, who had captured ISIS. As a president, Trump evinced extreme sensitivity to criticism from retired flag officers. At one point, he proposed calling back to active duty Admiral William McRaven and General Stanley McChrystal, two highly regarded special operations leader who had become critical of Trump. So calling back to active duty. So in other words, putting them on the field so that they could be court-martialed. Esper, who was the defense secretary at the time, wrote in a memoir that he and Milley talked to Trump about the plan. Asked about the criticism of McRaven, who oversaw the raid that killed Osama bin Laden, Trump responded by calling him a Hillary Clinton backer and an Obama backer, and said, wouldn't it be nice if we got Osama bin Laden a lot sooner than that? The fuck? Trump has responded incredulously when told that the American military personnel swear an oath to the Constitution, not to the president. According to the New York Times reporter Michael S. Schmidt's recent book, Donald Trump versus the United States, Trump asked Kelly, do you really believe you're not loyal to me? Kelly answered, I am certainly part of the administration, but my ultimate loyalty is to the rule of law. Trump also publicly floated the idea of termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution, as part of an effort to overturn the 2020 presidential election and keep himself in power. On separate occasions in 2020, Trump held private conversations in the White House with national security officials, can't pronounce things, officials, about the George Floyd protests. The Chinese generals would know what to do. He said, according to former officials who described the conversation, he believes the Tiananmen Square lies, right? Wow. But he's saying that that's a good thing, right? That the idea that the Chinese army kettled protesters in Tiananmen Square and executed them all with the machine guns is something that he'd like to see done to the George Floyd protesters. It's basically what he's saying there. It's ahistorical again, and fucking, I shouldn't have to say immoral, referring to the leaders of the People's Liberation Army, which carried out God damn it, the Atlantic, you suck. Carried out I mean, look, this is more complicated than they're going to give it credit for. Most people don't know what actually happened in Tiananmen Square, which was not a massacre. There was violence, there was death, there was probably People's Liberation Army, killing protesters, but that actually happened outside of Tiananmen Square, not inside of it. But again, you get a fucked up version of history in the United States. It's built to suit, it's built to suit, U.S. PR, not to be, truthful. Pfeiffer denied, and it's important to know these things, okay? It's important to understand what China has done that's fucked up, and stuff that, we were lied to about, right? Like the Tiananmen Square being the location of the massacre in 1989. Anyway, Pfeiffer denied that Trump said this. Trump's desire to deploy U.S. troops against American citizens is well documented. During the nerve-wracking period of social unrest following Floyd's death, Trump asked Milley and Esper, a West Point graduate and former infantry officer, if the army could shoot protesters. Trump seemed unable to think straightly and calmly. Esper wrote in his memoir, "The protest and violence had him so enraged that he was willing to send active duty forces to put down the protesters. Worse yet, he suggested we shoot them. I wonder about his sense of history, propriety, and his oath to the Constitution," Esper told the National Public Radio in 2022. We reached that point in the conversation where he looked frankly at General Milley and said, "Can we shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something." When defense officials argued against Trump's desire, the president screamed, according to witnesses, "You are all fucking losers." Wow. And they want to bring this piece of shit back. They want to bring this piece of shit back into the White House. Trump has often expressed his esteem for the type of power wielded by such autocrats as Xi Jinping. His admiration, even jealousy of Vladimir Putin is well known. In recent days, he has signaled that, should he win re-election in November, he would likely govern in the manner of dictators. He said this explicitly, that he would like to be a dictator for a day, for the first day back from the White House, and has threatened to, among other things, unleash the military on radical left lunatics, communists invading radicals, if you will. One of these is former cabinet security advisors John Bolton wrote in his memoir, "It is a close contest between Putin and Xi Jinping. Who would be the happiest to see Trump back in office? Military, or don't forget Kim Jong-un, right? Military leaders have condemned Trump for possessing autocratic tendencies. At his retirement ceremony last year, Milley said, "We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or a tyrant or a dictator. We don't take an oath with a wannabe dictator. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we have an oath to the idea that is America. We're willing to die to protect it." Over the past several years, Milley had privately told several interlocutors that he believed Trump to be a fascist. Many other leaders had also been shocked by Trump's desire for revenge against his domestic critics. At the height, well, he extrajudicially executed somebody. So, the exact thing that people criticize, China over in its putting down of the student rebellion in 1989, right? He literally did that, right? And that's confirmed, right? There's no fog of Cold War there to make us question that, right? At the height of the Floyd protests, Mattis wrote, "When I joined the military some 50 years ago, I swore an oath to defend the Constitution. Never did I dream that our troops taking the same oath would be ordered under any circumstance to violate the Constitution, the constitutional rights of fellow citizens." Trump's frustration with American military leaders led him to disparage them regularly. In their book, A Very Stable Genius, Carol Leonig and Philip Rucker, both of the Washington Post, reported that in 2017, during a meeting at the Pentagon, Trump screamed at a group of generals, "I won't go to war with you people. You're a bunch of dopes and babies." And in his book, Rage, Bob Woodward reported that Trump complained that "my fucking generals are a bunch of pussies. They care about their alliances, more about their alliances than they do about trade deals." Jesus Christ. Trump's disdain for the American military officials is motivated in part by their willingness to accept low salaries. Once again, after a White House briefing given by the then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General John Dunford, Trump said to his aides, "That guy is smart. Why did he join the military?" On another occasion, John Kelly asked Trump to guess Dunford's annual salary. The president answered $5 million. Dunford's actual salary was less than $200,000 a year. Trump has often expressed his love for the trappings of martial power, demanding his aides that they stage the sort of army heavy parades foreign to American tradition. So these are the kind of parades you'd see in China, in North Korea, in the former Soviet Union, and currently in Russia. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've seen this kind of stuff. He wants to do that, right? Which you know, on a very practical level, the streets of Washington, D.C., were tanks to roll down them would need to be repaved, right? So it's just fucking ridiculous, right? Civilian aides and generals alike pushed back. In one instance, Air Force General Paul Selva, who was then serving as vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told the president that he had been partially raised in Portugal, which he explained was a dictatorship, and parades were about showing people who had the guns. In America, we don't do that. It's not who we are. Now, there's a lot of problems with the United States, military, with the United States, the State Department, with our foreign policy. Not to fucking glaze up America, right? Because America does definitely have its problems. But yeah, the kind of strongman antics, the kind of public military, shows of force is something that the United States does not do. For Republicans in 2012, it was about John McCain, who served as a model of who we are. But by 2015, the party has shifted. In July of that year, Trump, then one of several candidates for a Republican presidential nomination, made a statement that showed that should have ended his campaign. At a forum of the Christian conservatives in Iowa, Trump said of McCain, "He is not a war hero. He is a war hero because he was captured. I like people who weren't captured." In this astonishing statement, and honestly, like, the United States should not have been in Vietnam in the first place, right? And an introduction to the wider public of Trump's unique, corrosive view of McCain. In other words, McCain's fucked up, Bush is fucked up, but Trump is somehow uniquely and extremely fucked up, right? That's what I'm saying here. As bad as the military-industrial complex is, as bad as the neocons are, Trump is somehow worse, right? He would use the U.S. military to shoot and kill American citizens to make them submit, right? This is what we're going to hear about if we end up voting for the daddy content, the Tucker Carlson speech about daddy. That's what that's all about. And of his aberrant understanding of the nature of American military heroism. Again, they're glazing up the military-industrial complex to an absurd degree here. I do not agree with this. I'm just reading you this article from the Atlantic. I'm sorry it's so long. I just want to finish it here. This wasn't the first time Trump had insulted McCain's war record. As early as 1999, he was insulting McCain. In an interview with Dan Rather that year, Trump asked, "Does being captured make you a hero?" "I don't know. I'm not sure." A brief primer, John McCain, who flew 22 combat missions before being shot down over Hanoi, was tortured almost continuously by his communist captors. And God damn it. Yeah, the problem is they're communists, right? No, the problem is not that the United States was trying to install a puppet dictatorship in the south of Vietnam. The problem was not that the United States was completing the colonialist war that France had started in what was then Indochina. No, the problem is that the Viet Cong, the Viet Minh were communists. That's what makes them bad. Wow. And turned down repeated offers to be released early, insisting that the prisoners be released in the order they'd been captured. McCain suffered physically from his injuries until his death in 2018. McCain partisans believe, with justification, that Trump's loathing was prompted in part by McCain's ability to see through Trump. John didn't respect him, and Trump knew that. Mark Salter, McCain's longtime aide and co-author, told me, John McCain had a code. Trump had only grievances and impulses and appetites. In the deep recesses of the man-child soul, he knew McCain and his achievements made him look like a mutt. Jesus Christ. I mean, fuck them both, honestly, right? But fuck Trump more. Trump, who those who have worked for him say, is unable to understand the military norm that one does not leave fellow soldiers behind on the battlefield. As President Trump told senior advisors that he didn't understand why the U.S. government placed such values on finding soldiers missing in action. To him, they could be left behind because they had performed poorly by getting captured. Jesus Christ, this guy's a fucking monster. My reporting during Trump's term in office led me to publish on this site in September of 2020 an article about Trump's attitudes towards McCain and other veterans. And Trump, you're going to get banned from Twitch. You're going to get banned. The shit that Trump says about veterans is probably against Twitch terms of service. Jesus Christ. Like, he would literally get banned from Twitch for this. Anyway, his views about the ideal of national service itself. The story was based on interviews with multiple sources who had firsthand exposure to Trump and his views. In that piece, I detailed numerous instances of Trump insulting soldiers, flag officers, and veterans alike. I wrote extensively about Trump's reactions to McCain's death in 2018. The president told aides, "We're not going to support that loser's funeral," and he was infuriated when he saw flags at the White House lowered to half-mast. "What the fuck are we doing that for? Guy was a fucking loser," he said angrily. Only when Kelly told Trump that he would get unalived in the press, quote unquote, euphemistically, right, for showing such disrespect did the president relent. In an article, I also reported that Trump had disparaged President George H.W. Bush. Look, I don't care about that, all right? A World War II naval aviator for getting shot down, right? In World War II. That's what he's disparaging. Yeah, like literally that would get Trump banned from Twitch if he was to stream. Hey, doesn't he have a channel on Twitch? I'm not saying, chat. I'm not telling you what to do. I would never tell you, to hit, to go find the report button over there. But I'm just saying that if somebody did, it would probably have, and Twitch actually looked into it. Like he's broken the terms of service. He's broken the Twitch terms of service, Donald fucking Trump. And I'm pretty sure he has a Twitch channel where they show his rallies. God damn. Two witnesses told me that Trump said, "I don't get it. Getting shot down makes you a loser." Bush ultimately evaded capture, but 8 other flyers were caught and executed by the Japanese. The next year, White House officials demanded that the Navy keep the USS John McCain, which was named for McCain's father and grandfather. Okay, so this isn't even about John McCain, the guy that died in 2018. This is about his father and what? It's named for father and Is John McCain the third? John S. McCain, that's what it's called. Both esteemed admirals out of Trump's sight during the visit to Japan. The Navy did not comply. Oh, that's lovely. Trump's preoccupation with McCain has not abated. In January, Trump condemned McCain 6 years after his death for having supported President Obama's healthcare plan. Remember, McCain famously gave the downvote that killed the repeal of Obamacare. "We're going to fight for much better healthcare than Obamacare," Trump told an Iowa crowd. "Obamacare was a catastrophe. Nobody talks about it. You know that without John McCain, we would have had it done." John McCain, for some reason, couldn't get his arm up that day. Remember, he purposely put his arm down. This was, it appears, a malicious reference to McCain's wartime injuries. Yeah, he had one of his arms was unable to move, and the other arm is the one that he gave the thumbs down with, right? Including injuries suffered during torture, which limited his upper body. This is a long-ass article, chat, but it fucking goes hard. That's why I'm reading. I hope you appreciate this, right? We're going to get back to the Trump speech after that. Then we're going to cover Anna Kasparian and not Anna Kasparian. What am I talking about? I'm so mixed up, chat. Last night was... I am actually talking about we're going to be covering Majority Report standing up against Ethan Klein. That's what we're doing. All right. I've also previously reported on Trump's 2017 Memorial Day visit to Arlington National Cemetery. Kelly, who was the Secretary of Homeland Security, accompanied him. 2 men visited Section 60, the 14-acre section of the burial ground for those killed in America's most recent wars, and the site of Trump's Arlington controversy this year. Kelly's son, Robert, a Marine officer unalived in 2010 in Afghanistan, is buried in Section 60. Trump, while standing by Robert Kelly's grave, Jesus Christ, that's his son. That's General Kelly's son. turned to his father and said, turned to General Kelly and said, I don't get it. What was in it for them? At first, Kelly believed that Trump was making a reference to the selflessness of America's all-volunteered force, but he later came to realize that Trump simply does not understand a non-transactional life choice. I quoted one of Kelly's friends, a fellow retired four-star general, who said of Trump, he can't fathom the idea of doing something for someone other than himself. He just thinks that anyone who does anything where there's no direct personal gain had to be a sucker. At moments when Kelly was feeling particularly frustrated by Trump, he would leave the White House and cross the Potomac to visit his son's grave, as in part to remind himself about the nature of full measured sacrifice. Later last year, Kelly told me, in a reference to Mark Milley's 44 years in uniform, the president couldn't fathom people who served their nation honorably. The specific incident I reported in 2020 article that gained the most attention also provided the story with the headline, Trump, Americans who died in wars are, I can't say this on Twitch, but Trump describes these, is describing, veterans with terms like losers and suckers. I literally can't read you the title of that article on Twitch because their terms of service against disparaging veterans, right? The story concerned a visit Trump made to France in 2018, during which the president called Americans buried in World War I cemeteries losers. He said, in the presence of his aides, "Why would I go to a cemetery? It's filled with losers." At another moment during the trip, he referred to the more than 1,800 Marines who had lost their lives in below woods as suckers for dying for their country. We're almost done here, chat. Trump had already been scheduled to visit one cemetery, and he did not understand why his team was scheduling a second cemetery visit, especially considering that the rain would be hard on his hair. Why two cemeteries? Trump asked. What the fuck? Kelly subsequently canceled the second visit and attended a ceremony there with General Dunford and their wives. Oh my god, are we not done with this article yet? God damn, this thing, like I said, it goes hard. It goes slow. We're done. Okay. I don't see. We're done. I'm not reading more. That's too much already. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for sitting through that. It is a long article, but like I said, it goes hard. It's important to read. It's important to understand the full context. Obviously, there's a lot of, the military industrial complex is something that people since, President Eisenhower have warned Americans about, and it's very much a self-licking ice cream cone. Our foreign policy is a mess because of it. But Jesus Christ, this guy's a monster. Even saying that, right? It's not that he's like, a conscientious objector about, he hates communism as much as the next, Robert McNamara, American general, or LBJ or whatever. He, but in terms of people, volunteering for the military, he does not understand that.
Who would do that? A lot of people wouldn't do that. They'd sit back.
So he's been exposed, and this is him trying to deny.
And they say, well, he was a nice guy, but we don't want to get involved or something. We love you. Thank you very much. We love you. And it was phony stories by a general that got fired, and he's a whack job.
Yeah, no, we're talking about, I don't know how many people they quoted in that article, chat, but it must have been there's so many sources there. He's not just claiming that one general is lying. He's claiming that 80 people are lying.
Total whack job, but general. It's funny, when you fire people, see, Biden has never fired anybody, but when you fire people for doing a bad job, they get a little bit angry.
Or you might know that somebody has something on you, so you fire them preemptively. That seems to be what Trump does, right? He doesn't want to be exposed, so he poisons the well. Oh yeah, he's mad because I fired him. Sure. Sure, Donnie.
He was a nut job to start off with. So it's such a beautiful story. Out of nowhere, we get a call saying that problem solved. Why? Because the family came to it. They said that the magazine totally lied and misrepresented. This
again, the family wasn't present at the event where those, Trump describing the deceased as being an quote unquote, his words, not mine, effing Mexican, right? That's how he described and questioned whether, $60,000 was too much for a, his words, effing, for him to be charged for, despite the fact that he had agreed to pay for their bills, right? No, he's exposed. He's mad about it. This is his fucking cope.
It was the same magazine that said that I said about dead soldiers that there was something, what was it, suckers and losers. Think of it. I'm supposed to be standing there over the graves of soldiers with people around me, military people or whatever.
Again, if you believe Trump, if you take him at his word, you believe in the greatest, largest gang stalking conspiracy where everybody's lips are completely tight. Like nobody's, let the cat out of the bag, right? You got to believe that to believe that this guy's telling the truth, you got to believe that so many people, the rest of the world is lying.
Making a statement like that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine anybody doing it? I think I'd end up I may be the...
Dude, yeah, you're fucking out of control. That's right. We can't imagine that. That's fucking out of pocket. You, sir, are out of pocket.
President, but I think somebody would start a fist fight. And probably I would say, you were right in there. Who would do this? They make up stories. It's not even like they have sources. They don't have sources. They're storytellers. They say, what would be bad? I have a bad one. And you know when it's always released? Same time with the last one. It's released just before the election. That suckers and losers.
Oh, wait, anything to deny it. Anything to deny it. Oh, it's released before the election, so it must be a lie. He's so full of shit. This guy's so full of shit.
Story, which was totally fabricated.
Okay, so you know what this tells me? This tells me he's really afraid of this story. So if you're watching me, share this story. Get the word out, all right? People need to know about this. People need to know who this guy is, all right? He's scared of people hearing about the story. That's why he brought it up himself, right? This isn't him answering questions or anything like that. This is him literally being so mad that somebody told the truth about what he's really like behind closed doors, so he's got to deny it.
There's nobody that loves the military. And these were World War I heroes. They died.
Didn't he have someone shot in Portland? He had someone that was wanted for a supposed crime that occurred in Portland, shot in Washington State. But you're pretty much right, Thomas Jerome. Your memory, you remember a true something that actually happened.
Died in World War I, and I'm saying there were suckers. I mean, you'd know me. They were suckers and losers. Can you imagine it? And the problem I have, Ted, is that 5, 10, 20% of people, when they read that, they're going to believe it. So I talk about it because it was a terrible thing. I walked past, I remember we were doing a big event, and I was going back to Air Force One, and they were under the wing, these fake news people. They're so bad. There's a lot of them back there, by the way. We got a lot of them honoring.
He always does this shit. He wants to put the fucking press on blast because he doesn't believe in a free press. If this guy gets elected, he has threatened to shut down, I'm trying to remember, CBS, ABC, CNN. I can't even remember all the people that he's like fucking threatened to shut down. Right? This guy does not believe in it. This is the most un-American president that you've ever seen.
That special person, right? We got a lot of fake news. But I remember I'm walking.
Look, there's very few things in this world that are as un-American as Donald Trump. But one of those things is the top of the hour ad break.
But now there are freaking communists invading radical.
By which I mean the ad break that comes up every hour, not quite on the hour, but nonetheless you're going to experience for yourself in 3 or 4 minutes if you don't figure out a way to get out of it. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you hook up your Prime to Twitch, you get a free sub. You can use it on the stream of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see ads in my channel. You can do it for $6 with $6, or you could possibly be gifted a sub, which does happen from time to time if you're lucky, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Past, and I hear the people shouting and everything. And
yeah, fake news is classic, Dwight.
this one
It's
voice,
classic Trump.
boisterous, horrible voice say, "Did you call the dead soldiers from World War I suckers and losers?" I said, I didn't, to myself, I said, man, that's a bad one. Because it's what, this sleazebag reporter, Goldberg, against me. I mean, and a percentage of people have to believe it, so all I can do is talk about it. But as soon as I heard that statement, I said, man, that's bad. Because
Man, I really shouldn't have said that.
to me, that's so bad. And that's what they do. These are evil people. They're a threat to democracy. And, you know, we are not a threat.
You're a threat to democracy.
The threat to democracy is the other
Is you.
side. They've weaponized the courts. They've weaponized the FBI to go
You've weaponized the truth.
after people. They go after parents. They're going after Catholics. I don't know what's with Catholics lately. But if you're Catholic, you're being persecuted. Anybody that votes as a Catholic for this horrible candidate that can't put
The fuck is he even talking about now?
sentences together. She can't speak. She can't put two sentences together. Can you imagine her standing with President Xi of China? I don't think so, Ken. I don't think. He would be a very happy man, but hopefully that won't happen. And based on the first 4 days, it's not going to happen. I want to thank some of the special guests we have. Senator Ted Cruz for being
Mega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Cody Culp. Cody Culp, you just got weaseled.
here, Senator Ted. And it's hard to believe he's in a race because, honestly, I don't know who would want to run against him because he's really a great.
Let me read off some more donos here really quickly. Uncle Sayer, you just got weaseled. Bandits Suavecito, you just got weaseled. Beyond Authentic, you just got weaseled. Vaughn, you just got weaseled. AAA, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Great senator. He's a great senator. He loves the
Ted Cruz, he's talking about fucking Lion Ted.
country. He's tough as hell. He fights.
He's not tough, he's a fucking... This guy ran and hid in a supply closet during January 6th, right? January 6th happened. The fucking chuds were out there. Hang Mike Pence. This guy ran and hid in a supply closet. There's nothing. Yeah, in the closet. That's the perfect place for Ted Cruz in more ways than one, but we won't get into that right now. That's all alleged. That's all,
He's always fighting and he's fighting for the state, but he's fighting more
He's always lying because he's Lion Ted. You got him right the first time, Trump. He's Lion Ted.
for the country than just about anybody. And John Barrasso would acknowledge that. John is one of our leaders in the Senate, and he's a fantastic man. So Ted, I know your thing is going good. I heard you were helped very greatly. You got a big pop, right? And I know you're doing great, but I just want to say he's got my complete and total endorsement. He has always will have.
Oh, that's bullshit. You called the guy Lion Ted.
And
Like, this is what he does. He fucking beats the hell out of them until they, bend, they take the knee and they kiss the ring, right? Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, like all these assholes, they were against him before they were with him. They warned America about this guy, and they realized that the only way that they could keep in the business of being in the Republican Party leadership was to kiss the fucking ring.
you're going to have a great day, and hopefully I'm going to have a great day, and we're going to be celebrating together, and we're going to make our
Megastar says it's a distinct possibility we vote him out here in Texas. I've gotten 3 people to vote to get Lion Ted Cruz out. Nice.
as we say, or we'll
And there's the ad break now.
make America great again. We're going to make it great, and it's going to go faster than you think. But it can't sustain this for another 4 years. That I do believe.
No, I can't sustain another 4 years. Chat, if we're talking on November 6th and this guy has gotten elected, you know what we're going to be talking about? We're going to be talking about getting me the fuck out of this country, right? Because the only way that I can continue what I do is going to be by not being in the United States.
A very good friend, the head of my campaign from the day I ran, he called. He said, "I want to run your campaign." I said, "Well, I'm not very experienced. I'd never done this before." But he liked me, and he saw something, I guess. Dan Patrick, he's a fantastic man. And Dan, we're doing okay, I hear. Good? Okay, good. When Dan says that, that's good. And by the way, if I had any problems, he would tell me that very quickly, right? But when Dan says it, it means a lot. Thank you, Dan, very much. Appreciate it. Attorney General Ken Paxton, a really great Attorney General. Great Attorney General. Thank you. That's pretty good.
Okay, so we're good. We're done. We got our Trump tent for today done. If you're watching me on Shorts, remember to click subscribe if you want to be able to get subscribe and hit that bell if you want to be able to get notifications. Hitting that like button helps me out a lot. I appreciate that greatly. I've also got a Patreon, No Comment Chick on Patreon if you want to sign up for that. And oh my god, I almost forgot. I gotta shout out my Patreon too. But yeah, right now we are gonna merge the chats together. Right, we're gonna cross the stream. So if you're watching me on Shorts, the short stream is gonna end. The not so short stream is gonna continue. So if you want to click on either of those links, right? I got the Twitch link for you, and I've also got the YouTube link for you. You can click on those links to continue watching, and we'll see you on the other side. I'm gonna end the stream on Shorts. So right, if you're watching me on Shorts, like it's gonna end, you might be rated into the new stream. You might not. I can't guarantee anything. I don't even know how YouTube works, but there you are. That's your link for YouTube. If you want to click on that, and I'm gonna hit end stream, and I will see you. I will see you all on the other side. All right, here we go. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Thank you, Short Chats. Thank you, mods. Here we go. We're gonna end the short stream, and we're gonna all meet together in either the YouTube stream or the Twitch stream, whichever you like watching me on. I do pay $20 a month to be able to dual stream, so you know, we do have we have options for you. Whichever those options that you take, I appreciate you. And I'll see you over either in Twitch or on YouTube. All right. End the stream. Hit the button. There we are. Get Donald Trump the fuck off of this, because like I don't know. Chat, like even I get tired of Trump tent sometimes. We got a lot of tent to watch tonight, and the main show tonight is actually going to be about the Majority Report. Right? If you don't know, Ethan Klein and Destiny have they've activated their Wonder Twin powers, right? To go after Hasan, to go after small streamers on Twitch, to go after Twitch itself. Together with Landlord Dan, Destiny's scumlord friend from his podcast, right? They're trying to cancel everybody. They're trying to literally deplatform people. Amazing hypocrites. Amazing fucking hypocrites. They bitch all about Destiny getting banned, and then they try to get the ads pulled. And they may be successful. I don't know, chat. Like I was saying, if you're following me on Twitch, make sure you follow me on YouTube as well. I'm No Comment Chick. No CC, just No Comment Chick on YouTube if you want to follow me there. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, right? They may very well ban streamers who are too controversial. I don't know if I will be considered too controversial. They may ban all politics streamers. They may ban everybody who's not gaming. So we might have to find a new platform. I may go to TikTok after this, right? Who knows? We'll find out when we find out. But oh yeah, the other thing that we gotta find out about, and I gotta start doing math here. Now I say donor goal, it says 20% is we're at 20%. I think that we're actually a lot further than that. All right, if I'm being real. If I'm being real, we got a lot more than 20% here. We got at least 35%. I'm sorry, Slumlord Dan. I didn't mean to say Scumlord Dan. Although I'm sure some people call him that as well. Trump and Tucker, Daddy's Home, at 40%. So that's the one that's winning as far as the votes. Korean Granddad in second place with 25%. A Korean Granddad who is tamed and rides a boar like a horse, like a mount, right? He literally rides the boar through the streets in some Korean town, right? In third place, we have Jodrin Peterson, a fashion analysis by CJ the X, analyzing Jordan Peterson's fashion sense. And in last place, we have gaming. Metaphor or Fallout New Vegas. Take your pick. That's in last place like right now. But that's not the end of the story. We've got more. There's more going on here. So I have to figure this out. All right. So we got 20. There's 20, 25. All right. So we add 7 to this. All right, we're at 42% of the dono goal. No, we're not. We're at 42, but then we're actually at 48. So we're almost halfway done through the donut goal. If we hit that donut goal by the end of the stream, you'll get extra content. Right now, the content looks like it may be the looks to be the Daddy's Home, which I'm totally fine with covering that story. That's some. I thought I was going to do that actually in our Trump tent, right? I thought that was going to be I was going to be covering Tucker's speech and Tim Walz's reaction to that speech, but it looks like that is actually bonus content for today. So if we get that, if we hit the bonus goal, then we can do that or whatever else. Now, if you've already donated, feel free to let me know, especially if you've already told me and I somehow missed it, because there was a lot going on during that stream, a lot going on. But which of these topics appeals to you, right? When you donate, whether it is getting yourself a sub on Twitch, gifting subs to other people, throwing bits my way, whether it is supporting me on Throne or signing up for my Patreon, anything that's a donation, you get to put that money where your mouth is. In other words, you get to add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So it can buff the score right now. Yeah, Tucker and Trump at 41, Korean Granddad at 24, right? You can buff the score of the topic that you want to see as the bonus content, or you can say Vox Populi, and you can fuck up everybody's world who's donating by actually taking percentages off the other donations. So if there's anybody that's donated so far and you've got an opinion, a dead Kennedy reference landlord, maybe. Wait, is there a dead Kennedy's reference in chat? Yeah, also thank you, mods. That was kind of a wild one, wasn't it? Should I tell you how many subs we got during that? It's kind of a, like, was it worth it is like the question, right? Whoa. That's wild. Almost 100 subs added just then. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. We're at 10.1. Dude, Sunday, look out. Like, chat, like I said, my next milestone, like I only really celebrate when the digit turns over. So 1,000, we did a celebration. 10,000, we need to do a celebration this weekend. So we need to plan that out. If you got any ideas, let me know. I'm trying to figure out what to do to celebrate, right? Because 10K is a big deal. 10K is a huge deal, right? So the milestones that I care about are, yeah, and then the next one would be 100,000. Now, we're a ways off from 100,000. I can't promise that we'll hit 100,000 by this December, by year's end. I can't promise you that. I mean, it might happen, but I don't know for sure. But we should have some milestones. And I kind of think that the most appropriate milestones at this moment are other streamers. Not just any other streamers, but streamers who have tried to shit in my punch bowl. Streamers who have tried to shut me down and shut me up and talked so much shit, and we're going to pass them. That's right. Starting with President Sunday. I think that's the first one. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody at lower subs than Sunday, but Sunday's only at like 17 point something. So we'll pass Sunday first. That'll be really fun. We'll be like, see you later, shitlord. To Sunday. No, I don't hate Sunday, for the record. I kind of feel sorry for the guy. I could cover his bad takes on the Ethan Klein thing, because it looks like he's making bad takes again. It also looks like he dunked on Tyler for his Starship Troopers video. If you don't know, Westside Tyler it has had some health issues lately, and has gone in for surgery. And regardless of how you feel about Tyler or his takes or anything else, we're hoping for the best for him. But just before he did that, he released his Starship Troopers video essay. It's a really long video essay. I'm not going to watch it with you. I don't know if it's good or bad or what, but I do know that he was working on it for a long time, and he really cared about it, and he was really glad that he got this out before his surgery, because according to Tyler, he's not sure 100% he's going to survive this. Now, like, we're hoping the best for him, so hopefully Tyler's okay. I've disagreed with him, I've agreed with him, but yeah, I hope he's well. But Sunday, the fucking day that came out, right? The day that Tyler's going in for surgery, Sunday's on there like dunking on it. So yeah, he's still obsessed with Tyler. I've stopped covering that because I don't think that people are super interested in the you know, we don't have to cover every little bit of that. But yeah, apparently Sunday's, you know, gone after Frogan. Considering the love Sunday has for video essays, I can't imagine the shit takes. Yeah. I get a check mark now. I think that's it. Is that, when do you get a check mark? Anybody know? Anybody know when the check mark comes? I don't even know what the, is it 100,000? I don't even know. Yeah, I hope his surgery goes well for real. Yeah, we got some Tyler derangement syndrome here. And like I said, you know, I'm you know, I've disagreed with Tyler on a number of takes, but he's not a snake the way that Sunday is. That I'll say for sure. But yeah, that's gonna be our those are gonna be our milestones from now on, right? So they're moving milestones. Check marks are at 10K. I don't know. I don't think I get a check mark. Do I get a check mark? I don't think I wait, let's type in chat. Type in chat and see if no check mark so far. But maybe it's on its way. Maybe, good for Gabby gave me a check mark. Thank you. Aw, that's really sweet of you. Video essays usually have put work into their videos to be successful. Must be horrifying for something. Well, I mean, apparently Sunday's got like video essays, or at least what he calls video essays as well. I haven't seen any of them, so I can't really speak to, you know. But yeah, I didn't like the, yeah, you'll give me a check mark. I didn't like the toxic, you know, kind of dynamic going on, and I didn't want to get too caught up in that with Sunday. But it will be fun to smoke on that Sunday pack when we pass him, right? I can at least look forward to that. And you know, judging by how fast the put all my stuff in Jordan B. Peterson, Omega Star, I gotcha. Jordan B. Peterson, it is. Wait, that's gonna be, I think it's 21% going to Jodran Peterson, 21%, yes. So look at that, Jodran Peterson probably winning. Oh, look at that, by 1 point. Wow, look at that, look at that. But it's anyone's game at this point, right? Korean Granddad riding a boar is doing pretty well. Tucker versus Trump is doing really well. It's all really close between all these things. Is there anybody else that I missed? Anybody else that I missed? Yep, looks like, yeah, 21 goes to Jodran. Sunday doesn't make video essays. He makes messays. Okay. Well, you know, again, no hate to anybody. I hope that Sunday gets better too. Honestly, we wish Sunday a full recovery from his Tyler derangement syndrome or whatever it is. You can apply at 100K. Okay. Well, we'll do that when we get to 100K this December. No, I can't guarantee you, chat. But you know, who knows? Messays. Dark money indeed, yeah. Yo, who's that with the Narwhal by Nature with the Alana McLaughlin? That's a pretty cool I gotta say that's a pretty cool animated emote there. It's Alana McLaughlin punching. Does it say bonk? It says bonk. So it's Alana McLaughlin bonking you. That's what that emote is. Ted Cruz is also the Zodiac killer, lest we forget. Which we shouldn't forget. So again, chat, I've got a decent amount of content to go over with you here. We definitely have that main video of the Majority Report clapping back on Ethan, and you know, like, he seems to be targeting them too. Right? He's oh my god. Somebody's got this. Somebody's got this for me. I bet it's in Discord. I bet I can find it in Discord. All right. Yeah, we need to celebrate. So if you got any ideas of how to celebrate, sign up for the Discord and join us in there. And we'll try to figure out a good way to celebrate 10K, which is pretty amazing. And we're only, what, 90K away from getting that check mark for me, so yay. All right, take a look at... All right, so some of you've probably already seen these, right? We got 2 Instagram posts, 2 truly strange Instagram posts, right? From one Ethan Klein. Let's see if I can pull these out for you. He's adding Emma Vigeland. All right, here's the first one. So I'm going to show you this way we can get Trump off the screen, which is very important to me for some reason right now. There we go. That's Ethan Klein. That's Instagram. I don't know if this is a video. What the fuck am I looking at? Is that it? Does he have, like, all that ink on his stomach? Wait, no, he took his shirt off, and I didn't see it. Maybe this is an Instagram filter. Are the tattoos part of an Instagram filter? It's like it might be a secret Streamlord fan over here. He's got the rocket. I don't know what that's about. Do people do graffiti on Ethan Klein? Maybe a Streamlord fan did graffiti on Ethan. Anyway, so this is H3H3 Productions. By the way, shouts out to Galactic Streamlord. Go follow if you're not already. H3H3 Productions. The filter is called Girl, G-U-R-L, right? So, wait, does Instagram has filters too? Okay. I thought only TikTok. Anyway, chat, I don't ever use Instagram. I have an Instagram. I should use it. Anyway, Ethan Klein says, I tagged Emma Vigeland because she said she supports Hasan no matter what he said. I haven't seen her deny the R words on October 7th. Jesus Christ. Let me grab this one. Hopefully this works. But yeah, wild content so far. Like, right? I honestly did not expect that article in The Atlantic to go that hard. Again, you know, it's very much glazing up the military, which... What the fuck am I looking at? What is this shit? Now there's new ink on his belly? Are we seeing his belly? What the fuck are we seeing? What is this? I don't understand. But this is I guess this is the same Instagram filter. Now, the question I ask you, right, looking at this and looking at that, why did he choose this Instagram filter to deliver this message? This doesn't seem like, I don't see what this has to do with our words. Right? With, you know, what he's talking about here, right? Why is he using the girl filter to talk about our word? Okay, so he thought better of it and decided to make an apology, I guess. He now says, I will offer Emma an apology for not being clear about what I was criticizing her for. Yeah, one could have been very confused by that last post you made. Maybe even concerned. While Hasan is undoubtedly an R-word denier, Emma only stated that she supports Hasan no matter what he said. I presume she did not know that Hasan is an R-word apologist. Obviously, R-word denial is a very terrible thing to accuse someone of. Therefore, I sincerely apologize to Emma Vigeland for my careless lack of clarity. I will remove the stories. You remove this story too. This is bad, Ethan. This makes you look like you're not holding things down together. You know, you're not holding things down very well. So yeah, that's what we got from Ethan in terms of his Instagram stories. Now, the other thing that I think that Majority Report is going to be responding to is a post I will not show you. All right, and I'm not going to show you that post because it is Ethan screen capping mods for the Majority Report. Okay? He loves doing this. He loves picking on smaller people. He loves picking on people that have no reach, they have no platform, they have no way to clap back, right? And that's what he's doing to certain mods, including people that have been in this chat. Okay, that's what he's doing. Yeah, and trying to imply I don't even know what about them, but those are the two ways that I know that the majority report has been called out. I guess the other way is that when Hasan mentioned that Ethan is when Hasan said, I don't want to talk to Ethan, but if he wants to talk about this stuff, he should contact Sam Seder. And Hasan apparently talked to Sam Seder and said, hey, we want to, maybe you should talk to Ethan, right? Ethan said, that's fucking anti-Semitic. How dare you tell me to talk to a Jew? That you think that I will only listen to other Jewish people? Like, how dare you, Hasan? This is Ethan's whole thing. He's a fucking crybaby. I'm so sick of him. Whoever it was that came in here earlier, I don't know if you're still in here, and said, leave Ethan Klein alone. Please, this guy's the biggest bully in the world. I am punching way above my pay grade here, all right? And I know it's with the risk that this guy loves to fucking punch down. But yeah, he can't punch us all. So solidarity is our only hope. Somebody tell Susan. Susan does not run YouTube anymore. Sophia. Does everybody know what Sophia's talking about? Is her name Susan Wojcicki? Is that her name? Former CEO of YouTube, apparently somebody that Ethan knew, and some people hypothesize that channels that did anti Ethan Klein videos may have gotten banned because of they hypothesize that his connections to Sue, he was able to pull some strings and get people banned. We don't have any proof of that. That's one that I'll have to just be I'll have to take the fifth on. I literally don't know if that's true or not. This is pure sickness, just completely disgusting. Yeah. All dissent comes solely from Hasanabi heads. True. Isn't this harassment? Look, a lot of what he does seems like harassment to me. I think he looks like he's oh geez, maybe it's just me. Well, he doesn't look healthy. That's for sure. But we don't want to speculate on what that is because Ethan loves to appropriate gay and drag culture. Even though he had like a decade of saying hateful stuff. Oh, geez, I haven't seen any of this stuff. Boomer bullshit, says Punished Arms Dealer. Acting like Emma is a Hasanabi head. Emma doesn't have time to watch Hasanabi. There's no way. Sam, Emma, any of those people, they're making content. They're constantly, they're booking guests. They're running through stories, right? They don't have time for any of this. Frankly, they don't really have time for Ethan's drama. Why is he holding his hands like that? Is that supposed to mean... Yeah, what is that? Like, just did his nails? I'm surprised the filter doesn't have nails, right? I mean, if it can do all the rest of that. Maybe filters only work on... I've never used a filter. Yassification. Yeah, that's kind of... I do not consent. I'm sorry. Yeah, Streamlord. Blasting off. But yeah, I can neither confirm nor deny whether a Streamlord fan is responsible for this. I'm guessing it's graffiti. I still can't tell what this is. Is he pulling up his shirt? I don't understand. There seems to be some filter that's adding tattoos, but like, why would we be seeing this skin? I don't understand this top. Like, why? How does Ethan's top work like that? Oh god, what the fuck is this? No, mute. Tim Waltz, no. No, what are we looking for? Yeah, could you do your weird crybullying, Ethan, with maybe like 1% less homophobia? I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought, Ethan. Susan died? Whoa, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know, Marsh Rabbit. I did not know that. Yeah, and as far as I know, I haven't heard anything about Ethan having any connection to the current CEO of YouTube, who apparently is a very somebody with like maybe right-wing politics. hyper focused on criticism and lashes out like the most vitriolic, vindictive little baby man, looking back as he always yeah, really, really, yeah. And like I said, he's always been a fucking bully. Like, right, he's all like not just a bully like Keemstar. You know how Keemstar has a show called Lolcow Live where he puts people on to try to just like, you know, kind of like that's the whole point, is like to make content out of these lolcows, right? People like Boogie 2988? I can't remember. I guess maybe he'll have Boplax on there now, just people that their reputation is like ruined, and so he can just kind of swing away making fun of them. That's what Ethan does with his whack pack, right? There's a group of people that he has on his show over and over again, and it feels like he does it to make fun of them. See, Ethan using the same strategy as President Sunday used. You're not wrong, Metal. Tyler was right about President Sunday, just like Bad Empanada was right about Ethan. Yeah, that's the one. That's maybe one of the Bad Empanada takes I will actually co-sign. Yeah, so Ophelia, I guess you were right. Other people think so too. Solidarity for real, yeah. Going after the mods so they leave their unpaid position out of frustration. Oh yeah, I've had people try to do that to my mods, right? Try to harass and stalk my mods, and you know, in some cases, they left, right? They just it's not worth it. You know, it's an unpaid position, like you're saying there, Schmegley. Turns out Ethan isn't that different from Steven Crowder. Oh my god, he'd be so mad if you said that, though. He is a crybaby. Yes, he is. So anyway, we got that coming up. I want to see... Let's see. I feel... I'm trying to gauge this, chat, of, like, whether or not we should do a little bit of Hasan tent before we get to the main majority report content. I'm trying to remember. There was something that I watched of Hasan's that'll kind of shed some lights. Some lights? I said that wrong. Shed some light on this whole situation. But yeah, if we don't end up doing the Hasan tent and just going like then we'll probably do I feel like Breaking Point's had something. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I think it was a another debate between Crystal and
Hasan has become an L. The thing I don't understand about that kind of sentiment is that, like, if you consider
Chet, did we watch this yet? I can't remember.
for me to be an L now, then I didn't become that. Like, I've always been this L because
One in chat if we've watched this.
the one thing, it's me. I'm the one who called. Yes, I'm the chatter. Yeah.
Yeah, we've watched this, haven't we?
Consistent, especially on stuff like this, right?
I'm not the biggest Pete Buttigieg fan, but he was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana.
Oh yeah, the
Exactly, Colin.
So I've sorry, I'm like really nervous. I'm calling because I've seen like a lot of really crazy mudslinging towards one of my favorite content creators, whom I know you have a good relationship as well with, Hasan Piker. And
we watched this, I'm sure.
Damn, he's going straight to Unc, dude. He's going straight to Unc. That's Unc. That's my uncle. Everybody calm down.
And keeping up with it because it's sort of like this intersectionality between like political commentators and like random crappy YouTube drama. But and I know that you also have a relationship or
these
have,
Jubilee
been on the
Roundtable
HD podcast. So anyway, just to give like the spiel really quickly, if you haven't heard of it, Ethan Klein sort of has this like crazy campaign against Hasan lately.
I'm sure, chat. We've watched this 100%. Yeah. But you know what we haven't watched? Leftist Mafia in a really long time. Let's go. It's the Leftist Mafia.
Also genuinely
with Cosmopolitics.
Heartbreaking because
friend of the VOD.
I've been a longtime fan of H3. Everybody knows that I've been simping for them for years. I've worn Teddy Fresh merch on the streams. And so to see him, I've seen him take pot shots at Hasan here and there, but that didn't necessarily bother me because the last time they did a stream together, it was hours and I watched the whole thing and admiring both of them. I thought that I could kind of see both of their points of view. I got where Ethan was coming from and where Hasan was coming from as well. And I just felt like this was something that just needed some more conversations, perhaps off air, because they both were coming from a really good faith, genuine place with different perspectives. And I think that it was important for them to hash out those conversations. But then Ethan, I believe it was him who chose to unilaterally cancel Leftovers. And it's like, okay, if this is just too much for him, he doesn't want to talk about politics. If there's this expectation that he wants, that his audience is going to want him to talk about Israel, I get it. But then out of nowhere, he attacks Hasan and brings up Hasan platforming this kid who is a Houthi
teenager,
and talks about how, well, you know, he's a terrorist and Hasan is playing Hezbollah videos and this is terrorist propaganda, and Twitch is effectively allowing this pro-terrorism on their platform. And it's, to me, a lot of this, and I watched Ethan's stream about Hasan, it's about 2 hours long, but the points that he makes kind of always...
So it looks like this is mostly Mike from the Human Reports take on the situation. I thought it'd be neat to get... we are working our way towards the Majority Report content itself. Majority Report did respond specifically to not just Ethan Klein, but I believe to DGG as well, right? When they're saying liberal Zionist, they're kind of... I think they do use Ethan's name, but they don't like speak the Voldemort name like I just did. It's very risky, but I feel like it's Tofu Ghost. It's from Tofu Ghost. Oh, wow, Tofu Ghost got some good... we'll have to raid Tofu Ghost sometimes. Those are some really good emotes that are coming from that channel on Twitch. Yeah, shouts out to Tofu Ghost. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna try to find... I think there was one or two things that Hasan covered that implicate this. We've also got a little bit of... Oh, I want to show you an Ethan fail. So we are gonna see one Ethan fail. Now, I don't think that Ethan's responded yet, but he did try to make a response on the main show, and you're gonna see what happened. You're gonna see what happened when he threw that out there. He threw that out there to his community to vote on. Would you like to see me, dunk on Hasan? And you're gonna see the reaction. It's so good. It's so good. But we're gonna watch this first, okay? And then we'll get to after all that, we'll get to the Majority Report themselves, and then we'll see about any bonus content. We're at 48% of the dono goal right now. It looks like it's really close between Jodrin Peterson and Tucker and Trump and the Daddy discourse. Bringing back Daddy, I guess. Daddy's coming home to harm you, is Tucker's fantasy anyway. But yeah, those two are neck and neck, and we got Korean Granddad coming in at third. So we'll see what actually ends up winning tonight. If we hit the dono goal, we're at 48% of the dono goal. That means 52% from getting that extra content, and that'll be after the or it'll be whenever it happens, really. But
this goes back to, well, Hasan's audience is being mean to me, and he's not doing enough to try to counter that. Even though Hasan has been trying to do that, he has millions of people who watch him. I don't know how you can actually control...
Oh yeah, shouts out to Cosmopolitics,
the audience, but to the extent...
Friend of the VOD.
He's tried to ban chatters who talk shit about Ethan Klein, but Ethan basically started all of this, based on my understanding. because his fifis were hurt, and he's centering himself here. And there's this
Davy
double
Cliff
standard where
super
it's like,
chatted
oh, okay, well, Hasan is pro-terrorism,
$9.99.
and that should be
Give
banned.
me Daddy
But at the
JP.
same time,
Daddy JP.
he's not saying anything about the pro-IDF people. The IDF has killed more innocent civilians than Hamas, than Hezbollah, but yet it's fine if somebody's caping for IDF. That doesn't require a ban. But if Hasan platforms this 19-year-old, then he should be banned. And what's crazy to me is all this pro-clutching is fucking insane. Because again, I've been watching Ethan. I know what he said. Some of the things that he said made me feel uncomfortable. And I stopped watching him after he made his comments about Aaron Bushnell. I thought that was extremely fucked up what he said. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to take a break.
That's this one, right, Davy?
So I went from I can't watch him to trying to tune back in. And then this happened. And it's like, now I just fucking hate him. That's where it's at. Like, I went from loving him to being kind of ambivalent to now just hating him.
Yeah.
Because you are focusing, you're centering yourself and your feelings during a genocide. And what really rubs me the wrong way about him is, and this pissed me off during the Aaron Bushnell thing, he said something to the effect of, listen, you know, I've condemned the genocide. I said it's bad. What more do you want from me? As if, you know, as if that's just acceptable, where it's like, hey, I said the genocide bad, so now let me center myself again and talk about why my feelings are hurt. When it's not about you, it's about the genocide. And if that's not your focus, if you're trying to ban people and clutch your pearls when you yourself have said fucked up shit, and now you're all of a sudden the deplatform belief, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, he bought a button that cost $20,000 because
yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
To allow him to hit that button, and then it erases the last minute or so of live streaming. He bought that because he keeps saying fucked up shit. For example, he joked about wanting the NRA convention to get shot up. He joked about Ben Shapiro saying if there's going to be a Holocaust, he hopes that Ben Shapiro's gassed first or last.
No.
This is just his edgy humor. He says the most fucked up shit. And so
what the fuck?
Being edgy is just, that's what people do on the internet, right? I'm edgy sometimes. I say the F slur, whatever. Okay. But if all of a sudden you're going to go from being this edgelord on the internet who cultivated a leftist audience with Hasan to now tone policing Hasan, crying about how you think Hasan is emboldening anti-Semitism when you're not, when you yourself aren't even thinking about how you're emboldening Islamophobia. I mean, you're accusing Hasan of being pro-terrorist. Hasan is a Turkish man. Are there no dog whistles there that you can examine? So there's no level of introspection. It's all
DC letter carrier. Why would Ethan talk to Sam?
Sick of it. There's a genocide going on. If that's not your utmost concern right now, then I.
Chat, for the record, Ethan sourced a lot of what he showed about Hasan from, I don't know if it was an account or like a website that was called Hamasabi. It's literally a combination of Hasan's name with Hamas. You don't remember that? The button cracks me up. Wait, what don't I remember? I saw it. I went and followed. Oh, yeah, nice. No, it's not that I don't remember. It's that I pressed the command to give the shout out, but I didn't see it happen on the screen. Sometimes it just doesn't show me on the screen, but as long as it came up for you.
I don't know what to tell you. I think that, yes, it's important. If he's pointing out instances where the left is inadvertently pushing anti-Semitism as they advocate against genocide, I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We should call that out. But at the same time, I don't think that is as big of a problem as he's making it out to be. Looking at these fucking 4 Arab streamers and their fucking tier list about hummus, is that really, that's the main concern right now? You have neo-Nazis on Twitter like Jake Shields posting about Jewish people in an actually anti-Semitic way. Like, Nazis are trying.
Fresh and Fit too.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're actually anti-Semitic.
Even Ethan himself made a very degrading remark about Hasidic Jews and stereotyping them in a way that's very offensive. And I'm like,
yeah, we went over that on Twitter.
Because a lot of people remember that before this is what's interesting to me is that Hasan and that debate like between Sam Seder and Steven Crowder.
Let me just address.
Softened him up and changed him.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the same thing. Like October 7th just broke some people's brains. And
pretty much,
being introspective and learning and try to grow and maybe be more balanced. No, he's not doing that at all. And you see his stories on Instagram, he's becoming more and more unhinged.
You went after Emma today, Emma Vigeland.
My girl, no. No.
It doesn't. It
What,
doesn't
what
make
was
any
said
sense
about
to me.
Emma? I didn't. Again, I'm holding my point.
Yeah.
But I don't know the context of what was said about Emma.
So he
and
was
I
basically.
I worked semi closely with her at TYT as well for context.
Yeah. So he posted on his Instagram story with some weird filter, like a makeup filter. So very serious. That Emma was supporting Hasan as a rape apologist. I don't know what he was referencing. I think that somebody had called into Majority Report and asked Emma about the Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker situation. I think she said something to the effect of, I agree with Hasan's takes, while not really knowing about the drama, because it's hard for me to follow it as somebody who's kind of in the sphere, but there's so much and there's so many branching paths of drama and sub-beefs and
Sub-beefs!
stories that it's hard.
Yo, I got a sub-beef going. Chat, we need a sub-beef. Can we get a sub-beef? Who should I sub-beef with?
Follow. So what I'm assuming happened was
I always forget. I always beef and I forget to sub-beat. Also, Lance's hair looks really good.
Emma just probably was like, yeah, I agree with Hasan on this issue, because Hasan has been very good on this issue. He's one of the biggest streamers who's using his platform to educate people. And Ethan called her, said she was supporting a rape apologist or something, and then apologized and said, well, maybe she doesn't know that Hasan is a rape apologist. I don't know why he's now saying Hasan is a rape apologist. I think it has something to do with Hasan's reaction to Kamala at the DNC, or one of Kamala's statements. He made a face when she brought up rapes during October 7th. I genuinely don't know, but it just, to me, it feels like it's deeply bad faith, and he just has hurt feelings, and as a result, he's just trying to like throw everything at the wall to see what sticks. It is such a hatchet job that he's doing, and it's really frustrating because I admired Ethan. I thought that he was a good faith person.
Admired though?
During my tenure as a
Look, I could say laughed at, enjoyed, related to, admired is a. Anyway, teach their own, Mike.
Fan that I had to tune out, like back in the day when he first started the podcast. And
we are in a beef with within a beef within a beef. The power of three.
And he
3 beefs in one. We're triple beef.
About billionaires shouldn't exist. It was irritating me because he was doing this centrist arc, bringing on people like Jordan Peterson, helping to popularize him, and then making bizarre-ass statements. There was one where he was talking to Post Malone, and he talked about women desire to be conquered or something like that. And there was
Oh yeah, there's some really bad shit.
So I had to,
like, chat, if you think the old bro tip clips from Hasan from like, I don't know, 2013 or whenever, if you think that shit was bad, check out what's on what people are talking about with Ethan Klein. Search that hashtag Ethan Klein on Twitter, and you'll see some wild shit. Absolutely wild.
While I'm like, okay,
beefception, yes, several wolves.
Ethan's got to get it together. But then he really started to change. He started to realize how he was
the pre-Joe TV phase when he was still like pink guy and all that.
right. Yeah.
Meow meow. All that we see or seem is just within a beef within a beef. Oh my god, all that we see or seem is just a beef within a beef. All that we see or seeth, is seeth a word? Just a beef within a beef.
Super chatted $9.99. I think Felix said it best. Can you go back to talking about bald guy?
Can you go back to talking about... Wait, I fucked this up. I put 98. It was supposed to be 58, but now it's 68. And now it's 69. No, it's not. I'm typing the wrong thing because of this. It's the... I'm cursed, chat. Never chop your finger. When you're chopping fingers of ginger, never chop your own finger. It's really important to keep those separate. 50, 68, but now it's 69. And that would be... Wow, Jordan Peterson definitely in the lead now, if it wasn't before. Massively in the lead. Jordan Peterson, a fashion analysis. A video essay on Jordan Peterson's fashion sense by none other than CJ the X.
Yeah, I think he was pink guy back then. But yeah, and if pink guy thinks that that's a little bit too close. Yeah, if pink guy thinks you're memeing too close to the sun, you've gone...
Yeah, Davi's talking about Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House, who said this on Hasan's stream.
A little bit too far. Yeah. But now he's going back to his old ways where I feel like he's driven by not necessarily reactionary politics, but it feels more petty than anything. It feels like
super petty.
He doesn't think that Hasan is centering his feelings when he should just be be a fucking adult and realize it's not about you. And he keeps going after Frogan. I genuinely don't even understand why he doesn't like Frogan. This is a streamer that's probably about as big as us, and we're all nobodies. So how are you, with your millions of followers, gonna go after this person? Like, you are a rich fucking dude going after this fucking streamer whose family is probably being displaced right now, and you're talking about yourself. And one thing that somebody pointed out in the comment section of his video before he started removing not removing the comments, but turning off comments, was they said that his producer and his wife, AB and Lena, her parents live in Lebanon and they had to be evacuated. And they don't even get a chance to talk about that. See, this is what I mean. Like, you're centering your feelings when I feel like you need to be more cognizant of the actual genocide. And that's the problem people take with you. You don't take it seriously, and you continue to pretend as if you're the main character when it's not about you. I think that if there are genuine instances of anti-Semitism on the left, you can call that out. Of course you can do that. Nobody's saying that you shouldn't do that.
You should.
But I think what you're doing is
Absolutely.
grasping for straws, and you're straw manning, and you're not basing it off of legitimate fear that Hasan is propagating anti-Semitism. In my opinion, it feels like you're basing it off of pettiness, and you think your friend should do more to rein in the comments who are pissed off at you because of some of the genocide apologia, to put it bluntly, that you've been doing. And genocide apologia, to me, maybe that's too far. I don't know. But I think that he's made some very
I usually call it apologia, but I guess they're both right.
tone-deaf comments that people rightfully took issue with. But people are going to criticize you. You have millions of viewers. I post a video. I get criticism. It's just part of the job. So, again, it doesn't make any sense to me.
But no, Ethan's a victim for all of his criticism, but he's absolutely righteous in all the criticism he deals to others.
Solution. Let me
Go ahead.
I have a
What's the
solution.
solution?
Steven Crowder, you're gonna get the best revenge ever.
Wait. What is the... Can anybody figure out what Cosmopolitics is talking about? Steven Crowder, you're going to get the best revenge ever. On Ethan Klein, I'm assuming. Right? Would Steven Crowder... I know it's like some sort of a reference to like an inversion of the of the thing where Ethan pretended to want to debate Steven Crowder, but then switched in Sam at the last minute because he knew that Steven Crowder was running from a debate with Sam. I'm just trying to figure out exactly apologia. Yeah, I think they're both right. I think they're both valid ways to. Don't let this distract you from the fact that Ethan has been platforming Jimmy Lee, his pervy comedian buddy who has a history of various SA allegations, which Ethan continually downplayed. I don't know about that, Vincent Van Hyde. I do know that Jimmy Lee was recently banned from the show for having acted inappropriately towards some women. But yeah, if Ethan knew about, if Jimmy had some sort of history that Ethan knew about before, that's really fucked up. Ethan is always harangued and set his audience after perceived bad guys, and now he's complaining that Hasan is doing it to him. Yeah, it's clear projection. Hasan tried to save him, right? Ethan was like, he got like, just like to quote Olimey, Ethan got in the pot and said, "Cook me." And Hasan was like, get out of the pot, tried to pull him out, tried to help him. I'm confused why Ethan got into all this in the first place. It seems like he seems to just like being, to critically think about it. Ethan built his life to avoid touching grass. Just like some people build their life to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Which actually already happened. Chat, I didn't even warn you in time. Fucked up. You could have gotten out of it for free with a Twitch Prime. You could have gotten out of it for $6 with $6. You could have maybe been gifted a sub if you were active in the chat, but it's all too late now until the next top of the hour. Life could be a dream within a dream, but instead it's all beef. It's beef all the way down. I love a good julienne ginger for stir fries, just as long as it's not stir fingers, Ophelia. Just as long as it's not stir fingers, okay? Germany sub beef in World War II were called U beefs. Damn, my goggles. Okay, that's I didn't see that coming. I think I made a joke about biting yesterday, or asked if you could be bitten. I mean, people are biting my ideas all the time. Who is Ethan, says Pitchforks Dragon. Wow. Hey, you're lucky not to know about H3H3. You're very lucky. Consider yourself lucky. You have less brain rot than the rest of us, Pitchforks Dragon. That's objectively good. Trying to follow this without having to learn who Ethan is. Besides, well, they had a show together. Oh my gosh, I haven't given you the background. All right. H3H3 was a seminal, not politically correct, like, bro YouTuber. He eventually brought his wife Hila on with him, and they did content together. A lot of it was like anti-SJW content. The same kind of content that he criticizes now is the sort of content that he used to do, but it was like really common on the platform. That was what everybody was doing at the time, right? And then time went forward, and he decided that he didn't want to do stuff like that anymore. And so, you know, at some point, probably after the Jordan Peterson interview, or maybe before, he switched his mode and became more like you know, somebody that would be amenable to Hasan and Hasan's audience, right? Let me just put it that way, right? Fast forward a little bit more. Hasan is blowing up. Ethan wants to do a politics show because he's been doing more debates after, you know, bringing on Sam Seder to debate in his place against Steven Crowder, kind of, you know, setting up Sam Seder for a prank like that, or setting up Crowder for a prank like that. Ethan, he starts debating different people, right wingers, right? Pearl, just Pearly things. He debates Pearl. Ollie London, he debates Ollie London. Fresh and Fit, like a whole bunch of right wingers. He was like debate, and he started to get good at it and like to do that, and wanted to talk about politics a little bit more, right? Hasan is doing that on Twitch as a show, and you know, Ethan at the time said, you know, the persona that Ethan is projecting is a persona that agrees with Hasan on politics. Whether or not that's real or fake, I guess you can speculate on. But regardless, they start a show together. It's called Leftovers. Now, Ethan's past podcast that filled that slot was a show called Frenemies. This was a show that he did with Trish Paytas. Ethan and Trish did not get along, and I guess that was the appeal of the show, that they get together, they do a podcast together, even though they hate each other guts. Trish ends up marrying Ethan's brother or something. There's drama. It falls apart. Trish quits the show, right? And Ethan just siphons off that drama, like grows his channel on that drama, which is kind of an amazing thing, because if you look at Ethan's channel more recently, his channel has done the opposite of growing. Instead, it's shrinking. It's shrinking by, I don't know, like 100,000 subs a year or something like that. What he loses, I don't know, 5,000 subs every month, or it's something like that. Like, and the reason for this is that he built his audience on edgelord shit, and now he's doing like less edgelord shit, right? So he starts to attract a new audience. His old audience starts to leave. He does this show with Hasan. More of his old audiences leave because they hate bread tubers, they hate leftists, they especially hate Hasan, right? So Hasan is just like kryptonite to that old audience, and Ethan is like, yeah, you know, it's what I'm doing now. So they have a show together. Hasan obviously is a socialist. Ethan is representing himself as some sort of a progressive liberal, maybe even a social democrat or something like that. And they start to get into arguments, right? The first argument is about socialism. Ethan thinks like, well, yeah, I'm a socialist, aren't I? And Hasan has to explain to him that the kind of like reform that he wants of capitalism does not in and of itself constitute socialism, and a prerequisite for socialism would be workers controlling their workplace. That is antithetical to somebody who you know, runs a show like Ethan Klein. He's like trying to, well, couldn't I just be like a really good boss, like a really nice boss, and that we'll call that socialism? And Hasan's like, no, that's not socialism. You know what that is, Ethan? You know what that is? That is the
Dingus Gambit.
You're just making a dingus gambit, right? So there's a little bit of fighting, and some of Ethan's co-hosts, right, Dan in particular, side more with Hasan than with Ethan Klein. Some of Ethan's fans side more with Hasan than with Ethan Klein, right? Then October 7th happens, and shit gets grim with Ethan. Like, the whole time he's like centering himself and the fact that his viewpoint on Israel and Gaza is not something that his audience agrees with. He has debates on this subject with Hasan. They both cry. It's like a real messy thing going on there. And after a few arguments with Hasan, Ethan ends up canceling Leftovers, right? And Hasan is like, fine, that's fine. You're a cool guy. I'm cool with you, but Hasan apparently, Ethan still has a problem with his audience, right? His audience, the new audience that he gathered, are not too keen about Ethan's, it's not just his take on Israel, Gaza, because it's not the worst take in the world. It's not like a Destiny level take, right? But it is like uncompromisingly, just kind of pro, apartheid, I'd say, right? That there needs to be a separation of the Palestinians, and they can't have the right of return, and no acceptance of like a singular secular state in which everybody's enfranchised, and Palestinians are allowed to go back to their home and stuff like that, right? So it gets messy, and Ethan's getting cooked by his audience. Now, I don't know if Ethan just needs the drama to sustain his sustain his fading enterprise, or if Ethan really legitimately thinks Hasan is responsible for his audience turning against him on these and other matters. But Ethan has recently started to bring up Hasan more and more, to go after his mods, to go after his friends, to essentially antagonize him. It's like, chat, it's like he wants another frenemies type situation with Hasan. And Hasan is just sad about it, right? Hasan doesn't hate Ethan. Hasan doesn't look at Ethan as like a horrible person. Hasan just is like, this sucks, right? And he doesn't want to, he doesn't want Ethan as like a rival or some kind of a, to have some toxic drama with Ethan. But yeah, Ethan's been just pushing the point until Hasan's had to talk about it. So that's where we're at. That's what we're doing. Now I'm going to show you a segment of the H3 podcast that I happened to see the other day, in which Ethan proposes. God, I hope he didn't delete it. I would be so mad. Yes, there we go. There we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So yeah, this was on the H3 podcast. Now look at this. What is this? What are they talking about here? I watched Twilight New Moon for the first time and have a lot to say, right? That's the title for the stream. This stream is about Jason Nash, Ethan's Instagram wait, actually didn't know Ethan's Instagram accident. They're talking about Third Eye Blind. They're talking about Twilight. They're mostly about Twilight, right? This is mostly about Twilight and just celebrity stuff, right? This is what the audience has come for. This is what the audience enjoys. He had to turn off his comments on the videos about Hasan because it just like there was too much disagreement. He had to turn off his comments on the video, his chat on the stream. Basically, it's not a hit. Like, right, the H3 community, the people that watch this stuff for fun, they're not super glad that Ethan is preoccupied about this Hasan stuff and this Rogan stuff and all the rest of it, right? And again, his audience, a great number of them agree with Hasan more than him. So let's see what this Instagram thing is.
The moldy lunchly. Which is a really interesting investigation that we've performed here.
Yep. Yeah. So where do we begin? I mean, I guess I should begin here.
Begin at the beginning.
So I'm curious. I haven't seen this yet. He's talking about his Instagram account. This may or may not be interesting.
Yeah, I was posting a whole.
What we do here is go back.
Stories, which I've been doing lately. You know, kind of going off of my Instagram stories, and in the midst of some serious posting, I accidentally posted this video, and it was probably up for like 30 minutes before I realized that what I had done.
Wait, I think I might have seen this.
Saw it, and I was so confused. I was like, "Are you saying that somebody is stabbing you?"
You didn't say anything to me. You didn't even ask me about it.
I was with the kids, and I don't know.
I saw this, chat. I think we watched this too.
Distracted.
I'm assuming he'll show it.
Maybe you just trusted that I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, I don't know, but I was like, I don't understand it.
So anyway, and imagine reading like some serious ass Israel.
And then?
Or I mean, anti-Semitism kind of talk, and then this. Here it is.
I mean, and I honestly thought this was somehow related to his beef that he's trying to start with Hasan.
I thought you were saying this is how you feel. People are stabbing you.
That's what I thought too.
Content warning. Content warning.
I thought it was just like, you know,
This
he's
is what
making
you're
light
doing
of
to
it.
me right now.
Yeah.
That's okay. Now here's the deal. All right. We don't know that that's not what it was at this point. We don't know. He is going over this. Oh, this was really funny. I didn't even know this was on Instagram. No, I was just goofing. Right? Either that or you made a fucking Hari. What is it called? Is it called Hari? Oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. Chat, help me out here. Seppuku. He seppuku posted. Motherfucker seppuku posted. And he's saying, no, that was just goofing around. That was just, I didn't even know that was going on Instagram. That was he accidentally posted that, chat. Understand this. He's claiming he accidentally posted that on Instagram. I am going to question. Yeah, Harry Carey is the other name for it. I am going to question whether this was an accident or this is something that Ethan wishes he could take back and is now trying to play off as a joke.
I thought you were doing seppuku.
But also, like, you're in the bathroom. Can you not do it in the bathroom?
Okay, so I'll tell you.
Well, I mean, it makes less of a mess that way.
What happened was that I'm working with an
Sadoku? Is that how it's pronounced? Sorry if I mispronounced it.
artist who's going to be doing some transitions for us.
Yeah.
We asked her to make one for when I go to the bathroom, and she asked for a reference from the POV of the toilet.
Right.
I was in the bathroom.
Is this guy lying? I can't tell, chat. I can't tell.
So I just put it on the ground real fast and filmed that for her.
Is this guy lying? That's a neat excuse, Ethan. That's a really neat excuse.
Then I sent it directly to her in the DMs. Then
the thing is, considering how much he's spiraling, right? It's like the worst thing that could happen when you are visibly spiraling on your on your with your podcast, like, right? This kind of post is like the worst thing that could happen.
I go to check the DM messages again because she sent me a new message, and the video wasn't there. And I was like, that's weird. I swear I sent it. So I sent it again to her in DMs, and then I don't know, like, what?
God, like, Ethan is not okay.
20 or 30 minutes later, I open the subreddit, and I see that is at the top. Like, what the fuck is this? And honestly, if I took more time to think about it, I would have brought it up, left it up. But I was like, I don't know what else is in there. Like, I don't know if you're seeing up my pants. You could see my ball. Like, I started to panic because, like, I didn't think about posting that publicly. I don't know what the fuck's in it. So I panicked and erased it.
Oh my god, chat. The camera was kind of up his pant leg a little bit.
Then I realized it was fine. So I put it back up.
Okay, so there's no balls. Thank you.
Immediately knew I was.
You checked it for balls, right?
I beat the boomer allegations in that video.
Yeah. Did we check it for balls? Yeah, it's a boomer thing. I'm just being a boomer. Sorry about that. No, totally not like losing it on fucking Instagram.
Trying to think, like, how did I end? Maybe I was just posting so many stories. I just kind of got in the.
You got in the groove.
You know.
Oh, it's funny as hell.
I don't believe you.
fantastic. So that's happening. Love. Oh my God. Love. I managed to get.
Okay. Anyway, so that's that segment. I want to show you one more segment from Ethan Klein, and this one's going to be a little bit, slightly more satisfying, I guess, than
something main. Let me say this. I'm gonna throw it to you guys. Okay. I have here.
I got to make sure to skip over any music that happens.
You guys decide. Okay.
Ethan Klein always gets me with music.
There's two options. One, I have 4 short things related to the recent drama. No, it's not, in my opinion, not drama. It's with my current dialogue I'm having with anti-Semitism. 4 short things. So we can, if you guys want to hear about that, you can say that, or I can do a video on Ethan Klein channel about them, and you can watch it there.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is this? Before, let me read this out. Before the Hasan tirade, Ethan was ranting about his former employee, Sam. This is Sam that sang the Grimace Shaken Fortnite song and attacking one of Colleen Ballinger's victims. That would be Adam McIntyre, I believe. At the same time, he was hiding the Jimmy Lee allegations. He is deeply unwell. So, now, chat, I didn't show you this, right? But there is a Jimmy Lee meltdown stream, right? Where Jimmy Lee melts down. Jimmy Lee breaks into the office, apparently, to, not breaks in, let's put it this right way. He follows somebody in, right? Somebody that's got a key card, he follows them in, right? And then they summon him because they have been hearing reports, supposedly, of him being inappropriate with women. And, Ethan's trying to talk to him about it. He won't talk to Ethan about it over text. And so he shows up on the show expecting, I don't know, everything to be cool. And Ethan actually confronts him over it. So as far as the, hiding of the Jimmy Lee allegations, I don't know anything about that. I do know that, yeah, he exposed Jimmy Lee's, Jimmy Lee's behavior like a week or so ago. His entire career is social media. Don't accidentally post something. Guy has a team. Everything is calculated. Fumbling with his words shows his mindset. Wait, he now sees himself as Captain Ahab and Hasan is his white whale? When you said Captain Ahab, why did I first think of Captain Beefheart? I'm not sure, chat. Something's deeply wrong with me as well.
So you want it now, or do you want it on Ethan Klein?
You asking me?
I'm asking.
Do you hear what he's asking?
You were staring at me, so I thought
It's
it was
poll
my choice.
time.
So now, tell me what you're writing, because I don't want you to do a bad poll.
They're already saying new moon.
The options are talk about it now, talk about it in an Ethan Klein channel video.
Yeah.
What's the question, I guess? There's no... I have a feeling I know which way this is going to go based off of the chat's reaction.
I actually don't either. That's why I'm kind of curious. So, what's the poll?
Oh, no, he was saying he has a feeling. He
Yeah, this
does.
is going to be a blowout.
Oh, so the poll is...
Is anti-Semitism
now?
Follow
Talk about it. Talk about...
Anti-Semitism now or anti-Semitism later? Which shall we have, chat?
Anti-Semitism now?
Yes!
Or later. Later, and then you can put in parentheses Ethan Klein channel. You know what I mean?
So he's asking permission. Check this out. He's done several shows, like 2 shows at this point, right? Where it's just been mostly about Hasan. And he shut off the chat, and I get the feeling that a lot of people are not happy with that content, right? Obviously, the drama frogs are there, so it's not like his numbers are crashing, right? There's a lot of people interested in what's going on. But his main constituency, his audience, right? His normal audience, they want to hear about Twilight. They want to hear about bullshit. They want to hear, well, not Jimmy Lee anymore, I guess, but like, they want to hear from his whack pack. They want to do the normal H3 stuff, right? And this is kind of the phrase that people use is cucking the content. Not my favorite phrase to use, but that is the colloquial for what Ethan is doing. So now he's asking permission. May I regale you with my grievance? Chat. All right. Now, the funniest thing, if I ever say, chat, may I regale you with my grievance, the funniest thing you can do is tell me no. Guess what's going to happen to Ethan Klein here?
Do Ethan Klein and then keep raising the exposure each video until you're completely
talk about
all
that?
white.
We have to talk about that.
The footage looks normal, and then the
Great even.
export came out.
Wait, are you
that.
shooting on an iPhone?
Yes.
Oh, I know why.
But
Okay.
like the
That's the HSL
HDR.
or
So
HDR.
it was just the export, and
yeah.
then Ethan didn't want to like.
This is a common
re-export
thing. You have
and do the
to.
whole thing.
There's a special thing you have to do in Premiere to interpret iPhone footage, or it'll export like that.
Because the last one I did on my phone, and it was fine.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything special. Okay, but that's good to know. Well, now how to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't really. Okay. Because AB and I were joking the other day. We were like, because we thought you were shooting on your Sony.
So, chat, this is what they're talking about, right? It's this video.
Oh, I am so low effort, like just in terms of production on these videos, and I love it.
I was like, at least re-export. Let's fix it, and he was like, no, I'm done. It is what it is.
That's funny. That does explain it. That was an iPhone thing.
But the memes about it are so funny.
Yeah, I sent one of them.
I got a message from one of our sponsors who was saying they got 7 chats emails regarding sponsorship from Snark, but they're on our team and they just sent it to us to say what a fucking morons these.
I kind of had a suspicion that, so I think he's sponsored by Mood or something, which is THC and CBD gummies. And the way that he mentioned that at the outset of his stream, going after Hasan and Frogan, I sort of suspected that he was out there as bait, right? So in other words, he wants somebody to try to get him, you know, to get that sponsorship pulled.
People are,
Oh,
and that they're
thank
with
God.
us. But like, I can't. So 7, but that's it. Like that's all it takes. 7.
It's always like that.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, I just want to let them know that they're absolute fucking bozos and like literally, good luck with that, dumbasses. Love that.
Yeah. So this is a blowout for Do It as an Ethan Klein channel video.
Yeah.
As
I'm voting
somewhat
talk about it now.
74% talk about it later.
Later. Are you guys gonna watch it if I do it there? Do that poll. Are you gonna
New
watch
poll.
it?
New poll.
Oh my God.
Are you gonna watch it if I do it on?
Yeah, Remy, you're exactly right about that. Anti-Semitism is a serious allegation. I find it very interesting that he's so nonchalant of should we have the anti-Semitism now or anti-Semitism later. So fucking casual.
Do it now.
You said you'd let the audience decide. They have decided.
They have decided, Ethan.
Change the terms again.
But we have.
Look at that! Look at this guy. Look at this. He's going Palpatine. Is that Palpatine? Who says no? It's Vader, right? Is it Vader that says, "Pray I don't change the terms again"?
A follow-up
He's going full Sith Lord. He's going Sith.
Watch it.
Watch it.
Fucking watch it.
Yeah, that dub sponsors, dude.
Yeah, Blizzard Wolfie said warm word.
Warm word, yeah, definitely.
And that is
definitely
correct.
Definitely warm word.
Do not get hard.
All right, you guys.
I'm gonna put up the other poll.
If I do it, you guys better watch it there.
Everybody answer yes.
Or you're if you don't go watch it, you're anti-Semitic.
Okay, so the first poll is like, would you like for Ethan to air his grievances, right? Would you, he's asking anti-Semitism now or anti-Semitism later? Do you want me to, air my grievance now, or should I do it on the Ethan Klein channel? And they're like, please, Ethan Klein channel. And so now the second poll, he's put out another poll. It's a poll responding to the chat saying, keep it on the Ethan Klein channel, please. We'd like to be entertained. We're here to be entertained. We don't want to hear your fucking grievance, dude. So he's like, will you watch it, though? Will you watch it? Will you watch it on the other channel?
Do not tamper with the
Just
information.
And Dan has to tell the chat, please vote yes. Please just vote yes. Get this, like, let's get through this. Like, let's, this is the only way to shut Ethan up if you're like, yes, I will watch it, even if you won't.
Just say you'll watch it.
I'll just be real. If you do not watch it, you are anti-Semitic. 30% say no.
I mean, he's, I guess, I hope, kidding about that.
The vast majority are saying they'll watch it, Ethan. Of course they're gonna watch it. Of course they're gonna watch it. What are you talking about?
Okay. If they don't, I'm blaming you.
Watch your profanity.
The thing is, when I do these videos, as much as I...
Oh shit, chat, they're playing the music. God damn it. God damn it. I didn't even notice. He's been playing that term. That sounds like just the kind of thing that they would license.
I think it's good to do it there and to talk about what I'm experiencing.
All right, so here's the deal. There's a good chance that I'm going to lose monetization for this video because of the fact that H3 put it in it. So that means this is as good a time as any to thank the people that helps offset getting demonetized. And by that, I mean my Patreon. I've got multiple tiers over on Patreon for you to sign up for the one that makes the most sense for you, right? We got the Base Weasel, where you get the videos before I put them out on this channel, and they're uncensored and unedited. So it's kind of like the Snyder Cut. Or, I don't know, I say the F word a lot. You know, if you like that version of the video, you get those, and you get those more importantly before other people get them. So when I edit a video, before I even edit it, it goes to Patreon, right? And everybody on my Patreon gets that, right? Second tier is the fancy tier, and if you're fancy, you get a shout out. You get a fancy shout out, right? So let me shout out right now. Temporal Insanity shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and some fancy shouts out to Zerix, Rachel, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreon. You keep you make it so that you know the money that I lose when Ethan puts licensed music on the stream, that's less of an impact on me. So thank you to Patreon for doing that. If you want to sign up for my Patreon, the link is down in the description. It's patreon.com/nocommentchick if you want to give it a look, and I massively appreciate all the support. So let's get back to this.
Oh, it's.
I'm glad it reminded me. I'm supposed to do that at the beginning and the end, right? That's how the Vanguard does it. So I'm trying to emulate people that are very successful, more successful than me. So let's try to do it like the Vanguard. Shout out Patreon twice during a stream.
Tough to get home from work and then go in the basement and work another 2 hours.
He is complaining. He is complaining. I can't believe you won't let me air my grievances here. Right? I can't believe you don't want to hear more about Hasan instead of being entertained. It would be so much easier for me to bitch about Hasan here and then turn that into a segment rather than, you know, do it on the Ethan Klein channel and have to record a video in the basement and have to worry about the fact that your iPhone apparently, I didn't know this, but it puts out footage that's not great. You got to put a LUT. I'm guessing it's one of those things you got to put a LUT, an LUT on it to get the image to look right.
Hours or something on that. I wish there was an easy way to cut it. Oh, shut up, Dan. It's not. It's a pain in the ass. It's a lot of work.
You don't understand, Dan. When we get home, it is chaos.
I know. You got the kids. You got the kids.
The kids need to eat. The dogs need to eat.
What do you do when you get home? Kick up your
The
feet,
kids are jumping,
smoke weed,
screaming.
We're not all
They want to
stoners
play.
like you.
They want to watch. They want to play video games. They don't want to eat. We gotta force them to eat.
They want to play this game, but the other one wants to play this game.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's crazy. And then
Ducky's barking and biting at my jaw.
It's exhausting.
Yep.
Wait, what are their dogs now? Chucky is one of them?
And then just getting everybody to
I used to actually know the name of their dogs.
sleep takes us like 3 hours.
Yeah, they lately been. I get out of the room at like 10. You think that's funny, Dan?
What's funny?
Everything about this situation is funny, but probably sad He's probably laughing so he doesn't have to cry.
You think that's funny?
Oh, more music. God damn it, H3. You're killing me. You're killing me. I'm gonna get hit with multiple copyright claims if I'm not careful. Alright, so anyway, that is H3. That is Ethan getting downvoted by his own audience, and I'm not even sure. I think it was like 65-35 as far as whether they would watch it. So he got mad about that then, right? I'm not gonna play it because again, that music. That fucking music. All right, chat. So the time has arrived. All right. Let's check out where we're at in terms of the poll. Looks like we're at 69% of the dono goal. That's an interesting number to be stuck on. But we're at 69% of the way there. That means we were 31%, more than 2/3 of the way there, less than 1/3 of the way from there. And what is winning? Well, Jordan Peterson is getting a big bump from the donors. Remember, if you've donated, let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And so if you've donated so far, then let me know where you want that money to go, and I will put it there. As far as the poll goes, yeah, Trump, Daddy's home at 42%. Korean Granddad rides a boar at 25%, and Jordan Peterson, a fashion analysis by CJ the X at 19%. So it's 19%. Here, let me just put this on the map so that people can see where we're at right now. We're going to do the majority report segment. And if we hit the dono goal, we'll do one of these segments too, right? Tucker plus Trump, Daddy's home has got 42% on it. So that's got a total of 42. That's really easy math to add up. This one is a little bit more difficult, but I think I can do it. 71%. So Jordan Peterson quite dominant right now. Korean Granddad at plus 25 equals 25. So yeah, Jordan Peterson totally dominating. The poll is at 69%, and we're 31% of the way from getting there. Now is the time for the content that you have been promised. The main event. This is MR clapping back. At liberal Zionists, and I think you might know who exactly we're talking about that they're clapping back at.
About an issue he has with Hasan. Ethan even said Sam wouldn't agree with Hasan's takes. Well, he doesn't know Sam. And
also, he's coming at us too. Like, he's clearly got a bee in his bonnet, and he should talk to Sam about it. And also, Sam basically agreed with Hasan's perspective without, I mean, he didn't really dive into what he saw, but I've seen enough of Hasan to know that there's no real degree of difference here. And the people accusing Hasan of being terror are fucking losers and should be ashamed of themselves.
Agreed. And the reason I said that is because, I think I explained it. Sam is a Jewish man. We are not, Matt and I or whatever, Hasan and I guess, in terms of who he's been upset with,
Ethan
not.
can very easily say we're anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
And he can't have that with Sam.
There are so many anti-Zionist Jews. I mean, it's so amazing. Like, people I grew up with coming out of the woodwork to be like, it was like someone I knew from down the street who's a Jewish girl that I used to walk to school with, organizing anti-Zionist pro-Palestine protests in the city, and other people I know across the country doing that as well. Like, there are, especially young people, plenty of anti-Zionist Jews. They get zero representation in the media. If we had polling firms that were interested in understanding this, I think we could get a pretty good sense about how many young people are on board with this, because they're the only...
Despite the shit that they get anytime they try to venture in that direction by these type of people.
I mean, Jewish Voice for Peace, and If Not Now, are doing this exact work. And so, I don't know. I mean, but
the
it's
jig is up.
frustrating.
Exactly. That's what it
the
is.
jig is up.
Like, we can nuance this as much as possible.
Okay, so as much as I want to just watch the video that the MR has put up, I saw this on the fun half, and I feel like there's maybe a little bit more that's kind of left out. Let's watch the whole segment.
Well, it was
no offense to the Majority Report's editor, all right. No offense to anybody, but like I feel like there's a little bit more that we missed at the beginning.
I mean, this was a big issue in my
The
personal
ballistics-
life. This particular issue was the fucking like this hospital.
Israel would never. It was
how
clearly
could you
a
say that
yeah.
without evidence that we're being told that it could be a Hamas misfired rocket. I
'Cause there is
said
evidence.
at the time, Israel. How many? It took them 9 months to claim. Like they lied and said it was a misfired Palestinian bullet that killed Shireen Abu Akleh back before the genocide, active genocide began. They lie until they don't have to anymore, and then they go, whoopsie. I mean, that's how it goes. And so now, is there any even conversation? They're just now they're saying, well, we have to bomb the hospitals.
Yeah, because the terrorists are hiding stuff in there. Again, once again, you see the liberal Zionists living in a fantasy that existed for a little bit and, round the clock out on things, but now they're just moved to more the Likud thing. Like, actually, like, this violence is justified and we're going to continue it.
And I just have such little respect for not reckoning with your priors in that regard. I mean, like, truly, as I just said earlier, you're a baby.
Wait, I'm jealous of what, the MR editor?
You're a little baby.
A lot of
wants
babies
to live
out
in your
there.
little space.
That sounds like quite a hard job to do.
Safe space.
I don't know if I'd want to
Not really reckon with America's.
like look. Making videos for Majority Report would be more work than I would be doing if I made every single segment that I had into a video, and that's literally impossible with the time that I have. Right? I literally. That's what I wanted to talk to you. Oh my God, chat. We'll have to talk after this, but yeah, I gotta figure out how to more. I've had 3 requests on one video, on one like live stream VOD of like, can you make it like into segments? Can you make it a little shorter? Could it be in like little bites? We want bite-size Irene, right? And if 3 people in one fucking comment thread want bite-size Irene, I guess I gotta figure out some way to give it to them.
Role in the world, and by extension, Israel's. And frankly, there are a lot.
No for MR having an editor? Wait, what?
A lot of liberal Zionists out there who are.
That's a tough job.
They're racial supremacists.
Yep.
And
we see it.
And we see you. And functionally, your ideology is no different.
Oh,
from Nazis.
I see. I'm jealous of MR for having an editor. A little bit.
Exactly, Likud Nazis. I would just say this is what liberal Zionists. This is their response to all this.
Well, I just can't even.
I just can't even. Anyway.
Thanks for joining the chat.
Yeah. Chris Burdick said.
It's funny. You could have. There's certain people that could have Sam on, but they'd rather take screenshots of our YouTube chat. It's coward behavior.
Remember, that's literally Ethan.
I would say.
I had the flu since Friday, so I did just see, that Ethan Klein has included me in his attacks on Hasan. I will say that, if you don't want to have a conversation, if you think, I'm an anti-Semite or whatever, or Hasan is, we're not. I shouldn't have to say
it's
that.
stupid. I mean, go fuck yourself.
But he can have a conversation with Sam Seder. I mean, Sam is a proud Jewish man, proud of his Jewish heritage.
Go ahead, call Sam an anti-Semite or soft on terror. See how that goes for you, Ethan.
I mean, unless he's too afraid.
And there's other streamers we don't need to name, but a lot of people having freakouts because they've shown their ass for a year.
Yep.
It's a gamer channel. This is one of those gamers that I hear about.
There's some gamers losing their minds. Yeah, a lot of weird, a lot of people moving in very strange ways.
I know.
It's interesting.
And again, like I don't follow. I have maybe an old school media diet, so I don't follow some of this Twitch stuff. I only really follow Hasan and Vosh to a lesser extent because I'm friendly with both of them, and so I know their work from being friendly with both of them. But when I see this other stuff crop up, I'm like, Jesus, like. Where did this come from? But apparently, I guess there's been some issue with
I've seen some pretty gross comments out of a lot of different mouths that if people want to dig up stuff, racist bigotry and stuff like that, even Jewish groups, we can have this deep conversation about bigotry. Let's welcome this, folks.
Well, you actually listen to two people you just mentioned who are like in that world, but are in that world for, you know, weird reasons because they actually are knowledgeable about the issues and actually do the work and talk about things that they know about, talking about.
Yeah, do I need to be the one to say it, or are you gonna say it, chat? I wonder how much they know about Vosh's recent activities. Again, I give the majority report kind of a pass for not knowing, like, being up to date on the goings on in the streaming world, because again, they're following a lot of political stories. At this point in the chat, I started shitting on Vosh. No. See, like when the thing is, I gotta just like, I gotta take it. Whenever this, like, you know, somebody like, I never bite on streamer drama in chat. I'm on my best behavior. But yeah, I wonder how much they know, I guess, is all I would say. Load the chat replay? I mean, I'm looking at it. Is it? That chat moves pretty fast, too. Oh no, Crutchy, do you want me to read your chat from? Okay, I wouldn't normally do this, right? If I ever see your names or anybody else's names, chatters' names, and other, you know, in content that I'm watching, I usually do not transmit that, because I would never want somebody to be targeted because I reveal them to be saying something in a chat of a video. But I think Crotchy wants me to. Yeah, that stuff, Blue Hornet. You know what I'm talking about. Blazing Vosh. I think they just don't know. I mean, I can't imagine them like knowing about like what happened and being like, oh yeah, like Vosh is. We're friendly with Vosh. No, nobody wants to be. Nobody who fucking knows what Vosh is about wants to be friendly with Vosh. Reach out to some editor friends and see if they know any editors who would help you out. Yeah, I think I know what the kind of questions. I'm sure that like there's a possibility of coming to some sort of arrangement regarding ad revenue, but they would have to be down for that, right? And that's not something that I would necessarily expect a. Yeah, you got it, Vincent. You got it. But I think they just don't know. Matt Bender certainly knows at this point. Oh, from did they talk about it on Leftist Mafia? Did something happen with Vosh? Oh my gosh. Did something happen? Did something happen with Vosh? 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 Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Did something happen? Did something happen with Vosh?
Out, you know, someone like a Hasan or a Vosh, like whatever you think of them personally, they clearly do the work and know what they're talking about and are very educated on the subjects they're talking about. The people that
Yeah, I mean, Vosh is very educated on equine anatomy as well, and a number of other things that we shan't speak of.
the other people we're talking about, it's the same sort of thing I was talking about earlier when you have these people who don't know very much and bloviate about things. I mean, it's no surprise that so many of the people from the gaming world who made all their fame from playing
Omega Star says Vosh is how I found you. So I guess we gotta thank Vosh for that.
Craft or some shit like that, all of a sudden over the past year or so, or a couple of years.
No, I mean, like, chat, at one point I was on, you know, friendly terms with Vosh as well, right? Long time ago. And the thing is, though, he did kind of fuck me over at one point. And it wasn't by anything he did. It was just something that he didn't do, right? In terms of being able to tamp down like a fight I got in with a friend of his, right? And like, you know, the thing about it is, like, right? It's one thing, you know, sort of maybe not concentrating on his bad takes, which you know, I've definitely talked about that, right? But like in terms of the horses, the tax folder, and all that shit, like it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered had Vosh been like really fucking nice to me, and had Vosh actually been like, Eris, I can't believe that you would say that. You've got no proof of what you're accusing her of, and you need to fucking back off. Even if he had intervened on my behalf, like I don't think it would have mattered. No, I don't think it would have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered, right? Somebody's into fucking, you know, lowly and horse stuff. That's just it wouldn't have mattered.
All of a sudden, they're also.
But it's almost like a you know, lion and a mouse situation. But yeah, no, I mean he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy in any way. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. I can from you know, having dealt with him, from having, you know, talked with him, right? And then when I criticized like him and Xander Hall, like I don't know if he sent her at me, but his sysadmin, like right for his website, for his servers, right? The person that runs the VGG and the XanderHall.com and human, like all those white leaf sites, like right, tried to take my channel down, right? So I got no fucking love for those assholes.
Political.
Happy to smoke that pack.
Experts in talking about this stuff, like they've been you know, all of a sudden that's how they gained their fan base. No, they are doing the same thing they did with when they were streamers for video games or whatever. They're creating as much controversy and drama as possible because all they care about is views. That's what it comes down to. That's what it.
So I think he's talking about DGG and maybe the commentary community. I can't tell for sure. Chat, what do you think? What do you think? Are we talking about, like, Matt sounds like he's talking about more than just DGG. Ew, that's probably true, Lady Badash. That's probably true. Saw 10 seconds of a Vosh video like 2 to 3 years ago. Got a bad vibe. Well, I mean, like, I didn't honestly realize how toxic any of these fuckers were. Like, I was nice to everybody. I was nice to, like, you know how I was like nice to Sunday? You know how like when I was talking about Sunday and Tyler, and Sunday wanted to come on, I was like, yeah, come on, say your piece, right? Mikasa Sukasa, right? And you remember how he fucking snaked me? That has happened with like every single, you know, with both Destiny and Vosh. Miss Heathen could use the ad revenue. Wait, who is Miss Heathen? I quit Vosh during 2022, the Freedom Convoy. Oh, what happened to during the Freedom Convoy? Found this channel coming from Demon Mama. Yeah, God, that's the one burnt bridge that I wish I could have done something about, right? I obviously don't agree with everything with Demon Mama, and honestly, considering the kind of reputation that she's garnered for himself, I'm probably better off not having anything to do with her, but I did try to... you know, I that's one of the area I feel like I could have... I feel like she reached out to me once, and I didn't think it was in good faith, and maybe it was, and it would have been worth at least, you know, giving it a chance, because yeah, like she has been on the right side of a lot of issues, more so than Vosh or any of these fucks.
Blue Hornet super chatted $5. Vaush has been working with voting groups around the country to get leftists elected all year. He raised money for Ukraine. I dunno him, not caring.
Yep. And he also jerks it to anime depictions of underage girls. So you take your pick, right? If you think that the fundraising that he does, and you think that the canvassing or whatever else he's involved in, you think that that makes like the predatory shit that he's into like okay, right? You be the judge of that. I'm not telling you who to watch. I'm not telling you who to not watch. All right, that's up to you, and I won't judge you based on that. But people should know the full story, and that's what I suspect that at least Emma is unaware of. People have pointed out Matt's on Leftist Mafia. They have maybe covered some of the Vosh stuff. In fact, I thought I heard Matt talk about the Vosh stuff.
Comes down to there's no other.
But thank you for the super chat.
Way around it, because that's that whole industry. You see it for all these guys.
And I think, Binder, to your point, there's clearly some sort of, I don't know, lately it's difficult to build up an audience, I think, if you don't already have an established platform. We're in a very like calcified environment, consolidated market on the internet. And I think a lot of YouTube channels or Twitch channels or other, they're getting notes from algorithmic like experts about how debate and conflict is actually like the biggest driver of views right now. You know, I used to work and look at some of those analyses, and you have to change your coverage based on that kind of stuff to get more views. And I think a lot of channels are following suit. We all have to make money. I get it. But I think what I like about what our show does is that we are a consistent product. And I think it also creates less volatility, because when you're constantly chasing, like, this is what this consultant or this person.
Oh my God, chat, I got distracted.
Experts in talking about this stuff, like they've been, you know, all.
I feel like Vosh is a distraction. I feel like we haven't done Vosh content in a really long time, and I'm kind of happy about that.
Sudden, that's how they gained their fan base. No, they are doing the same thing they did with when they were streamers for video games or whatever. They're creating as much controversy and drama as possible, because all they care about is views. That's what it comes down to. There's no other way around it, because that's that whole industry. You see it for all these guys.
And I think, Binder, to your point, there's clearly some sort of, I don't know, lately it's difficult to build up an audience, I think, if you don't. Stuff I only really follow Hasan and Vosh to a lesser extent, because I'm friendly with both of them, and so I know their work from being friendly with both of them. But when I see this other stuff crop up, I'm like, Jesus, like, where did this come from? But apparently, I guess there's been some issue with
I've seen some pretty gross comments out of a lot of different mouths that if people want to dig up stuff, racist bigotry and stuff like that, even Jewish groups, we can have this deep conversation about bigotry. Let's welcome this, folks.
Well, you actually listened to two people you just mentioned who are like in that world, but are in that world for, you know, weird reasons, because they actually are knowledgeable about the issues and actually do the work and talk about things that they know about. Talking about, you know, someone like a Hasan or a Vosh, like whatever.
Okay, so I will say, whether or not Matt remembers, whether or not Emma knows about it, whether or not Brandon is aware, the chat is the chat definitely remembers. The chat is lit up with horse emojis.
Think of them personally. They clearly do the work and know what they're talking about and are very educated on the subjects they're talking about. The other people we're talking about, it's the same sort of thing I was talking about earlier, when you have these people who don't know very much and bloviate about things. I mean, it's no surprise that so many of the people from the gaming world who made all their fame from playing World of Warcraft or some shit like that, all of a sudden over the past year or so, or a couple of years, all of a sudden they're all of a sudden political experts and talking about this stuff. Like they've been, you know, all of a sudden that's how they gained their fan base. No, they are doing the same thing they did when they were streamers for video games or whatever. They're creating as much controversy and drama as possible, because all they care about is views. That's what it comes down to. There's no other way around it, because that's that whole industry. You see it for all these guys.
And I think, Binder, to your point, there's clearly some sort of, I don't know. Lately, it's difficult to build up an audience. I think if you don't already have an established platform, we're in a very like calcified environment, consolidated market on the internet, and I think a lot of YouTube channels or Twitch channels or other, they're getting notes from algorithmic like experts about how debate and conflict is actually like the biggest driver of views right.
That's a good question, right? How much of a motivator do you think that is? So, I mean, they're talking, I think, about Destiny here. I guess it could be. Are they aware of the commentary community? Like, if you're talking about who's going after Hasan and Frogan and people like that, it is, Destiny, and to a lesser extent, the commentary channels. Nicholas Diorio, I think, did a stream about that. I wonder, yeah, I mean, I guess it fits for Nick Diorio. He's always playing Fortnite, so.
Right now, I used to work and look at some of those analyses, and you have to change your coverage based on that kind of stuff to get more.
I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic on Emma's hypothesis that this is about money. For some of them, it may be, right? And what she's saying is like, so what some people see, I'm not sure it always works. Look at Ethan, for instance, right? So what Emma's saying is that she's talked to people that know the algorithm, and they're like, you get in a dust up with somebody, it would be good for numbers. If you could do some content where you're going after people, that would be good for numbers. Maybe you should think about it, give it a thought, right? She's saying that YouTube, YouTube experts will say stuff like that, and so that's what she thinks is going on here. I would say that there's probably some of that, right? But half of it is pure, unadulterated vitriol. When they go after Hasan, I am convinced that, however monetarily advantageous it might be to do that kind of content, and yeah, you're appealing to a whole crowd of haters there. There's an anti-fandom for Hasan that you're potentially picking up. I swear to God, I feel like with some of these dudes, they fucking hate Hasan. And with Ethan, like, I think it's emotional for him. It's not helping him out numbers-wise, right? I mean, I don't know, maybe numbers-wise, right? Maybe in terms of like overall like views on a VOD. But as far as engaging his core audience, the people that donate, the people that subscribe to Ethan and H3, right? Those people want to hear more about Twilight and Ethan's whack pack, right? Whatever, people that he's bringing on for whatever reasons, right? Than they do about his grievance against Hasan. I don't think it's actually like helpful for Ethan, but I think she's talking more about Destiny. And with DGG, I swear to God, it's spite. It's spite. There's spiteful people over there.
More views, and I think a lot of channels.
It definitely feels personal, says Omegastar. Yeah, I agree.
Following suit, we all have to make money. I get it. But I think what I like about what our show does is that we are a consistent product, and I think it also creates less volatility.
Well, yeah, I would never question that. Like, I don't think they're going after Tim Pool or Dave Rubin because they're like, ooh, algorithm says yes. I think it's literally, I mean, with Dave Rubin, Sam feels like it's important that when people look over, Dave Rubin's story, right? His story is like, I used to be a liberal, but then the left got crazy and I had to come over to the right because it was the only place with sane people there. And so that's Dave Rubin's story, right? And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. He was always right wing. And so Sam's content on Rubin kind of documents that, right? Same thing with Tim Pool. Tim Pool pretends to be like, I'm a centrist. I have both, I don't know, like like that. Mostly what they do, it's like for a reason. It's not spite. And it's not algorithm maxing. Although with the Tim Pool, maybe that shit does tend to bang in the algorithm.
Because when you're constantly chasing like, this is what this consultant or this person on this platform is telling you is doing the best.
I mean, these people exist. What she's talking about exists, right? Like YouTube. What's the right term for this? I think I know, but I don't know if this word has like a... Does this word have like a No, it is. I knew it. I knew it, chat. Oh my god. I'm so glad I didn't say this. Chat. Okay, anyway. This is one term that people will use to discuss somebody who knows like an awful lot about YouTube or can give you advice, but yeah, this is an anti-Semitic term apparently. Svengali is a character in the novel Trilby, sensation novel by Georges du Maurier, and one of the most popular novels of its time, published in Harper's New Monthly magazine. First published in 1894 by Georges du Maurier, Svengali is a Jewish man who seduces, dominates, and exploits Trilby, a young half-Irish... Oh my god! Yeah, and I mean, that spider is a classic anti-Semitic trope. I had a feeling that there was something out there, that this word had some baggage to it, and I was right. But yeah, someone... we're just, what Emma's talking about is, people that either claim to have some special knowledge about the YouTube algorithm or do have some special knowledge. I know that Vosh had a person like this that was advising him on the back end of YouTube, how to do things to maximize his views, right? It's never clear though, because like the YouTube algorithm is so opaque. It's so, that somebody could just like make claims about it of like, yes, if you use alliteration, your videos will, like, I don't know, does it? Maybe. But regardless, yeah, I'm not gonna refer to that as a Svengali now that I know what Svengali, what the origin of that term comes. And I had a feeling, I was like, wait a minute, I've heard people say this term. I kind of have a bad feeling about it though.
Best for numbers right now.
I just like the word cucked. I'm willing to accept anyone's relationship. Yeah, me too. I feel the same way. It's become shorthand for a lot of things, right? But
then that's going to change the next year, and then you have to change your value proposition or what you're providing for people in the next year. I would rather just do the same show the same way. I mean, adjust accordingly to an extent, but I do think like people should be aware that right now, my hunch from seeing on the outside is that there's a lot of data telling these YouTube channels that debate and disagreement is driving a lot of views and money for people.
Well, that's because they can't do what we do. They can't do like a Torts conference show.
Yo, chat, sometime we gotta steal like an image of Matt Lech coming up in the corner and like that should be like a stream alert, like, right? Like when somebody, I don't know, donates or becomes a member or something like that, I want to have like Matt Lech. I want to have that pop up that he does, right? Look.
Data telling these YouTubers
How does he do it?
that debate and disagreement is driving a lot of views and money for people.
Well, that's because
just a fade in.
They can't do what we do. They can't do like a Torts conference show or have Mark Joseph Stern. None of them want to do this.
They're jealous of our torts. They're jealous of our torts. Just like you'll be jealous of those who have a sub if you don't get one by the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up in about 5 minutes on twitch.com. You can get out of that 3-minute ad break for free. It happens every hour, by the way, so it's a repeating ad break. You can get out of it for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it for $6 using $6, or you could possibly what else can you do? I mean, like, there's a possibility of getting gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat and you're very lucky.
It's like deep. I'm just looking through our recent shows, and it's just like all things that none of these people want to fucking do.
Yeah.
Like
Lech's Bubble reminds me of chat heads.
It's like our first half. None of these people have the depth for it, and so
if we ever get a chance to see Matt Lech saying like, "Thank you for subscribing" or something like that, I'm gonna steal it.
It is just like policing other people's chats and just debased behavior like that.
But what you're talking about,
I mean, that is so Destiny. What he just said, policing other people's chats, right? The thing that Ethan did when he screen capped like Majority Report mods, right? Going into the chat, oh, look at what your mods are saying, like, right? That is so fucking petty. That is so fucking petty.
That exactly speaks to the longevity of what we do and other people like us do. Like, you can see that we're like...
We got the torts. That's what Matt's saying. We got the torts.
I'm talking about
they can't do the torts.
Majority Report as a whole and other streamers who have been doing this for as long as we have in the news and politics world. There's longevity here because we know what we're
Kyle
talking about.
Kalinski's another example.
Or Democracy Now! A generation earlier.
Democracy Now! Exactly. Yeah.
We have...
Wait till they start doing drama with Democracy Now! Wait till Destiny goes after Amy Goodman.
People know that when they come to us, whatever it is, even if they disagree, they know that we're legit. It's the same thing as why you hear like conservatives even say like, I might disagree with everything about Bernie Sanders, but that's a guy with integrity because he believes what he says and he knows what he's talking about from his perspective. You know, but then you look at the people that we're talking about on the other side of this. There's a reason why every year or so, every couple of years, maybe if they're lucky, they're jumping on the new thing. Like, why do we have people who got big as World of Warcraft streamers suddenly bloviating about his opinion about Palestinian culture?
So I can speak to this. Maybe I should speak about this because I feel like it's something that I'm in a particularly advantageous spot, you know, where my career started on Twitch, right, to observe, to understand exactly what's going on there, because I feel like a lot of people don't. Twitch is its own world. It's so weird and it's so insular, and if you're not like immersed in it, you won't get it. And there's probably a lot of stuff about Twitch that even I don't get, but I do understand what's going on, what Matt's talking about here, right? And it's just basically this, that a lot of people started out doing video game content. Asmongold fits this description. Destiny fits this description. They got really big, and then they realized that they could reach a new audience. They could make their streams bigger if they went into just chatting. So Twitch has got a bunch of different categories right now. I think we're in the politics category on Twitch. And there's a category called just chatting. And the bigger streamers, what they'll do is they'll put it on just chatting, and it's like people care what a big video game streamer has to say about the issues of the day. If they think that like you need to vote for Kamala for these reasons, if they think you need to vote for Trump for these reasons, if they have an opinion on Israel Palestine, and that's kind of what Asmongold was doing. That's what he was doing, right? And it is a weird thing. You saw Anna Kasparian get kind of jealous of this, making the assumption that Hasan had the same trajectory. I want you to understand, though, Hasan is different, all right? He started doing politics. He started doing just chatting, right? He, like, his video, to the extent that he plays video games, it's like, what is it, Rust and Grand Theft Auto 5, right? He did that later. Or his streams where he would watch, what is it, like the Kitchen Nightmares, stuff like that, right? He started doing that. Like, he did the politics first, right? So he got big through politics. Most of the other streamers, though, it usually goes the other way around. It's very hard to be a political streamer and like sell like a gaming stream. It's very easy to be a gaming streamer and just, you know, once you get to a certain size, sell yourself as like a political expert just by virtue of the fact that you have a big account. And yeah, it's also a kingmaker system, right? So no, I'm not complaining. This is not me being salty, right? But generally, the way that shit works in YouTube is you make a video, and if you have a good title and you have a good thumbnail, have an interesting concept that people click on, you know, your video can go from like, you know, you having a very small channel to blowing the fuck up. If you give a video that banks in the algorithm, like, right, there's a chance to get big. Twitch doesn't have that. It doesn't have discovery. Your discovery is through bigger streamers discovering you and rating you and giving you a shout out or bringing you on or something. Like, it's a kingmaker system. That's you know, what they call it. And it tends to like reward, you know, whereas on YouTube, like some of the views that are now on big channels have every chance of sliding down and going to smaller channels if those smaller channels make good videos. On Twitch, that doesn't happen naturally. That has to be assisted by some sort of social. So why they call it a kingmaker, you know, system is that the people that are likely to get big are the people that that forge relationships with streamers that are already kind of big, right? I'm not saying this to be salty. I'm not saying this to be jealous. Despite the fact that I've been treated very unfairly by Twitch, very unfairly. I've been most unfairly treated streamer ever. But that's just how it works. That's just how it works. So because of that, you know, the kings, the people that achieve, they got to do a lot to fall off. They got to stop streaming, or they got to get boring, or, you know, play a game that nobody cares about anymore, right? That's how people fall off on Twitch. It doesn't happen that much, you know. It tends to just views aggregate up and up and up and up. If you're, you know, connected, if you're well viewed, you will tend to be well viewed for the rest of your career, barring, you know, some other kind of there actually being a problem with the content. Whereas on YouTube, you can make a big channel, you can get a lot of views, and people could, you know, get bored of it, want something else.
In his dirty ass roach infested room. It's because there's no longevity.
I don't even know which one that is. It could be anybody.
There's no longevity in what any of these guys do, because at the end of the day, what they do is short-term, pure bursts of entertainment and are valueless. They bring no value to the world, period, in terms of what they do.
And the crowd ages out of them.
I low-key love that Chad is mixing up, the part of Chad is mixing up DGG with DDG.
Yes, and the crowd ages out, and then they are left trying to bilk an entire...
Wait, I don't even know what that means. It's something dirty. It's something horrible, right? DDG is something bad. I love the DLCs for New Vegas.
New generation, all...
I need to get back to that.
All over again. That's why you got these old motherfuckers like Andrew Tate with influencing kids who are 30, 40 years younger than him.
It's so weird. Even the Chud logic, right? Effect. The idea of like a 40-year-old man saying the R slur on stream, right? I don't know how, I mean, I don't think Chud's audience is actually that young. But like, it's just kind of wild. It's just kind of wild. Like, some of these dudes are like aging out of the fucking toxicity that they have banged in the algorithm with. And it just leaves them in a really strange place, right? Because, you know, even if you don't think that the R slur is like ableist and you don't have a problem with it for that reason, I would think that you might feel it to be a schoolyard insult, unbecoming of a whole ass adult such as Mr. Logic. But what do I know? I'm just a cat girl.
Because there's only those kids can be so manipulated.
The lack of perspective.
That this idiot has anything of value to offer you.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, with that said, let's take a call really quickly. Calling from a 607 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? 607. I think I picked you up. 607.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, exactly, Rotten Mouse. This is, you got it. I mean, at the point of the system is what it does, no use considering whether or not it's intentional. If they don't put in a discoverability thing, then algorithm is made the way it is. Yeah, I mean, that's basically Twitch's algorithm. They've just left it, basically they've left it to bigger streamers to decide who gets big and who doesn't. Kingmaker system makes it sound like it's intended when I feel they just don't want to make that. I mean, this every chance Imaginaire. Anyway, I don't want to sound salty. Oh my god, are we almost at 100 likes? Remember to like the stream. That's true, Several Wolves. That's important. That's crucial. Good to have you here, Tabula Rasa. So yeah, speaking of the bonus content, we are at 74%. It looks like... So, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat, and if you've already donated, make sure to do this if you want. If you want to play this game, you can kind of put your finger on the scale a little bit when you donate by letting me know which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content. We are 74% of the way there, just a mere 26% from hitting that dono goal. We've got what looks like Jordan Peterson, a fashion icon, Jodrin Peterson winning at 71%. And that's mainly because of the effect of the donos, right? The poll is being dominated by Tucker and Trump, Daddy's Home at 39%. With Korean Granddad, who rides a boar, in third place with, it looks like now 26%. So let me update this stuff a little bit. 26. That one's down to 39. 39. And the Fallout meter is pretty freaking high. I don't know. I do need to get to you with some more Fallout New Vegas content. And now we've started Metaphor Refantasio. I gotta find a time to maybe after the election. That's still a ways away, isn't it? And I need some gaming. I you know. The reason I don't do it more is because, in general, like my views and the degree to which the stream is like supporting my income is higher when I do political content as opposed to video game content. But many of you may know that I started off my career on Twitch as a Minecraft streamer of all the speaking of sussy, that's like the sussiest area of streamers next to, like, I don't know, all the other stuff. But how many Minecraft streamers have done something fucked up? But regardless, I switched out of that pretty quickly and just started covering politics, started reacting to started doing sort of similar content to Hasan Piker, I guess, similar to a lot of things. Only part I liked of Fallout 3 was the pit. Is that a DLC? Music like Asmongold should not have as much music? Oh, sorry, no, you were talking to somebody. Asmongold should not have as much influence as he does. And he started way in the beginning. Yeah, he does seem kind of... You've never played Minecraft. It's pretty fun. I never played Minecraft on a server. Oh, wait, no, I did once. I played on 2B2T one time. And I fell in a freaking hole. So in Minecraft, if you fall in a hole that's like, that's 1 by 2, and it's made of, what is it called? Bedrock? There's no way to get out of it. You're stuck. Unless somebody, like, I don't know, pours water in on top of you to let you swim out of the way, right? You're stuck. And that's what happened to me. So I played it one time, got stuck in a hole, and never played it again. I wouldn't be surprised, chat, though, if there was some NCC haters from way back, like spawn camping that exact block. New Vegas has I only say this because I know one prominent NCC hater who played on that server herself. New Vegas has better game mechanics, but that and 4, 3 and 4 are a shit story. The story of 3 is like nothing. Fallout 3 is the best after 1 and 2. Gotta get ahead of the Minecraft controversy? Yeah. I love old RPGs, but I didn't get along with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 because I hated the real-time combat system. Fallout and Arcanum. Oh yeah, so Fallout 1 and 2 has a turn-based combat, just like Final Fantasy or Persona. Fallout 2 is the best Fallout, says Dabby. 3 is cool, says Magoggles. If Minecraft were prettier, I'd play it. You can make it pretty if you really want to. There's things, shading packs and resource packs that you can get. You can make it look almost any way you want. Skyrim is still the GOAT. 4 is probably the most fun FPS. Or I found generally boring. Which is the one where you go to the Nuka-Cola? Fallout New Vegas is a better game, but I don't know. I like the Capital Wasteland. Is that in 3? NCC calls it kayfabe, I believe, the secret agreement between wrestlers. Yeah. Oh wait, what are we talking about? When streamers will set up drama between each other and they're both like talking behind the scenes. I feel like the commentary community does that shit all the time. I think there's even proof of it. Some people see it as a W when streamers just go, so you're just an arse wrestler and hang up, but I just see it as stupid. Did Trump just call Kamala the R word? He said, what did he say about her? She was like mentally, I can't remember the word that he used. Mentally, I can't remember. I don't know. Did he actually say the R? I wouldn't put it past him. If that Kingmaker system was on YouTube, I don't think nearly as many trans channels would flourish. Well, I mean, you'd have to. Yeah, you're right. Because like, how would ContraPoints get big in the first place? Yeah, it'd have to be through ContraPoints or somebody like that. PhilosophyTube, like, giving the other channels a hand up, and they wouldn't exactly be. It wouldn't exactly be in their interest to create more competition for themselves. So. You know, I always said KFAB instead. Like, I got made fun of. New Vegas definitely has that kind of general flat and uninteresting overworld map compared to 3 and 4. There's like one mountain, isn't there? But yeah, it's generally pretty flat. I just liked a lot of the narrative there. And the moody spaces, yeah, like Dead Money. Oh my god, I haven't done that! God. New Vegas has a special place. I live in a you live in the real life region. Yeah, and it's accurate. It's fair from what I've heard. It's fairly accurate to the what is it called, like the greater Las Vegas area. Throwback props to Octopath Traveler 2. Wait, I feel like somebody gave me Octopath Traveler 1. I feel like I have that somehow. 3 has a good map, and I like it for that, but once I fully explored it, I never really felt like revisiting. The only video games I play are SimCity and City Skylines. I mean, those look like fun. I am back to my usual chill games when I am between games. No Man's Sky. I have not played that one yet. There's a lot of games that I have. Do ContraPoints or PhilosophyTube live stream? Yeah, occasionally. It's very rare, Tabula Rasa, but she used to do it. ContraPoints used to do it back in the day. PhilosophyTube will do it every time she makes a video. She will like live stream afterwards. But ContraPoints does it sporadically, I guess. But she used to do it all the time. In fact, the whole term BreadTube, right? I feel like I was aware of BreadTube before a lot of other people were, because I was always hanging out in Contra's gaming stream. She'd like play she'd play a game and she'd try to break the game. That was her whole thing, right? She'd want to do stuff in the game that you're not supposed to do in the game to kind of fuck it up. And I remember people would just like be posting like bread emoji, bread emoji, bread emoji, bread emoji, and Contra would be like, "Why is everybody posting bread? What's with all this bread, chat? What's the bread?" And people would be like, "Read the bread book. Read the bread book." So that's where it comes from. And I feel like ContraPoint's chat was kind of like ground zero for RedTube. Bring out back the Brianna Wu game. Oh, you want me to play that? That would be interesting. What was it called again? Revolution 69? No, it's not 69. Revolution 60? Oh my god, I can't remember. PhilosophyTube was live earlier today. Nice. Still playing Manor Lords. ContraPoints used to play Resident Evil 7 and 8 on stream. Yeah, she really is a rebel. I feel like one of the few people who remember that live stream ContraPoints did when Blair White went. Oh no, I have heard of this, Ophelia. I have heard this is legendary. Blair ContraPoints did a live stream with Blair White where they were super friendly and affectionate to each other, drinking wine. I have heard tell of that, but I have never seen it myself. She nuked that video off the internet. Yeah, I guess I'm not that surprising. So she was talking to Blair White and chat. How did that go? I'm surprised she didn't get more pushback on that. She did kind of flirt with, transmedicalism, which is not entirely uncommon about, with newly transitioning people. But again, it's a bad rabbit hole to go down. I always drink wine, sprained my ankle. Oh no, I hope you're okay, Tabula. Ouch. That sounds painful. Oh, Blair White wasn't as extreme back then? Huh. Yeah, like there was Blair White and Calvin Guerra, Riley Grace Rochon, kind of transmed streamers back in the day. God, I know entirely too much about streamers, including some people Chad is mentioning. You'll live. YOLO. YOLO indeed. What's up, Morbius? When did Blair become a conservative vampire? Good question. I don't know that, Lore. Yeah, but chat, my biggest tongue biting moment is like whether I should mention people's inward streams or not. You know what's surprising to me is, and I haven't watched Sunday's stream yet, but that Sunday's, like, Vosh's response to the Twitch drama, from what I can tell, was largely better than Sunday's. It's kind of wild. And that tells you, like, I don't know, I guess I'm just judging by titles and thumbnails. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a clickbait kind of situation. What is this? Morbius Dragon with the gifted membership to Bradigan. Bradigan, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Brings us up to 77%. Remember, if you donated, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see in chat. And I will actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, potentially helping it win. We are 23% away from some of that glorious stunlock. Kind of. Is that a stunlock? Most of the time when people talk about a stunlock, they're talking about like a streamer just like goes off on something. Congrats again for the 10K milestone. Yeah, we need to figure out what to do this weekend. We need to celebrate. I just don't know how to celebrate it. Weasel logic. Wait, is that like... Is that what my podcast would be called with Chud logic? Weasel logic? I do agree that Vosh did handle his drama better. His drama? Sunday kept nuking his streams while Voosh tried to do damage control. Oh, I'm not talking about their drama. I'm talking about the response to the like Ethan Klein thing, right? Like, it kind of looks like Sunday took Ethan Klein's bait, which, I mean, I'll have to see that. I'll have to watch it to know for sure. I don't want to, like... I don't want to jump to any conclusions. NCC haircut stream. Oh my god, that says that chat notices how much I've been growing my hair out. Wait, so that would mean that I would need to, like, hire somebody to come to my house and cut my hair? And they would have to agree to be on a stream? Or I'd have to find somebody I knew that cut hair. NCC haircut stream. Yeah, damn. Damn. You want the punk cat looking NCC back? You mean like with you want me to have a pixie cut? You just got weeviled, and that's a weird thing. I didn't know Ethan Klein did not go after Sunday. Sunday commented on the drama that we've been talking about with Frogan and Ethan Klein, and I haven't watched that yet. But it looks like he's having it looks like he's going after Frogan over the Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the gifted membership. GV896. You've just been weaseled. And that's also a good thing. It gets us up to 80%. You voted for the Daddy's Home. Yes, Daddy's Home got some more. So what is that? Got like 3%? Yeah, 3%. For Daddy's Home, putting it up to 42% overall. 42%. It wasn't me being shady? Oh no, you're right, you're right. No, you wouldn't be shady, you'd be right. You would be correct, right? But you're saying that you were talking about like something, you're referring to something that I'd said, not your own observation. That wouldn't be shady. That would just be like observation. Like I can see what I know what split ends looks like. And he went after Frogan today and said she should be deplatformed. So you saw that, BKK? She can't panhandle. Did Sunday really say that? Oh my god. This is the thing. I don't exactly want to do. I don't exactly want to put chat chooses violence back on the menu for bonus content, but we might have to. Just gonna buy a home laser thing and laser my hair and my body. Well, I mean, like that's the whole thing. Is like, if I got my hair cut shorter, I would have a lot more cosplay options. Let's just say. Like, I'm trying to imagine any sort of cosplay with a wig right now. Oh my god, there'd be a big old bump on my head from, like, you know, I'd have to, like... Look at all this hair, chat. It goes down to, like... It goes down below my boobs. It goes down to my fucking belly button. Oh my god, chat, my hair goes to my belly button. That is wild. Almost. Almost. What did Sunday do now? I'm just, you know, from what chat has said, Sunday went after Frogan and said that Frogan should be deplatformed. I know that he was at least critical of Frogan on that whole thing. Oh wait, you mean Ethan? Wait. Well, okay. Like Sunday does have a thumbnail, which looks like him going after Frogan. Like unless it's just straight up. You want me to do nominate? Oh my gosh, I should do that. I would look amazing with white hair. Have you tried doing your hair in pin curls? Wait, pin curls? What are pin curls? I don't know. Maybe I don't know as much about cosplay as I think. It wasn't Sun. Okay, so you were quoting Ethan. Okay. And I know that Sunday's got kind of a hate boner for Hasan. Again, with Sunday, half of it is like jealousy. At least half of it, if not more. What's he going to be like when I pass him, though, right? What's he going to be like when I legitimately have a bigger channel and I have more viewers? What is Sunday going to say to that? He's not going to like that, chat. Maybe we should just like not talk about Sunday. I don't want, like, I don't need a hater. I don't need another hater. All right. I've had haters before and it sucks. Like, I've had people that literally set up a program to record every stream that I make, right? That automatically, without them doing anything, like just like NCC goes live, I am recording. And if there's anything good, I'm going to put it up on, some site for posterity. Izzy Sanchez says, I want to vote for Daddy's Home. Can you put my early dono in there too? Yeah, I can do that, Izzy Sanchez.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Sunday's thumbnails are crazy.
Sunday's thumbnails are crazy. That brings us up to 90%. And I'm guessing you're adding that to... Oh my god, Jordan Peterson is up to 81%. Oh my god. I am of two minds on Frogan. I don't agree with everything that Frogan's ever done, for the record, right? And I'm not going to co-sign anything that Frogan said, lest I myself be subjected to the same, moderation on Twitch. Wait, are there more unhinged thumbnails? Are there? I mean, like, we looked at the Tyler ones. Hasn't Sunday? Let's see. Izzy Sanchez. What am I adding? 3% plus 5. Okay, so it's 8% to Daddy. That's puts that up to 11, and then it puts that total to 50. It's to 50. Okay, so 50. So we still have Jodron Peterson asserting dominance over everything else on the board. We're at 90%. Yeah, it is. It is pretty wild. But as far as Frogan being banned or deplatformed, I definitely don't support that. Like, right? I mean, there's some stuff that Frogan's done, like, I'm thinking specifically, like, right, but I mean, it's just like, the stuff I'm talking about is just like, that's not a good idea to do that, right? Like, I understand having a large account follow you and then unfollow you for what you think is a stupid reason. But I would never comment on that, right? It's just not a good idea, right? So that's different than like a criticism of me thinking, Frogan's like, like a bad person or something, right? That's not from what I've seen. It's not how leftism is done, President Sunday. Like, leftism is a fun little game. That's not how leftism is done, says Sunday. Oh, yeah, no, it implies that she's got no empathy or something like that. And here's what boggles my mind, all right? Rogan lives in a country that has been affected in the not-so-distant past by certainly Israeli foreign policy, which, is basically an extension of U.S. foreign policy, and by, yes, the U.S. Military itself has a footprint on Lebanon. So it's like the fact that Frogan would have strong feelings towards the U.S. military, that's not, to me, a person, with that experience, like, not having empathy for soldiers is like not something that I would criticize. But hey, I'm not President Sunday. That's not my floor. That's not my problem. That's not my take. That's not my take. All right. Again, I'm not gonna cover the Frogan thing too much, considering that Frogan actually has had, some pretty costly moderation done to her by Twitch. So I don't want to be in the position of co-signing anything, but Jordan Peterson needs to go back to Manitoba. Some say that. Been going crazy lately. Oh my gosh, yeah, I hope you get what you need. Good for Gabi with the 1999 super sticker. The Doge. It's like a samurai Doge. Samurai Doge who's just won an award. Was it President Sunday or Ethan Klein that had both? Both have made videos against Rogan. I mean, to me, it sounds like Twitch is like, so you wouldn't want an employer discriminating against veterans. And so for that reason, there's laws in place that protect people's military service status. Now, we're not thinking of an employer that has like strong feelings about like Gaza or Iraq or something like that. We're not thinking about that, like an anti-Vietnam employer or something like that. We're thinking of an employer like Trump that's like, oh, you went to, you are a veteran, or makes assumptions about veterans that, they wouldn't be, their problems that they've gained from being involved in war would affect them negatively in the work, or whatever kind of bias they might have, right? So that's a thing that the U.S. government does. And I think that's where Twitch's policy comes from. They look at like, okay, what do we, anti-discrimination policy, what do we got? We got gender, we got race, we got ethnicity, we got nationality, we got, right? And so I think that's where they're generating their list from. That's why I think they've got like military service is part of that list, right? And that's where I think that's where they got that. I tried a regular super chat and my phone wouldn't let me. It'll only let you do super stickers. 10K it's a 10K trophy. It's 10 karat gold. Yeah. Wait, is that good? Is 10 karat good? Wait, can gold be carats or is it diamonds that are carats? Chat, I don't know jewelry that well. Izzy Baker, yeah. Yeah. That's the irony. That's the irony of what Sunday is saying. And again, like I said, I'm not going to talk too much about it because they're coming for all of us potentially, chat. They're coming for, and that's why if you're following me on Twitch, I want you to make sure gyms have carrots, rabbits have carrots. If you're following me or if you're watching me on Twitch, I want to make sure you follow me on YouTube, right? Because we're really worried about what's happening with Twitch. There's discussion of them eliminating politics, right? And so I don't know how far this thing is going to go. I don't want to be, histrionic. I don't want to be hyperbolic. I don't want to freak out and make assumptions that don't end up coming true. But I think that there is a way too high of a chance that the pressure on Twitch's sponsors might cause them to think twice. Maybe they could even go back to, there was a time on Twitch chat that you had to be playing a game. There was no just chatting. There was no politics. There was no talk shows or whatever. You had to be playing a game, right? They could go back to that. I would create a TikTok to hang out. I really should. I really should. I need to make a TikTok and I need to get it to 1,000 followers. I wonder how difficult that would be. And that means that anybody that's clipping my stream, if you can find a moment that's funny, that's exciting, that's compelling, that you think would make a good TikTok or YouTube short, go make that clip, right? I appreciate it greatly, and your clip might actually end up, being turned into a TikTok. So, who knows? Twitch channel has channel streaming movies right now. Yeah, I think we rated into one, but although I think that one was legal, I think Will Neff did. I'm assuming that Will Neff just did like a. There's some kind of thing if you do like Amazon stuff that's on Amazon Prime, you can actually stream it. I hope you're having a spooky weekend too, Germ. Good to see you. It might be glitched, huh? Peterson was from Alberta. Oh, he's not from Manitoba. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if they left politics? I wouldn't blame Twitch for removing politics. 99% of the people partaking in it have no idea how politics are being played. I don't even know what Twitch, what shit, other than like Hasan, I don't know. 12K is partially gold? Wait, so 10K is not that great, right? 10K is nothing to brag about. Nothing to write home about. Anybody else who donated want to have their want to have your donation added to a particular topic? It's looking like the CJ the X video is. It's the Jodran Peterson, a fashion analysis of Jodran. I want him in Manitoba. I thought Peterson was from the land of the lobsters. He should be, yeah, Maine should be his home. Video game had to be a certain percentage of the stream. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that, Imaginaire. Keep him out of my home province. 10K is gold plated, so we're gold plated. That's pretty good. I'll settle for that. Gold plated. Went for a short drive and there's so many Trump signs. Oh geez, that sucks, Morbius. I'm sorry. JP for me. Oh my god. Well then that wins straight up. Look at that. JP with 101 points. That's one more point than exists in like a percentage. That is wild. Yeah, we got the so it looks like the voters were they were voting. They were voting hard. They voted for Tucker and Trump Daddy's Home. And they even got some support from the donors, but not like the support for Jodryn Peterson, a fashion analysis, which just buried the competition 101 250, right? 226. So yeah, it's like 51% more than the next competitor and 75% more than the one after that. Damn, destroying the competition. All right, let's see what's up with this Jodryn Peterson. What if I type it in like that? Jodryn Peterson, CJDX. Oh my god, it's a long one.
Recently, I made banana bread. And I may yet again. You ever notice how foreseeing a prophecy and setting a goal are kind of indistinguishable from each other? It's the same thing.
Pretty much the same thing.
Just perceived as either coming from within you or from outside of you, either moving forward through time or backward through time. Which letter of the alphabet do you think knows the best spells? Q, right? Why is that? Remember, best spells is different from most magical, because if we're talking about just pure chaotic power, O obviously is the most magically powerful. That's an open portal through which infinity is pouring. Q,
basically,
is this line negotiating between the realm of infinite magic and the realm of mortal conscious desire. The line in between is the magic wand. Twitter is good for networking, but bad for your soul. You know, maybe ingesting an infinity of inflammatory opinions penned by people you do not know is not the first thing you should do when you wake up. Perhaps plugging into the endless anxiety amplification edutainment machine is not the final thing you should do before going to bed. Spending your precious
X has the best spells.
Drops of consciousness, performing your fleeting feelings as public statements, and sandblasting the wrinkles of your brain with other people's low effort intellectual excrements is not what being a person is about. Next time you're alone and you feel compelled to take out your phone.
Wait, I feel like this reminds me of the... Have you ever seen Bill Maher's Club Random? I wonder if that's on purpose. Oh shit, what is that book that CJ has next to them?
Stop for a second. Think about what you're thinking. Feel what you're feeling. Write down the thought you're thinking or the feel you're feeling on a piece of paper with a pen and look at it. Is your consciousness reflected back at you? This is called having a private life. Maybe we could make time to do this once a day or once a week. Now, with all that said, let's look at some tweets that changed my aesthetic life for the better. The first is when Grimes accidentally called Minions aesthetic terrorism in public. Minions are aesthetic terrorism. This did not need to exist. Oh, fuck, this was supposed to be for my burner account. I should delete this. Okay, I'm so sorry. Just like...
Oh no, you don't want to get in trouble with Minions.
Brand deals.
There's so many people, chat, that love Minions. You can't...
Up in smoke.
It's like shitting on Taylor Swift. It's a bad idea, even if you feel that way.
The philosopher Miranda Fricker coined this concept called hermeneutical injustice. This is when you lack the social language to communicate what you were experiencing to other people, thereby isolating you in your experience and rendering you unable to name it, understand it, share it with others, do something about it. If there's no socially understood name for the thing you're experiencing, or if you do not know the name for the thing you're experiencing, you're damned to experience it alone, wondering if it's even real, if you even deserve to feel this way about this thing you can't even articulate. The common example often cited for this is the phrase sexual harassment, which was invented as recently as 1975 at Cornell University by Working Women United. They were inspired to do so by the case of Carmita Wood, who quit her job at Cornell University due to constant sexual advances, remarks, and touches from her superior. Unfortunately for Wood, she was unable to express the real reason she was forced to leave because there wasn't language for this thing she was
That's wild. That's wild to think about a time. I never thought about this. Like, obviously I knew there was a time where no one cared about sexual harassment and it happened super commonly and it would never, you know, there was just nothing you could do about it. Like, obviously I was aware of that. But I wasn't really, I didn't put it together to think that there was a time where it just wasn't a thing. There was no name for it. There's no way to describe it.
Experiencing. So you quit because he likes you?
It wasn't that long ago. You're right, Omega Star.
He complimented you?
Most people would just call that the 80s, yeah.
Stood close to you? I'm gonna put personal reasons here. When Working Women United popularized the phrase sexual harassment, they labeled this common experience that women across workplaces have had for a long time, placing the onus on the men in power who perpetuate this experience, and thereby overcoming the hermeneutical injustice that made such oppressive experiences difficult to combat in the past. So I'm saying...
When you're hearing from Tucker Carlson, or you're hearing from J.D. Vance, or you're hearing from Michael Knowles, that they want to turn the clock back, right? This is what they want to erase. And we're not going back. You can't unknow that. You can't forget that sexual harassment is a problem. But yes, these reactionaries would like to go back to a time where either it's not a problem or it's something that we blame on the person experiencing the harassment.
When Grimes called Minions aesthetic terrorism, that gave me the language to express something I experienced. This is what's happening to me when I'm in a bar, happily sipping a mojito and writing my philosophy, and then the house music shuts off, and a white dude with dreadlocks plugs in an acoustic guitar and starts playing Love Yourself by Justin Bieber really loudly, replacing the word love with fuck, clearly very proud of himself for this innovation. Some of you need to leave my senses alone, and this is also how we all feel about Jordan Peterson's new suits.
Yo!
Violence to my eyeballs.
I feel
Oh my gosh.
with you.
I really thought that this was going to be a video standing Jordan's fashion sense.
I don't like what you did, and I don't want to see this again.
Now, fashion really isn't my primary medium. I lack the expertise and verbiage to express myself within it, so I can't really say why this is ugly, just that I feel it is. But this, of course, leaves me wide open to the dismissive retort. That's subjective. You say it's ugly, that's just your...
He likes it.
Oh.
Peterson likes it.
Haven't you heard? I'm the aesthetic philosophy bridge troll. You don't get to opt out of disagreements on beauty with me until you've answered my riddles straight. Admittedly, as previously established, I am not particularly gifted or experienced in this particular medium, so I did bring backup. See, one man on Twitter has been waging war against Peterson's new suits. And he's been trending. There's a very painful period when you see guys start to pay attention to clothes and they start to dress worse than they did before they started paying attention to clothes. Part 1, Order Meets Chaos. Derek Guy...
I feel like Vosh knows about this state.
Is a man who likely has a face, although we're not sure about that. What we know for sure is that he has 3 health bars, very long combos, and he hasn't been killed yet. If you get the notification that you've been quote tweeted by @dieworkwear, you should be concerned. Belt should match your shoes. Should wear over the calf socks. Wrong size, you dumbass!
Yo!
But Derek Guy,
that dog got owned.
But before we explain what those principles are, check out this cool portal I found. Who looks better here?
Elden Ring NCC stream when? Yeah, gaming stream when? Who looks better here? I mean... Like, I don't think you can have a suit that tight.
In your opinion, I'm just wondering. You pick one? All right, cool. You want to take another run through the portal? Before we go on, which of these 2 outfits look better to you?
No, DeSantis, DeSanctimonious, what are you doing?
Subjectively, in your opinion, no wrong answers. If you subjectively, arbitrarily prefer the first 2 suits to the second 2 suits, that's fine. You are entitled to your opinion. If you like your thing and you're happy, no one can take that away from you. You should go find the people that agree with you on aesthetics, and then you can all work on an aesthetic philosophy that helps you look like Ron DeSantis, which, according to you, is a desirable thing to look like. On the other hand, if you're like me and you think the second 2 suits look better, then we can now discuss amongst ourselves why we might feel this way. So isn't that nice? Our subjectivities are perfectly intact. There was no need to be upset. Yet, we're just self-reporting and intersubjectively sorting and pursuing our rational self-interest as individualized, atomized agents without making any objective ideal state of reality.
CJ the X, I relate to your writing process.
With our subjectivities entirely intact, it stands to reason that...
I gotta pee, though. I'll be right back.
On aesthetics in these 2 cases, then we might agree with Derek
but seriously
on aesthetics in more cases, and we would benefit from hearing him out on what he believes the underlying explanatory principles are that drive our aesthetic preferences across cases. So in case you're interested in what may be influencing your meaningless opinion, here are a couple things that guide Derek's appraisals in these examples. If you pick the second in both examples, then we have the same aesthetics. In that case, here is a guiding principle. A business jacket is not the same as a sport coat. Let's take these two examples. Which looks better to you? If you choose the second, it's because that's a sport coat. The business suit jacket is associated with the business suit, which is a particular cultural language. Conventionally, in this cultural language, it is almost always awkward to wear a business suit jacket without matching color pants. What is the difference between a suit jacket and a sport coat? Well, a suit is a garment where the jacket and the pants are cut from the same cloth, and the two are meant to be worn together. A sport coat is intended to be worn pants cut from a different cloth. If you wear a suit jacket on its own, it has to convincingly pass as a sport coat. It can't look like an orphaned suit jacket, which is a suit jacket that has lost its accompanying pants. These outfits look bad because it looks like the person spilled something on their suit pants and had to change out of them. Another thing you'll notice is that although both of these jackets are buttoned up at the belly, only one of them looks like it will pop open if you poke the wearer on the nose. Can't you just imagine it? Ron's jacket is too tight. If you look at any of the professional politician businessmen that he is incompetently emulating, you will see that they tend to wear matching pants with the jacket and a much cozier fit of jacket. Overly tight suits are a frequent and fervent target of Derek's incinerating ire. This is what some of you look like in your skinny suits. As you can see, Conor McGregor is a veritable mess on this front. Pants so tight I can read your text messages. He looks like a saran-wrapped sandwich. It's kind of common knowledge to the point of cliche that men used to dress better than they do now. Sometimes we attribute that to the fact that men wear suits less, but even when they do wear suits, they look worse. Derek Guy wagers that a major contributing factor to this malaise is that we keep jamming our men into these ultra-tight suits. Suit couldn't be tighter without being inside him. Of course, you can always argue cultural relativism. That's just your opinion. Your preference for roomier vintage suits is just archaic elitist nostalgia, close-mindedness in the face of inevitable changes in taste over time. To which I would reply, let's put it through the portal test. How do we like our new tight suits compared to old Hollywood suits? In your opinion, you're wearing a suit, you're going for classical. Why opt for the rural 8th grade graduation mod? The tight suit epidemic is really just symptomatic of an overall cultural preference for tighter and skimpier clothes, but this has contributed to our modern malaise in fashion as we've abandoned the concepts of shape and drape. Have you ever felt like the average person dressed better in the past? In my opinion, the reason has nothing to do with respectability, body shape, or even suits. It has to do with the loss of what I call shape and drape. When people admire fashions of the past, they often bring up issues unrelated to clothes, like respectability, politics, body type. What they're actually admiring are the shapes of these clothes and how they drape. Notice the procession of wonderful shapes here. The shape refers to the silhouette. What shape do your clothes create that are not just the shape of your body? Is there any shape to your clothes, or are they all just skin suits of different colors? Drape refers to how the fabric hangs and moves. Does it hang? Does it drape at all, or does it just stick to your skin slightly sweatily? A favorite example of Derek Guy's for perfect, clean, subtle drape is this incredibly dripped out photo set of Jackie Gleason golfing. The portal moment that really cemented the centrality of the silhouette inside of my soul was the side-by-side comparison between Sonic the Hedgehog and Meg Ryan.
Damn.
Devastating. The only difference between these outfits is the shape of the actual garment. Shape and drape, slim fit. Shape and drape, slim fit. So this is all really good and fun and useful. If you agree with Derek Guy on aesthetics, he has tons of tips and tricks for menswear. But things get deeper and more difficult when we move away from these obvious examples towards some finer examples. We're forced to engage with the real substance of what Derek Guy is saying. And it's a little more than just subjective arbitrary taste preference assigned at Portal, which takes us to the second tweet that changed my aesthetic life, when Derek Guy dunked on the Good Doctor. There's a very painful period when you see guys start to pay attention to clothes and they start to dress worse than they did before they started paying attention to clothes. Portal test it. I don't really know about this one. I'm not saying the second is better. I'm saying I don't know. Like, they both kind of look bad in different ways. Or maybe it's not the clothes at all. Maybe I'm just noticing that he looks sweaty and sad in the first pick, but healthy and happy in the second pick. But I'm not sure that the first outfit is better than the second. Is it? I mean, the coat's too big, right? I've posted the photo on the left before, and people have replied with, the coat is too big, but the overall outfit has social meaning. It reflects his social identity as a normal dude in academia. The one on the right has no social meaning. Dress is not an art project. What does it mean by that? Part 2, dress is not an art project. Here we begin to dive into Derek Guy's full actual philosophy of fashion, so it's time to stop reading tweets and take this shit seriously. His actual writing on aesthetics can be found on his blog Die Workwear, or in his contributions to other fashion publications like Put This On. His cornerstone piece, in my opinion, is How to Develop Good Taste Part 1, released August 26, 2022. I highly recommend it if you're interested in stuff or things. It's a historical and philosophical analysis of what is counted as good taste over the recent centuries, and it's rather staggering in its simultaneous scope and succinctness. Derek deftly contrasts Kant's critique of judgment with Pierre Bourdieu's distinction, and fortifies it all with a historical crash course on the emergence of industrial capitalism. If you don't normally read this kind of stuff, it's a little dry, but informative and worth it. And if you do know—
But not as dry as the ads coming your way on the ad break, which happens every hour, not quite on the hour, but reliably every hour, and gives you up to 3 minutes of ads at the time. If you don't want those 3 minutes of ads shoved into your consciousness, there are ways to get around it. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do so for $6 with $6, or you could possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat and somewhat lucky.
Normally read this kind of stuff. It's very fun and conversational.
This is boring.
For you.
Immanuel Kant, at first glance, seems like an unusual figure to reference in menswear. The kind of guy you hate but need. He's not fun to watch Love Island with, but you know he's right.
Why you bore me? You should be grateful.
Derek tells a 3-part progressive story, from innate taste to expert—
There's a lot of outfit changes in this video.
taste to arbitrary taste. And these aren't Derek Guy's categories. They are my categories that I extracted from his essay. I am editorializing. I'm doing an interpret for storytelling purpose. I love you, and we will be together forever until the frogs come. We begin with innate taste, which thrived throughout the British Empire during the Enlightenment. What's the sign for thrive?
Wait, what happens when the frogs come? Did I not get the memo? What happens when the frogs come?
At this time, it was believed that good taste was accurate apprehension of objective beauty. The principles of beauty were unchanging, universal, and found in nature. According to this philosophy of pure, transcendent aesthetics, any sophisticated, unbiased palate can intuitively detect true beauty, and true beauty never changes. Not everyone is as gifted or pure of conscience as to perfectly perceive this objective universal beauty, but an unworthy judge's subjective dissent does not change the truth of universal beauty. And because these true judges must be rational and disinterested, the arts are really best left to the royals and aristocrats, as the peasants have a tendency to muddy their aspirations with petty material—
We wouldn't want to muddy our aspirations, would we?
—concerns. They're too caught up with the needs and temptations of the flesh to appreciate pure aesthetics. Good taste is objective. The queen has it, the poors don't. That's why the queen's the queen and the poors are the poors. Everything just makes sense.
No!
The second era is the expert taste epoch, which is found in the 1900s in America, where a strong liberal democratic spirit reigned. This was a time where good taste was still thought to be objective.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Narwhal.
But it was less conflated with good breeding and innate intuition. The laws of etiquette and taste used to be kept carefully behind closed doors where the poors can't reach them. But now those doors began to be lockpicked and ransacked by the rapscallions. The dominant philosophy of the time turned away from the idea that good taste was innate and intuitive, and instead it was believed that taste was a skill that could be learned. In this march toward modernity, an army of Americans, mostly made of women, geared up to help ordinary people dress better. They were writers, teachers, and retailers who authored thousands of books, pamphlets, and magazine articles on the art of looking good. They taught university classes, hosted radio shows, and incorporated their lessons into weekly clothing club meetings. For these style experts, the message was simple. Knowledge, not money, is the key to style. Good taste was no longer transcendently spiritual and intuitive. Now, it was transcendently rational. The poor—
It could be acquired.
—could have good taste. We just need to explain it to them. So, in the early 1900s, popular works were published like Emily Post's Etiquette or Harriet and Vetta Goldstein's Art in Everyday Life. These books—
What? Oh, I need that book.
—rendered the principles of good taste entirely explicit, insisting that taste was not a matter—
I bet that book's got color theory.
—of elite innate intuition, but of learned expert skill. Importantly, this left the concept of objectively good taste entirely intact. It just abstracted good taste into principles
I get it.
Anywhere for anyone. Finally, we enter the postmodern phase, the phase in which we still exist. arbitrary taste. Towards the conclusion of the 20th century, the concept of objectivity began to take a severe beating. The cultural revolutions of the 60s signaled an ever-increasing consciousness that what the elite classes declared was objective was in fact not. Racism was not objective. Segregation was not objective. Sexism was not objective. Religion was not objective. Sexual morality was not objective. These things were merely presented as objective to reinforce the status quo.
Postmodern is a trigger word for Peterson. True.
Ratify the supremacy of those already at the top of the hierarchy. There was widespread realization that these social institutions were suppressing the freedom of the individual and marginalizing the lower classes. This cultural revolution looked like an explosion in transgressive fashion, the proliferation of a plurality of subcultures, and rapid progress in terms of social justice. We shifted from a centralized standard of taste defined top-down by the elites towards a subjective standard of taste defined by every individual within their own subcultures. Derek Guy cites Pierre Bourdieu's distinction to summarize this subjective, status-motivated definition of taste.
For Bourdieu, taste is about class. His main criticism against Kant's pure aesthetics, and the dress doctors and post-war menswear writers, if he had addressed them directly, is that they conceal the class origins and interests of their taste by constructing a seemingly objective and disinterested facade. In this view, there is no such thing as genuinely good taste. There is only legitimate taste, which presents itself as the universally valid form of good taste, but in reality, it is nothing more than the taste of the ruling class. Having a sophisticated palate for French cuisine and fine wine signals that you are a part of the cultural elite, whereas having an equally refined palate for Vietnamese food does not confer the same status.
And this cultural revolution and philosophical deconstruction of objectively good taste is where we get the modern mantra that art is subjective. That's just your opinion. This is why nowadays, when someone claims there are objective standards of beauty, they are met with widespread suspicion and derision. Objectively beautiful? Don't you know art is subjective? Are you doing an elitism? Are you doing a pretentious? Are you doing a gatekeeping? This is why now, in every Anthony Fantano album review, without fail, in the description, the final line is the disclaimer, y'all know this is just my opinion, right? It's just my opinion. My opinion! And Derek Guy believes, overall, this has been excellent for humanity and excellent for fashion. The democratization of fashion has been a cumulative thing. First, it gave individuals, including the poor, greater freedom in dress, both in terms of personal expression and opting out. The social pressure to conform has also lost much of its force. Just as we accept people of different backgrounds, we're more accepting today of the variety in appearance. And for the fashion enthusiast, the world is a richer, more interesting place. And yeah, I like being able to wear whatever I want.
Non-gender conforming people feel beautiful should be allowed.
I like being alive today where I am. However, this lack of socially enforced standards of dress has other effects, like the quality of suit tailoring plummeting into the earth.
Brother, what's that?
The realization that taste is subjective is a powerful tool of liberation, but it's also one that depletes the fucks that we have to give for upholding culturally rich standards of taste. Freedom comes with decadence and disrespect for tradition. It's good and it's bad, but it's good. It's easy to be cranky about the death of suits, and probably telling that some who worship the suit also harbor illiberal attitudes about other things. But the decline of the suit has been accompanied by the freedoms we all enjoy. It's hard to imagine that men and women could have achieved the last 50 years of progress on gender and sexual equality while wearing the two-piece suits and sundresses of the 50s. Ideas about the fluidity of gender and sexual identity today are also deeply tied to clothing choices. So, what's the solution? How does Derek Guy enthusiastically co-sign Bourdieu's distinction while also still insisting that you should wear your suits properly the way the elites told us to? Well, he completely accepts that the whole concept of taste is just about being one of the elites. To exhibit good taste is to put yourself in closer proximity to elites, if not to be within their company. The difference to him is that we now get to choose which elites. We can decide that we want to signal proximity to the elite class of American businessmen in the golden age of capitalism. And if you decide to do that, you better do it correctly. But you can also decide to signal like the elites of hip-hop culture in the 90s, in which case, you better do that correctly, or you're gonna fucking get your ass destroyed in this freestyle battle.
Listen, my loves, we need to stop. We need to boycott that man's barbershop.
You can decide to dress like the elites of drag, and you better do that correctly or you're gonna get read for filth.
Shut up! Stop reading me!
You can dress correctly in streetwear or workwear or 2014 Tumblr core tennis skirts down to the bloody knee. I'm fluent. Notice this is still a bounded activity. You can't just arbitrarily wear and do whatever you want and declare it high status. People need to agree with you or else it doesn't function as a social signal of taste. Good taste requires two things. One, proposing an identity that happens to be valued in your community of choice. Two, using your lifestyle choices to clearly, congruently, and authentically communicate that identity. You can spin plates with no pants on in a train station, screaming the ABCs backwards at the top of your lungs. And you can believe that this is an elite thing to do, but no one will agree with you, and eventually you'll be escorted off the premises. Being high status in a community of one is not high status, it's just being insane.
It's also no fun to be the only member of a crazy club.
Dressing tastefully still means dressing tastefully according to someone. It means signaling allegiance to the elites of some cultural community, declaring yourself to be part of something. And that's all Derek Guy is asking you to do.
You have to form a sentence to communicate something, and you can be creative with the way that you compose that sentence, but it still has to be somewhat culturally legible.
So, knowing this, we now can see his issue with Jordan Peterson's apparent glow-up. Regardless of what you individually, arbitrarily, intuitively, impulsively, subjectively prefer, one of these outfits has distinct social meaning and the other does not. This is an academic, an intellectual, an educator. I know this guy. He's gonna change my life in a classroom, Dead Poet Society style. This man, the only thing that comes to mind is Batman villain, which is why people keep saying that, but like, that's the only cultural language available with which to interpret this statement. But Batman villain is not a real social identity. It is higher effort and more—
I mean, I guess it is now.
More intentional than his previous garb, but tragically, this only means that he has abandoned his subconscious fluency in a cultural language in favor of doing some meaningless macaroni paintings without any respect to any cultural language.
Most creative ideas are wrong.
Dress is not an art project. It's language, and you're babbling incoherently.
Orange cat. Orange cat. Aww. But orange cat.
Provided all that, if you still don't care, if you're truly self-satisfied in your subjectivity, decoupled from any social identity, if you are happy on your side of the portal with Ron DeSantis and Jordan Peterson suits, I can't arrest you no matter how much I'd like to. If you don't care about developing your fashion taste and you just want to forever make macaroni paintings on the floor, coddled by the knowledge that these are your feelings and you can't be wrong about your feelings, you're allowed to do that. But I believe art is about so much more than just doing whatever you want, insulated inside of your impenetrable, intrinsically justified subjectivity. Art is also about learning a language and expressing yourself through that language. It's about discovering yourself outside of yourself, discovering yourself inside of other people. It's not about bluntly imposing your will upon the world, shielding yourself with a philosophy that says no one can tell you that you're wrong. It's about becoming part of the world.
Get inside, tell me how to play right now. No one taught us how to play right, tell me how to play.
The endings of Grease and High School Musical 1 are very different philosophically.
Oh my god, but they're both demonetizable. I don't know how you got away with this video.
Jackets, cars, penis time. The other is a pastel poodle skirt prep. Keep those legs covered, you slut. Greasers and preps can't be together because they have different interests and values which are explicitly represented in their clothing. By the end of the film, the greaser has resigned to compromise for love, transitioning from a greaser—
Oh, he's doing a soch. He's doing a soch.
To a jock.
No, it's called a soch. I know about this for some reason. This was called a soch.
All for a chick.
What is this, Halloween?
This is depicted as a kind of tragedy as he turns his back on the penis pals.
Oh, come on, guys. You know you mean a lot to me. It's just as Sandy does, too.
But thank God, the real resolution of the movie is incoming. The woman renounces all of her values, and 180 transforms entirely into a bad bitch. She adopts every single greaser cultural signal simultaneously and is immediately reborn as a sex icon with a correspondingly updated vernacular.
Tell me about it, stud.
So, triumphantly, our boy can immediately discard his single symbol of compromise and become a greaser once more. Notice, there is no change expected from either of these subcultures. What makes a greaser and a prep is never questioned. These are like objective features of the environment that must be navigated through and around. Individuals must change their allegiance from one culture to another, inheriting every social value and aesthetic signifier that comes with their new selected
Grease is pretty solid.
social identity. Then they fly into the sun and presumably die burning.
What the fuck?
I didn't grow up with this movie. This is not my culture. Fast forward.
I've never seen it. I've heard the music, some of the music. Oh jeez, it's High School Musical.
Because culture, basketball and science can't be together because they have different interests and values which are kind of represented in their clothing. I mean, it seems a little less distinctive now. At the end of the film, the characters unite and sing a song together just the same, but Basketball Boy doesn't change his outfit. Neither does Science Girl. No one changes anything. He just starts singing, which he shouldn't do because basketball. And everyone realizes that it doesn't matter how you dress or what strange mix of interests you have across subcultures. Society shouldn't keep you from doing all the separate things that you like. Just a generation ago, enthusiastic compliance with subcultural standards was framed as a moment of triumph. Now, conformity to subcultural standards is literally the enemy of the film, with a villain song and everything. So I'm saying Grease is a depiction of democracy, cultures negotiating between each other, whereas High School Musical is a depiction of libertarianism. Individuals freed from the shackles of culture. If this is arbitrary taste, this is expert taste, and innate taste would be like Romeo and Juliet. That's two people daring.
You do mean Romeo and Juliet, right? Not Tromeo and Juliet? Okay, I just want to make sure. I gotta make sure.
To defy the objective laws of the universe and literally dying for asserting their subjectivity. Again,
the Barbershop Dropout song is really nice.
This is probably a positive development. High School Musical's moral is more reflective of the morals of my age. I do prefer people not to be punished and flattened into conformity by pre-existing assumptions and social pressures. I do. But at what point does freeing yourself from society become abandoning society altogether?
All eyes on me, all eyes on me.
In her 1999 essay, The Museum of Me, the technologist Ellen Ullman remembers a television advertisement. A grim, apocalyptic scene. Chained men crawl in the mud, dragging the chariots of their betters through a wasteland. The sky is shot black. Authoritarian soldiers enforce conformity. Mythical symbols of tradition rear menacingly. The protagonist waits in an impossibly long line at the bank. When she finally reaches the front of this monotonous line, the bank teller there to help her is dead, a spider crawling over his bone-white petrified flesh. She ages rapidly as scarlet gatekeepers laugh at her eternal weight, sealing the vaults. We peel back as this awful city is shown in looming scope, inaccessible, impossible, oppressive, but we keep pulling away until we escape the city into green hills, a cozy, colorful home, and inside, your computer.
You can do it all from home.
Yo!
With the world's #1 selling home computer. Packard.
Wait, was that true though? Did they have like online banking yet?
Bell.
Would you want to be the first person to playtest online banking, or maybe you wait for them to work out the bugs? I don't know.
Wouldn't you rather be at home?
There's a shocking disgust with society displayed here, and a promise that the internet will hold you inside of yourself, declaring in no uncertain...
How old is that commercial, though? It looks like pre-internet.
...in terms that culture and society are a burden. Isn't it disgusting how you used to have to go into the bank and talk to someone to use your money? You had to go into a library and ask for help to get information? Wouldn't you prefer to do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it without talking to anyone? Isn't it awful to rely on others? The ultimate suburbanization of existence. A retreat from the friction of the social space for the supposed idol of private ease. It is a view that depends on the idea that desire is not social, not stimulated by what others want, but generated internally, and that the satisfaction of desires is not dependent upon other persons, organizations, structures, or governments. It is a profoundly libertarian vision, and it is the message that underlies all the mythologizing about the web.
It has a shotgun with the word like longsword. Oh, so like the shotgun symbolizing it was a long sword in the play, and yeah, this is something people do with Shakespeare when they adapt it.
The idea that the civic space is dead, useless, dangerous, and the only place of pleasure and satisfaction is your home. In this sense, the ideal of the internet represents the very opposite of democracy, which is a method for resolving difference in a relatively orderly manner through the mediation of unavoidable civil associations. I'll get mine and you'll get yours. There is no need for compromise and discussion. I don't have to tolerate you and you don't have to tolerate me. No need to care for my neighbor next door when I can stay with my chosen neighbors in the ether. My email friends and the visitors to sites I visit, people who think as I do, who want what I want. We'll each click for our individual joys, and our only dispute may come if something doesn't get delivered on time.
Yeah, wait, 1994? 1994 was the first online banking? 1994?
Wouldn't you really...
Did they even have cell phones in 1994?
Rather be at home? No longer will your taste be limited or influenced by magazines or critics or stores or tailors or theaters or offices or arbitrary etiquette imposed upon you by society. Now, you've got it all at your fingertips. Infinite access to whatever you want. No rooms with rules and biases. No gatekeepers between you and yourself.
Tell me what I'm feeling right now. I don't know what I'm feeling right now.
In 1969, the feminist artist Merle Latterman Euclid published the Manifesto for Maintenance Art. 1969! That's part of the title. This manifesto wrestled between her two conflicting social identities at the time, one of an artist and one of a mother. Nice. As an artist, she felt compelled to innovate, distinguish herself, invent, deconstruct social norms, rebel, assert her individuality. But as a mother, she felt compelled to care for things already in existence, maintain, preserve, endure. So she decided to name these two competing compulsions, the death instinct and the life instinct. The death instinct, separation, individuality, avant-garde par excellence, to follow one's own path to death, do your own thing, dynamic change. The life instinct, unification, the eternal return, the perpetuation and maintenance of the species, survival systems and operations, equilibrium. The life instinct, sheep cares what other people think. It goes along with the status quo uncritically. It mimics the crowd, repeating patterns of old, trusting that what exists is already what needs to. But the death instinct individual rages against the machine. It challenges authority. It asserts its own subjectivity in defiance of the arbitrary social norms that have been set before it. This manifesto was part of a proposal for an exhibit at a gallery, and it...
Wait, what is this about? The company was originally established by Max Levchin, Peter Thiel, and Luke Nosek in December 1998 as FieldLink. Later, it was renamed to Confinity, a company which developed security software. Are we talking about for online banking?
Intended to resolve the conflict between her death instinct artist duties and her life instinct mother duties by just fusing them. Instead of trying to satisfy these two instincts separately, she would just perform her motherly duties at the gallery. As the art, she would show up to the gallery every day and just take care of it.
I can collide freedom into its opposite and name necessity.
PayPal.
Why? Because I am the artist and I say so.
Now, I ask you, Are you more of a death instinct person or a life instinct person?
Wait, when we talking, are we talking about the Apollonian and the Dionysian? Is that what we're? Is the death instinct the Dionysian and the life instinct is the Apollonian? Are we talking Nietzsche? Death drive and life drive. What the fuck is this? Where have I come across this before?
Me, I'm death instinct. I, whether I like it or not, have difficulty following tradition. I am uncontrollably socially
It sounds like that's what we're dealing with.
disruptive out of loyalty to my own perception. I have an abundance of personal goals, a very strong sense of internal value, and a martyr complex. If I was born one generation ago, I would have been that guy in Dirty Dancing, bucking against the oppressive establishment so I can express myself in my glorious subjectivity. But I wasn't born back then.
Wait, which one is Dirty Dancing? Is that the one where the guy, like, they're not allowed to dance in the town because the preacher? This one guy gets Footloose? No, that's Footloose. Dirty Dancing. Is that the one where they have the time of their life? And they've never felt this way before?
I was born in the late 90s. It's my birthday today as I'm recording this. I never struggled with being shoved into a boxy category that limited my choice and self-expression. I was raised on the internet. I grew up with a brand new thing called an iPod Touch and the personalized newsfeed that came with it. I fell in love with hip-hop music and hip-hop culture, not because any
God, I miss my iPod.
of my friends in real life
My iPod Mini.
shared that interest, not because I had friends, not because I had
I miss the sounds that it would make. The iPod Mini made some good sounds.
any peers or mentors from that culture. There was no real life social experience in my day-to-day that could...
Chat, I probably have it, but it's like tiny. Where the fuck would it be? It's tiny.
refine my sensibilities.
You could literally put it between two books and lose it. Like, that's how tiny.
In that culture as a participant. I experienced the culture as a passive observer, as a spectator, an isolated agent consuming one post at a time. Because I was lonely and weird, the only brown kid in the all-white town I lived in at the time. The white kids at school called me the N-word, soft A, affectionately, but effectively. I ended up pouring myself into the internet more and more, consuming fragments of cultures that weren't mine, searching for identity, meaning, and belonging that wasn't coming to me in this embodied...
The Zune is better. Oh yeah, it was like a good deal, right? Because the Zune, like the iPod, you had to put music on it, and I always put music on it from P2P, but yeah, the Zune, you could pay like a monthly fee and you could get like a whole bunch of music.
Mortal coil. As a result, I became an awkward, ambling cultural nomad split between 2014 indie pop grunge Tumblr, datpiff.com, and suburban American Protestant Christianity. And Lego Star Wars. How does this person dress? I'll tell you, incoherently. I was mentally ill, striking out socially in my real life, being fed culture in shattered fragments, a la carte through a device that neither I nor my mother understood. And I hated being told art is subjective, because it felt like people were giving me permission to be unique or weird or eclectic. But I never struggled to be any of those things. I struggled to connect with people. I struggled to...
Yeah, I don't remember it. Yeah, you're right. I don't remember them talking about it in terms of the life and the death instinct, but the way that it's being described, it kind of... Like, the Apollonian was like... something that had to be learned and practiced and honed, right? Where the Dionysian was spontaneous and self-destructive.
To belong. I was attracted to
revelatory.
Art not as a tool to distinguish myself further from others. To me, it was a tool to understand and be understood. 'Cause not to flex, but I was born with the death instinct. Then raised in algorithms
I never like to choose.
with the death instinct programmed into them.
I really don't like to choose between those two.
And I feel special. I just felt alone.
All eyes on me, all eyes on me.
As you noted, the suit used to be governed by time, place, and occasion. That if you're going to a certain kind of event and you're of a certain kind of social standing, you're expected to wear certain things. That essentially broke down as we move forward through that kind of 20th century dress history. And then we have all of these proliferations of subcultural dress. So if you're a punk, you dress punk. And if you're, skater, you dress skater.
Wait, did we get, was that the,
forward through that kind of 20th century dress history. And then we have all of these proliferations of subculture.
Is that, is that Ken Kesey? I actually don't know what these, what any of these people would have looked like, right? But they had a bust that they painted, and it's all in the electric Kool-Aid acid test by Tom Wolfe.
Cultural dress. So if you're a punk, you dress punk, and if you're, skater, you dress skater. And now, as you noted, we don't really have those.
That's the Fortnite bus, yeah.
Things anymore, which makes it very difficult for
Filmar
for people to know how to get dressed. When I was growing up, even if you weren't interested in clothing, you were essentially kind of guided on how to dress by virtue of being part of some kind of subcultural group. And to me, those kind of gentle guidelines were no different than the guidelines that people that wore suits had in the early 20th century. They knew that if you showed up to a certain place and you're of a certain group, you had to look a certain way. And we don't really have those guidelines anymore, which I think has made it very, very difficult to know.
The Sony Mini Disc, that's so Persona 3.
What to wear, how to combine things. And the market has become much more bifurcated. If you go all the way back into the early 20th century, many people just went to a tailor. They had clothes made in the home. And then over the course of the 20th century,
just like I should have my hair cut in the home.
People could go to Levi's to get a workwear look, and they could go to Brooks Brothers to get like an American tailor look. But now you buy shirts from shirt companies and jeans from jean companies and socks from sock companies, and you often buy them online where you can't try them on, you can't feel them. They arrive at your door, and then you're expected to not only put together a beautiful outfit, you're also expected to build a whole wardrobe through this kind of weird, kind of like magpie system. And I think it has made getting dressed so much more difficult. And I think it's partly the reason why we have this kind of like ecological disaster of people cycling through so many clothes, because we are essentially playing with identity. We don't know what we want to express. We don't know how to get dressed. We don't know what to wear to certain things.
I struggled with the medium of fashion for my entire adult life. I didn't understand it, and I didn't understand what I didn't.
Fashion is scary.
I'd ask my friends who dress very well to take me shopping and help me out, and they would constantly say, make a mood board. What do you like? Just try things out, see if you like them. There's no rules, express yourself. I'd be like, but I want to do it right, and they'd be like, there's no right, no wrong, it's all subjective. This didn't help me at all. The impression that I got from these friends was that they were fluent in a language that I was not, but they didn't know it. They had a baseline familiarity with a bunch of different aesthetics and styles and traditions and customs, but this was invisible to them. And culture had been telling them again and again, art is subjective, don't be elitist. Art is subjective, don't be elitist. So they thought the thing they're supposed to tell me is do whatever you want, no wrong answers, work it out for yourself. Don't let me tell you what to do. Unfortunately for me, someone who does not speak these languages intuitively, this is not helpful. My right to say whatever I want is worthless if I don't speak your language. I don't need freedom of expression. I need fucking ESL. I'm out here alone in open water without a life jacket, drowning in choppy waves, begging for a boat to throw me a life raft, and the people on the
looking for a message in a bottle. Yeah, I know what you mean.
My normie friends
what?
Who are mid and low pro.
God damn it.
Aesthetic absences.
Where were we?
Histrionic, flamboyant.
Before Adam.
Real thing. By high school, old tree, gnome,
before Noam Chomsky.
They were fluent in a language
yes,
that I was
this
not,
one.
but they didn't know it. They had a baseline familiarity with a bunch of different aesthetics and styles and traditions and customs, but this was invisible to them. And culture had been telling them again and again, art is subjective, don't be elitist. Art is subjective, don't be elitist. So they thought the thing they're supposed to tell me is do whatever you want, no wrong answers, work it out for yourself. Don't let me tell you what to do. Unfortunately for me, someone who does not speak these languages intuitively, this is not helpful. My right to say whatever I want is worthless if I don't speak your language. I don't need freedom of expression. I need fucking ESL. I'm out here alone in open water without a life jacket, drowning in choppy waves, begging for a boat to throw me a life raft, and the people on the boat are like, there's really no objective difference between being on a boat and drowning. It depends on what you prefer. Try swimming in any direction. See what you like. Don't let me tell you what to do. Motherfucker, I want to be on your boat. I want to stop speaking gibberish and start speaking in actual sentences. You know, Derek Guy often cites this sentence written by linguist and wise old tree Noam Chomsky. Colorless green ideas sleep furiously. This is a sentence that makes grammatical sense, but has no discernible social meaning. It is words in the right order, but it communicates nothing. It's words for the sake of words. It references nothing real. It connects you to nothing and to no one. It's just noise. It could even be pretty noise. I guess that's in the eye of the beholder, but it doesn't mean anything. And that's what I realize now, what made me feel this pit in my stomach as I was trying to dress myself. As I wanted it to mean something, and I could tell it didn't. Being told it's all subjective and I'm not doing anything wrong, I just have to try more articles of clothing on, felt like swapping out the color in Noam Chomsky's nonsense sentence. Colorless blue ideas sleep furiously. Colorless yellow ideas sleep furiously. Colorless blue ideas sleep angrily. Sometimes I found something I liked, but couldn't shake this feeling that I wasn't doing the real thing. By high school, I at least discovered I liked eyeshadow. Something about this felt right. Something about this stuck. In some small way, I finally felt a bit like myself. I remember coming home with it on one day and my mom being taken aback for a second, then being like, you look like Adam Ant. I love Adam Ant. So I Google Adam Ant, I listen to Adam Ant, and I do not love Adam Ant. Not my thing. I remain on this side of the subjective portal, and I move on with my life. I am borrowing my female friends' clothes constantly, feeling particularly free to do so when I am performing music on stage. After one such performance, a dude in the audience walks up to me and goes, "So you like Bowie?" And I said, "What?" And he said, "Bowie." And I said, like the thing they put in the water so that boats don't get lost. And he said, "No, like David Bowie. You don't know David Bowie?" And I said, "No, sorry. I only listen to what Tumblr and r/hip-hop heads tell me to listen to. Do you like Marina and the Diamonds and Big Crit?" So I Googled David.
Nice.
I listen to David Bowie, and I do not like David Bowie. I move on with my life. As I get older, I dress.
Yeah, there's something about music before a certain time period, right? Like for me, it's like music that's like from the late 60s or before. It's not universal, but there's like a noise associated with a lot of it. And I'm not talking about the fucking, distortion on a guitar. I'm talking about I can hear the studio, and I don't like it. I don't like it. And I wonder, did people in the 60s, did they hear the studio? Or were they just like, they'd never heard a sound without the studio, without the room, without the space, right? There's something real, yeah, and it's like, no, I don't hate stuff, all right? Like, I like stuff from the late 60s and before, right? There is stuff that I like. But it's selective, and oftentimes I wish for a better recording. Now, I know that there's two people that are into these types of music. They're like, there is no better recording. That room sound makes the music. And maybe if I heard the music without the room sound, I'd be like, this is missing something. This is dead. This is like, or like, think about like a recording of a LP. If you've ever heard this, like, right? Somebody records an LP and you can hear the fucking needle. Ugh. But I'm sure to vinyl people, it's like, wait, you can't hear the needle? Oh, right? So, I mean, like, there is a certain subjectivity that I think maybe comes from experience. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's because if I had grown up with music that sounded like Jefferson Airplane, then I would be like, oh no, this is all right. This is really good. And I'd be like bugged by like the sound of something more modern. I don't know.
Better, but purely on a trial and error basis. My wardrobe is overflowing with single articles of clothing that I never wear because they tickled my fancy once, but never again, and they don't work with anything else. I didn't know why I bought them. I still haven't found whatever.
I gotta say, for somebody who doesn't know anything about fashion myself, this is a good video. This is interesting, right? It's even though I got no like sort of knowledge to kind of latch on to this, I'm tracking with it mostly.
Whatever it is I am looking for, I still feel
the band on the run,
the emptiness, the yearning,
is that Paul McCartney and the Wings?
Fucking yearning.
Yearn? Do I yearn?
And at some point, I'm reading Status and Culture by David Marks with a bunch of Derek Guy's sociological theory of dress swimming in my mind. And it hits me. Stop thinking about what you like and don't like and just look at what you are. Is there a place in society for androgynously dressed, histrionic, flamboyant freaks with obnoxious eye makeup? Yeah. Adam Ant. All of these 80s pop.
Cyndi Lauper. Wait, is that Duran Duran guy? Sushi? Is one of these, is that Sushi from Sushi in the, yeah. Am I mispronouncing her name? Is it pronounced different? It's probably not pronounced Sushi. It's probably Susie? And I don't know I don't know this reference.
And punk artists that my mom loves. She subjectively enjoys these
Spectre? Wait, Regina Spektor?
Artists, and I don't, but what I like doesn't matter. I occupy the same social role as them. I love hip-hop, I study philosophy, but as soon as I started donning makeup daily, I was already counter-signaling both of those identities. I do not look like the elites of those cultures. Those cultural allegiances of mine come as a flavorful surprise in spite of my appearance. They are conspicuous aesthetic absences. What I don't look out of place as, at all, is a musician. In particular, a new romantic 80s pop musician that has a surprising amount of privileged knowledge about rap and academia. These motherfuckers with their big hair and glittery eyes and tight—
Wait. Prince, Lou, that's not Lou Reed, is it? Oh my god, I don't even know, Chad. Is that Adam Ant? I should know these people. I mean, other than Prince, I know Prince.
Pants and big jackets. This is me. This has always been me. I'm part of history. I remember being in church with glitter on my face and an older man eyeing me suspiciously until he learned I'm a musician. Then he relaxes completely. He can see me now. I remember being told on multiple occasions that I remind someone of Jack Sparrow in affect and appearance. And I remember being annoyed and kind of offended. But now I just think Jack Sparrow is like Adam Ant. And I am like Adam Ant. In 2019, Euphoria dropped and people started telling me that I'm like Euphoria.
Oh.
And I found this.
Oh, Phil Spector.
Annoying because I was wearing makeup before Euphoria dropped, but now I think, yes, fluorescent lighting, pills, mental illness, internet addiction, and glitter? That's my generation. That's my culture. Hell yes, I have the e-girl bleach stripe. That's my generation. That's my culture. I remember shortly after these brain crystallizations were all happening, I got invited to a black tie party and they provided instructions on how the men should dress, and I found that offensive as one of those they-them type people. And so I did the men's uniform. I dressed appropriately, but added the makeup, a tiara, high heels, and a purse. I'm speaking language.
I think my one advice is really to just think of dress as social language. You can develop personal taste as a person that's informed on culture and art and society and not pay attention to trends, but also dress in a way that is a reflection of both culture and your own taste and your...
But yeah, Spectre, isn't that what the Wall of Sound is about, Phil Spector?
Kind of how you see yourself in culture. I think when you dress in that sort of way, when you think of dress as social language, it both becomes more legible and more interesting. And it also allows you to ignore trends.
That's absolutely perfect answer. Thank you so much, Derek. It's a pleasure to speak to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Folks, I am still not that good at fashion. There is so much that I do not know. But even though I'm not fluent, and I'm certainly not fluent in multiple languages, I at least know I'm learning to speak. Rejecting the question, what do you like? And instead turning to, what are you socially?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Such a relief.
The name is pronounced sushi. Wait, it is pronounced sushi. I thought I was misspeaking it because it sounds too much like the food.
For me, I see
Sushi Sue?
myself and the rewired cyborgs of my generation as in a crisis of life instinct. We too often feel like we are not part of history. We feel disconnected from the world physically. Subcultures no longer assist us in learning how to dress or learning how to think about ourselves. Dress, for me, is not something I want to end with me. I don't want it to be about what I want. I want it to be a religious performance that signals my allegiance with something bigger than me, signals my standing and belonging in the world. I want it to be something that sticks me back in history after Silicon Valley unstuck me. Recently, I was walking in a new city that I ain't been in before, and some rough-looking dude, perhaps unhoused, was on the curb on his like third 11 a.m. beer, and he called out to me as I walked by, "Hey, it's like Duran Duran or something." And I said, exactly like Duran Duran. The internet ideal represents a retreat not only from political life, but also from culture, from that tumultuous conversation in which—
That's the weird thing that I never understand. This is why it's hard for me to like grok the new romantics, because my understanding of it, like, to me, it looks like part of queer culture. And my understanding of it is that it wasn't. It might have been influenced, but it was literally what like all the straight dudes were dressing like. Right? And same thing with Prince. People think that, in fact, I feel like I thought that Prince was gay or bi or but I think that's actually wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe chat can correct me. Right? Dressing like that did not signal, just like dressing hair metal did not signal any kind of like, you know, queerness, right? The new romantic stuff was, you know, it was separate from sexuality.
We tried to talk to one another about—
And that's what I don't understand about it.
Shared experiences. As members of a culture, we see the same movie, read the same book, hear the same string quartet. Although it is enormously difficult for us to agree on what we might have seen, read, or heard, it is out of that difficult conversation that real culture arises. Whether or not we come to an agreement or understanding, even if some decide that understanding and meaning are impossible, we are still sitting around the same campfire.
Okay, I can get with that.
Part 4, but really, these suits are satanic. One more thing about fucking Jordan Peterson. A staunch and bitter defender of Jordan Peterson may fire back against this comparison between Jordan Peterson's suits and Noam Chomsky's nonsense sentence. Because Chomsky's sentence is supposed to be meaningless, but Peterson's suits do technically mean something. They were handcrafted for him by the LGFG fashion house, which I can't really read as anything except for let's go fucking go. So LGFG, from what I can tell, does nothing but stunt styling for C-list celebrities. Much of their work is similarly garish to Peterson's suits, just obvious and obnoxious and awful. Like, take a look at this random crypto millionaire. He seems like a totally standard, shady man. He looks—
When you say crypto millionaire, do you mean somebody who made, Bitcoin? Okay, so that's that kind of crypto. Okay, like the other thing that went through my head is like he's a secret millionaire. Nobody knows he's a millionaire. He's like hiding it. He has the most normal house. He has the most normal car, the most normal clothes. He's hiding his monetary power level. That's what I thought of as crypto millionaire. But yeah, apparently no, it is Bitcoin, which is the most boring explanation you could imagine.
It's like a friend who will betray you in a heartbeat. And he is dressed well. Culturally legible, exactly as he should be.
Solid gold made by Ben Baller of Los Angeles. Damn.
Then look what this evil man does to him.
Oh, yeah.
Is it bad that I intuitively judge people who have made their money from like crypto, right? Like, is that bad? Should I not do that? Are there like some cool people that maybe fucked around with crypto back in the day? Maybe it's just because like the frame of reference, the examples that I have are not good people.
Yeah, this is great.
Put it back! Undo! Control-Z! Restore to factory settings immediately! Say it with me, aesthetic terrorism. The end of this episode is deeply macabre. This grim reaper of beauty leaving the scene of his crime looking like absolute shit himself off to—
Well, I mean, his shit doesn't fit. That's the problem. He needs to get that shit tailored, right? I mean, he can look like that if he wants to, but he definitely needs to, like, you know, I don't know.
Cause another credulous buffoon to dress infinitely worse. His name is Dimitri, and he will never be my friend. And the LGFG Fashion House official YouTube channel that he runs is incredible. Desperate for clout, starving for clout, will never have clout. We made this jacket and it went viral. 67 views, nothing. 1 month.
What?
Later, it's almost hit 160 views, mostly because I can't stop watching it. Dimitri made these suits for free as a gift to Jordan Peterson to try to get his attention and attain free marketing through
Ooh.
shameless sycophantic flattery. The reason Jordan Peterson wears—
Hellstar says I made $80 on crypto and stopped.
These suits now—
I assume, okay, maybe it's because that like I wasn't around for like the start of crypto, and so I have to just like create it out of like the frame of reference that I've already got. So my frame of reference is NFTs. And I know that NFTs make you money when you do the rug pull. And that rug pull is some scumlord tier shit. That rug pull shit is god awful. And I mean, I guess you could somehow satisfy yourself by saying that the people who get rug pulled deserve it and are suckers, and you know, it's like you fall for the lie when you really want to fall for the lie. But I still feel gross about it. People lost a ton of money during their crypto runs, so there were like rug pulls back then too.
Is not because he subjectively thinks that they are beautiful. He wears the suit.
So the people that have made money from crypto, did they kind of fuck the people that lost money from crypto? It's kind of zero-sum-ish, right? Or am I wrong?
It's because they are specially made for him, they're free, and they are about him.
They made me a dozen suits.
Yeah?
One for each rule from 12 Rules for Life.
Ah.
The idea was to make it meaningful to him.
They sent a little deck of...
Like a person that says that to me that they made their money off of crypto is like a person wearing a necklace of human teeth to me, right? It's like, I know where you got that, and it's not good, and I don't trust you.
creative ideas.
Dimitri literally gave Jordan a picture book that explains which rule from his famous self-help book each suit represents and the tacky methodology they
Every person who had crypto early was just trying to buy drugs. Okay, because you could buy, like, what was it called? The Silk Road? What year are we talking about? Is it like 2006, 2008? When would crypto have been starting? Some broke, uneducated people in there, but a lot of them have more money than sense.
Employed to evoke this. This suit is based on Rule 2, which is about treating yourself in a way that either takes you to heaven or hell.
The thing that bothered, like, I kind of liked, like the Peterson suits were like the most interesting thing about him. And the fact that there was one suit for each rule, I mean, I thought that was, but then I looked at there's only like one or two suits. Like, this is the only suit that makes sense with the rule that it treat yourself like someone you are responsible for helping. How does that go with the heaven and hell? I don't understand.
Hell, so it's heaven or hell. The red means hell, the blue means heaven. You can tell because hell is fire and heaven is clouds.
Heaven and hell. And this, by the way, is wool from a sheep, and this is wool from a goat.
Goat, of course.
Sheep like Jesus.
It's a Jesus thing.
Goat like devil. This piece of what alleges to be formal menswear is severely disinterested in the medium of formal menswear. Instead of even attempting to speak any coherent cultural language, it just uses CinemaSins Easter egg logic to justify its existence. It's fashion for people who don't know anything about fashion. It's like someone going, oh, I don't listen to rap music, but I do like Eminem because he talks about real things and I can understand what he's saying. It's worse than Noam Chomsky's nonsense sentence. It's someone screaming in public at the top of their lungs, and when you ask them why they screamed, all they say is, I feel uncomfortable when we are not about me. The blunt stupidity of these clothes is so offensive to me. Why is this suit so ugly? Oh, because it's his logo just printed on.
I mean, that's the one good reason for crypto that I can see. You know, if it gets you
himself. Why is this suit so ugly? Well, because he talks about Orthodox Christianity, so they just took Orthodox Christian paintings, rendered them into 2D.
Oh no, that's so horrible.
And printed them grid style on a dinner jacket. Like, that's what fashion is. You're like tattooing the word that you want people to say about you on your forehead. Look at this suit where they just print your full name into the suit. Like, that's it.
So no guessing here whose might it be. It's actually written on the suit. Your name is written on it. How great is that? Greatest invention when it comes to suits.
Another one of Peterson's self-referential free suits that you might recognize is this powder blue pimp suit with the Elon Musk heads on the tie.
Really intentionally, it was supposed to be like a pimp suit.
These are tiny Elon Musk heads.
This is called Jordan Peterson's Twitter suit. Obviously, this has pretty much no...
Oh, I get it. It's the blue...
social meeting outside self-congratulatory explanation that it invites you to ask them to tell you. That's what these suits are for, right? It's for you to go, what are you wearing? And then they go, it's actually... It's about me.
You have a
it's half made of sheep, half made of goat.
two-tone suit going on.
Can
You're
I tell
a
you about
wild
this
man.
suit?
Please do.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we take a listen to Dimitri himself explain it from his repugnant podcast set for a show that no one will watch?
The Jordan Peterson Twitter suit. That was
also. I mean, can I dish chat? Can I get a little sassy with you? I hate that microphone. I hate it. It's considered a nice microphone, right? I fucking hate it. I hate that.
That one has a really great story behind it.
You know,
also their fucking dynamic processing is terrible.
If you have any sort of imposter syndrome that you deal with in your life,
look at this, CJ the X. You know, it may be basic, all right? But it is good. This is good. This is good. This is audio fashion.
I just want to point out to you that this man is employed in aesthetic design.
That's the most controversial
SM7B.
Say suit that I've made for JP. Here's what's interesting about it. So this suit was a gift for me.
I didn't edit that. The audio's just broken.
I wanted a suit
because his audio sucks.
That really
and he sucks. And Rode sucks.
Like really
I bet even that mic stand sucks.
JP's haters. Inside of the suits are actual screenshots
of his tweets,
Twitter comments, all these
Twitter comments. Oh, the hate comments. I get it.
Full comments from these leftist idiots we put inside the suit, you know, to kind of make fun of them, because I kind of figured, like, if this suit goes out in public, if he, you know, decides to show it off, then these people are gonna like start, you know, being but they're already inside the suit, so we're just making fun of them.
So like if they end up drawing and quartering Dr. Peterson, then they're gonna get into they'll look at the suit and they'll be like, no, it's our tweets.
First of all, this is literally the Arsler comic.
Wait. I was only pretending. No.
Obnoxious. That's ugly and obnoxious. Got you. But deeper than that, to think it's a good idea to walk around in this, literally draping yourself in resentful, childish, masturbatory memes about yourself, and then going to work. I'm reminded of that clip of Logan Paul. It's weird. I don't know anything about Logan Paul, but from the Big Joel thing, I think, about Logan Paul, where that clip where Logan Paul is just standing on the street, pointing at a billboard of himself to strangers, going like,
he finds out there's a billboard with his big old face on it, so he goes and stops people and is like, look at that, that's me.
Do you know who that is?
That's you.
I mean, that's really all of these suits, but the Twitter one in particular is literally designed from a place of resentment for people you don't respect, for people you hate.
I wanted a suit that really aggrieved the woke. I also wanted it to be like resoundingly aggravating to the left.
This is a horrible aesthetic and spiritual practice. Celebrating degeneracy, honoring half-hearted hatred, identifying yourself with your ability to intentionally upset people by being ugly on purpose, dancing in the ashes of culture, not out of loyalty to your divine death instinct, but only because you like that this is about you, and now it will continue being about you. And
very Trumpian.
Speaking cultural language, this is how you're gonna use the medium of fashion? Walking around in a portable shrine to yourself like a baby?
It's immature. It's antisocial.
Antisocial.
Yeah, it's really, like literally, it's antisocial. It's like, your clothes aren't exactly for you.
Yeah.
For someone who's grown increasingly comfortable using the word Luciferian to describe your enemies, you should consider erring more conservative with things that you don't understand. What could possibly better fit the idea of Luciferian postmodern nihilism than literally wrapping yourself in a self-celebratory shawl of your own subjectivity, justifying it by saying, I like it, it makes sense to me, it's about me, someone made it for me, and it pisses off my haters.
JP donned the suit. He thought it was so funny.
Jordan, you're letting this tasteless worm-tongued temptress beguile you into dancing on the grave of your ancestors because you're so weak to flattery.
You go talk to someone who knows what they're doing. Go talk to an actual tailor.
You know, through a biblical lens, fashion is at least as old as the emergence of self-consciousness and is somewhat inherently tied to it. After Adam and Eve bit the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, the first thing they did as the self-conscious human beings that we are today
was put on clothes.
Is cover themselves. You see how there's some humility and sacred purpose in identifying with a human community there? You understand how that is how you announce.
So they were like boobs down, you know, just like that's not good, and balls, and we don't want to do. We don't gotta put something over the balls, put something over the boobs, maybe hold them up a little bit.
That you are different from God instead of building a Tower of Babel that has your fucking face on it. With all of your intellect, all of your takes on art, all of your supposed respect for tradition, you elect to bask in a pool of your own semen in public like this?
I was gonna say urine and feces, but sure, yeah, that.
Hey, Jordan, if you care about art and God and connecting men to their cultural traditions like you say you do, perchance you should wield your considerable resources to draw attention to something that isn't yourself. Get some tailoring for grown-ups. You look ridiculous. I think I'm an addict, want the world and I'ma have it.
Fix your shit. Dr. Peterson, fix your shit. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. Why do I always raid into Echoplex when they're doing conspiracy bingo? You know, I'm supposed to go on that at some point. Chad, I don't know when I'll have time. Especially if they go this late. But yeah, that's what we're doing. We're raiding into Echoplex Media. I'm gonna go to sleep because it is late my time. I stayed up super late, but it's because I started so late. So it's my fault. I got nobody to blame but myself. Chat. Oh yeah, I gotta tell you, like, right? I need to make more videos. I need to make that happen somehow. I don't know how I'm gonna make that work, but I really need to do it. It's super important. I need to have more time. I need to wake up earlier. I need to end stream earlier and have time to actually edit my shit instead of having to go right to bed and then sleeping super late and waking up. I'm doing Hasan hours too, 7 hours. That's actually less than I've been doing some of these nights during this week. I've got to find a way to do less hours, but I also have to find a way, or I have to remember to thank my Patreons, because Patreons, you're the closest thing helping me be able to, find any sort of stability and be able to get this done. Anyway, right into Echoplex Media. Thank you to my Patreons. Thank you to Temporal Insanity. Thank you to Funky Monkey, Moe Noe, Just Julie, Jules K, JR, Good for Gabby, Fancy. Shout outs to Zara Xerex, Rachel, and Omega Star. Thank you so much, Patreon gang. You just, when I got demonetized, and when I try to figure out how to the only thing that's constant, the only thing that's stable, the only thing that's not dependent on me streaming for like fucking 6 to 10 hours every night is y'all. So Thank you so much. I'm gonna try to figure out a way because people they need the clips, they need the segments. Somehow I got to get them videos, chat, and that means getting videos for Patreon as well, right? Because if you're a Patreon of mine at any level, every video that I edit, you get it first before I've even edited it. You get the original version of it, so that you can you can hear all the F words that I say. You can see the parts that I cut out. You can laugh at me later when you're like, oh, but I know what you really said there. You actually yapped for about 5 minutes there, and I got to hear it because I am a Patreon. But thank you, chat, for all of your support. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. Anyway, chat, I gotta go to bed. Thanks to the mods. Mods, you had a tough night. I saw what was going on. I saw how wild it was in Shorts chat tonight. Thank you for keeping us safe in there. It means the world to me. Thank you to mods on Twitch and on YouTube, and both streams, right? Because it's you're doing all this to make this chat chattable. I'm sorry for everybody whose chat I didn't get to. We had a lot of chat tonight, but I did read all of your chat, even if I didn't get to react to it. But yeah, I'll be back at you tomorrow. Joe Rogan, talk to Trump. That should be some good tent. That's good. And maybe we'll even take a look at, speaking of tent, maybe we'll even take a look at some President Sunday shit. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out tomorrow. Don't forget, NCC needs your ideas. Yeah, share those ideas in the Discord. If you've got ideas of how to celebrate 10K, which is a big deal. We're at 10.1K now, right? We're even 150 past that, right? So good. Yeah, I mean, like, amazing. I gotta get to sleep. You probably gotta get to sleep. Bad Lefty says free Palestine. I'm counting down the days when I could still say that on Twitch, right? But don't worry, Chad. If I go down, I'm gonna go down fighting, and we're gonna play I've got a video. It's what Nelson Mandela had to say about Israel Palestine back in the day. And if I get banned for that shit, if I get banned for Nelson Mandela, oh my god, how fucking, that's the way to go out. But I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen with Twitch. We might have to replace it with TikTok. Either way, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Until then, much love, everybody, and good night.